It was past midnight and I was alone on a narrow, unpaved road somewhere in the countryside. My headlights were the only source of light, and the fields on both sides were mostly dark. The sky had no stars that I could see. I had been driving for hours and felt tired. I wanted to be home, but home was still far. I tried not to think about how isolated I was out there. Then I saw something. There was a figure on the side of the road ahead, crouched near a patch of weeds. The figure's eyes caught my headlights and glowed in a strange way, like two small, bright points. I thought it might be an animal, maybe a stray dog, but it looked too upright. The thing was near the edge of the narrow dirt shoulder. I pressed my foot on the brake and the car slowed. When I realized it was shaped like a person, I jerked the wheel hard to the left. I felt the car's back end slip a little on the loose gravel. I managed not to hit it, but I lost control for a few seconds. The car ended up half-turned, engine still running, headlights shining across the empty field. I let out a shaky breath. The figure was behind me now. I wanted to look for it in the mirror, but I decided to check the front first. My bumper had scraped something. I didn't trust the car not to have some damage. I hated the idea of popping the hood in the dark, but I felt I had to. I also wanted to confirm what I had seen. I pulled the parking brake and stepped outside. The night air was cold and I smelled damp earth. There was gravel under my boots, my shoulders felt tight. I heard no insects, no rustling from the fields. I saw my car's headlights throwing weak light into the distance. The beam showed empty dirt, some scattered bushes and a crooked fence far away. I turned around to face where I'd first seen the figure. In the darkness behind me, I could make out a shape. It stood near where I had swerved. It had those same bright eyes. They looked like they were reflecting light, but I didn't know what light could be reaching them now. I raised my hand to shield my eyes from the car's glare, but the figure was too far into the dark. I could only see its outline. It seemed taller now, not crouched. It stood very still. I opened the hood of my car and leaned over, shining a small flashlight I kept in the glove box. I checked my radiator, my hoses, my belts. I listened to the engine. It idled rough, but not too bad. Nothing looked seriously damaged. I just needed a moment to calm down. My heart was beating fast. My breathing felt shallow. I forced myself to breathe slower. I could feel sweat on my neck even though it was chilly. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but each time I looked away and looked back again, the figure seemed closer. Not by much, but it moved forward whenever I looked somewhere else. At first, it was at least 30 yards away. After a few glances, it stood maybe 20 yards away, then less than that. It wasn't walking right. It moved only when I wasn't looking. I never saw it step forward. It was just in a new spot each time I turned my head back. I slammed the hood shut and backed up until I felt the car's door behind me. I kept my eyes on the figure as I reached for the handle. My hand shook as I pulled the door open. I wanted to leave right away, but I also had to turn my head to get in. When I did, I saw from the corner of my eye a slight shift in the figure's position. Once inside, I locked the doors. I didn't know if that lock would matter. The figure had no visible tools, no visible weapon, just a strange posture and those eyes that caught the light. I tried to pull forward and straighten out, but I realized my front wheel was stuck in a small ditch. The car shook when I pressed the gas, but it wouldn't climb out. I put it in reverse, tried to get a little momentum, but I only managed to spin the tires. Each time I glanced in the mirror, I saw the figure a little bit closer. I tried to turn the wheel to get some angle, but the car wouldn't budge. I pounded on the steering wheel and cursed under my breath. I turned on my high beams, hoping to get a better look. The figure's head jerked away, as if bothered by the brightness. I saw more details now. The figure looked human in outline, but its clothing was hard to make out. It looked like it wore something loose. The face was unclear, but I could see pale skin where the eyes reflected the light. The eyes did not blink. The body was thin. The arms hung low. The figure's knees bent slightly inward. It was only about 10 yards away. Its chest rose and fell like it was breathing fast. I could not hear it breathe, but I saw the motion. I tried to speak. "Hey." I yelled through the closed window. "What do you want?" There was no response. It didn't make any sound. I thought maybe it couldn't hear me. I stuck my head out the window a little and yelled again. "Do you need help?" "What's wrong?" Still nothing. The figure stood there. I pulled my head back in and kept my eyes on it while reaching down to the side of my seat. I had a tire iron under the driver's seat. I gripped it and placed it on my lap. It wasn't much, but it was something. I decided to try rocking the car out of the ditch. I turned the wheel, put the car in reverse, pressed the gas, let it roll back a bit, then forward again. The engine whined. The tires ground into the dirt. After a few tries, the car moved a few inches. I knew I had to look at the road, the mirrors, and the dashboard. Each time I looked away from the figure, I felt my chest tighten. After about 4 attempts, I managed to get the front tires onto level ground. I smiled for a second, relieved. Then I looked up. The figure was now only about 5 yards away, standing right next to my headlight beam. I saw its lower face in the light. The mouth was closed. The jaw looked rigid. The skin looked dry and pale. I put the car into drive and pressed the gas. The car did not move. I realized my rear tire was possibly caught on something. My heart pounded harder. My legs felt stiff. My arms felt weak. I pressed the gas again, harder this time. The engine revved. The car shook, and then nothing. The car didn't move. I clenched my teeth and felt sweat on my forehead. The figure was right there. I could see one of its hands now, a thin hand with long fingers. It twitched slightly. It stood completely silent. I couldn't even hear its footsteps or breathing. I left the headlights and engine on. I leaned over to the passenger side and opened the glove box. I had a small toolbox with a few items, a flashlight, some spare fuses, and a folding knife. I grabbed the knife and put it in my pocket. I had no idea what to do. If I stayed in the car, I was stuck. If I got out to check the tires, I had to take my eyes off that thing. Every time I did, it got closer. I thought I should try something different. Maybe I could back up the car more and turn around. I put the car in reverse and looked over my shoulder. I had to look away from the figure to do this. My neck hurt from tension. I tried not to blink. I stepped on the gas. The car jerked backward a little. I felt a bump. Then I turned my eyes forward again. The figure was now leaning against my driver's side window. Its eyes were bright in the reflection of my interior light. Its mouth was slightly open now. Its lips were thin and cracked. I could see its nostrils flare as if it was sniffing the air. I yelled and let go of the steering wheel for a moment. I felt my chest tighten. I scrambled to pick up the tire iron from my lap. I held it up, my arm shaking. The figure pressed a hand to the glass. I saw the palm spread out on the window. The fingers were long and thin, each fingernail a dull white. I could see the texture of its skin like rough, dry patches. I banged the tire iron against the inside of the glass. "Get away," I yelled. It didn't even flinch. It just watched me. I could see its eyes more clearly now. They were not shining on their own. They were reflecting my interior light, creating that bright look. It was like the eyes were just extremely reflective. I couldn't guess why. I pressed the horn. The sound echoed in the quiet night. My own ears hurt from the noise in such a still place. The figure moved its head a bit, turning it to the side. Then it stepped back. I seized the chance. I slammed the car into reverse and stomped on the gas. I kept my eyes on it this time, trying to see if it moved. The car rolled backward about 10 feet and the figure stayed where it was. I turned the wheel sharply and then drove forward. The car jerked over some uneven ground, but it started to move. I pulled the wheel straight, keeping the figure in my sight the whole time. The figure started to follow, walking slowly and quietly. I had about 20 yards between us now. I could feel my neck and shoulders aching from tension. I wanted to get out of there. My plan was to find some paved road and get back to a main highway. I drove slowly forward, keeping my gaze partly on the figure and partly on the path ahead. The ground was rough, and I didn't want to blow a tire. The figure followed, but it never ran. It walked at a steady pace. I kept going. picking up a bit more speed. Eventually, I was moving fast enough that the figure became a dark shape behind me. I eased the car onto a slightly smoother patch of road. My headlights showed a bend ahead. I looked back in my rearview mirror. The figure was farther away now. It was still visible, but only just. I wondered if it would keep following indefinitely. I still felt shaky. My hands were sweaty on the steering wheel. My stomach felt tight. I tried to focus on getting away. I told myself not to think too much. Just keep driving. I kept moving for several minutes. The figure grew smaller in the mirror. The fields around me looked empty. I didn't see any farmhouse lights. I didn't hear any sounds except my engine and the gravel under my tires. After a while, I stopped seeing the figure. It was too far back, or had stopped following. I forced myself to breathe slowly and calm down. My heart still thumped hard, and my mouth felt dry. I wiped sweat from my forehead with my sleeve. The road straightened out, and I started to see a faint glow in the distance that might have been light from a main road or a distant farmhouse. I focused on reaching that light. The car seemed okay, aside from some shaky steering. I guessed the ditch hadn't done serious damage. I kept checking the mirrors. I saw no movement behind me now. I didn't want to leave the car again to check for damage. I didn't want to turn around or stop. I knew I just needed to keep moving until I found a real road and could get to a gas station or something. My mind was still stuck on that figure. I tried to push it out of my head. I felt tension in my neck and shoulders. My leg muscles were sore from pressing the pedals so hard. I turned on the radio out of habit, but there was only static. I turned it off again. After about 10 more minutes, I saw a paved road crossing ahead. It was narrow, but paved. I turned onto it and followed it until I reached a small intersection with a sign. The sign was rusted, hard to read, but I could see numbers on it. Maybe a route number. I followed that sign until I started seeing some fence posts with reflectors. Those reflectors gave me some comfort. I slowed down, rolled down my window a crack, and listened. I heard distant traffic, maybe on a bigger highway. That was all I needed. I kept going. My hands started to relax on the wheel. I took a long breath and rubbed my eyes. I felt cold air on my face. I didn't know what that figure was. I didn't know what it wanted. It hadn't attacked me. It hadn't broken into my car. It had just approached, getting closer whenever I looked away. The memory of its face was stuck in my mind. Those eyes bothered me. I tried not to think about them. I just wanted to get away from that place. I drove for at least another hour, taking turns down roads that led me toward more familiar signs. Eventually, I reached a main highway. The hum of the tires on smooth asphalt was a relief. I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. The darkness was empty. I took another deep breath and tried to calm the tension in my back. The night was still quiet, but it felt normal now. There were no strange eyes shining in the distance, just the empty road and a long drive ahead. I heard the rain hitting my window hard around 2 a.m. I was sitting in my living room, lights off, curtains halfway closed, just scrolling through my phone. It was quiet inside. I had turned off the TV earlier because nothing seemed interesting. My place is small. A living room that connects to a short hallway, a kitchen to the left, a bedroom at the end. The front door leads to a tiny covered porch with a single light above it. I remember checking that porch light before sitting down. It was working fine. I also had a small security camera mounted above the door, facing the driveway and the porch steps. It triggers an alert on my phone if it sees motion. Not top of the line, but enough for basic security. That night, the rain was heavier than usual. I heard the water running off the roof and splashing onto the concrete below. My curtains were thin. Even though they were closed, I could see faint shapes outside whenever headlights passed on the street. It happened once or twice, cars rolling by, their beams sliding over my walls. I wasn't paying much attention. My mind was drifting. Then I noticed something weird. There was a shape outside on the porch. I saw it through the curtains. It looked like a person standing there completely still. It felt wrong because I hadn't heard anyone walk up. I had been listening to the rain, and I never heard footsteps or the creak of the porch. My front door is cheap. It makes a slight rattle if someone puts any weight on the deck. But I hadn't heard a thing. Still, I saw a shape. It was just a dark outline behind the thin fabric of the curtain. I froze for a moment, just staring at it. I didn't rush to the window. I just looked from where I sat. My heart started beating faster. The back of my neck felt tight. I got off the couch and stood up slowly. I tried to be quiet because I didn't want whoever it was to know I was there. But maybe they did know. Maybe they had seen the light of my phone. I stepped closer to the window. The figure did not move. It looked like a person wearing a hood, something covering their head. I couldn't see details, just a tall form standing completely still. I moved to the side and reached for my phone. No alerts from the camera app. That made me uneasy. If there was a person out there, why didn't the camera detect them? I opened the app. The camera was online. The last recorded clip was just rainfall, no figure. I tapped the live view. The screen showed the porch, the driveway, the reflection of the streetlight on the wet pavement. Nothing else. No person, no shape, just empty space. I peered back at the curtain. I still saw the shape, but on my phone's screen, there was no one there. I started to feel a little lightheaded. I closed the app and walked slowly to the door. The door has a small peephole. I took a deep breath. I pressed my eye against it, expecting to see a face staring back. The porch was empty. I looked for any sign of movement or a shadow. I saw the porch floor, wet from the rain blowing in, a small puddle forming in one corner. The porch light was on. There was no one out there. I stepped back and glanced at the curtain again. That shape was gone. I lifted the curtain and looked outside. The porch was empty, just like on the camera. The street beyond was quiet. The sidewalk was shiny with rain. There were no footprints that I could see from inside, not that I expected to see any from that angle. I unlocked the door and opened it, letting some rain blow in. My socks got damp as I stepped forward. I looked left and right. Nothing. Just rain and empty streets. The nearest house had its lights off. No movement anywhere. I checked around the corner of the porch. The ground was wet, covered in old leaves that had washed up. No footprints in the mud near the steps. I didn't see anything unusual except that puddle on the porch floor. The rain was falling at an angle, and some of it had splashed under the roof. The air was cold. My shirt stuck to my back a bit because I was tense and sweating. My hands felt slightly shaky. I went back inside and locked the door. I took my phone and tried to think clearly. Maybe it was just my imagination, but I was sure I had seen someone. My heart was still beating faster than normal. I tried to calm down. I thought about checking the camera history again. I sat back down on the couch and opened the app. It shows me a timeline of every motion event. The last one before I looked was about 15 minutes earlier. It showed a brief clip of the rain blowing by. Nothing else. No signs of a person. I checked the camera settings. Everything seemed normal. The sensitivity was high enough that it should have caught a person standing right on my porch. Still, there was nothing. I decided to ignore it and try to go to bed. But I couldn't. The sound of the rain was too loud. My mind kept going back to that shape. I hadn't imagined it. It was there. A solid figure standing on my porch. I got up and checked the front window again. I parted the curtain and looked outside. The porch light shone on empty space. The street was still. No cars, no people. Just rain. I paced around the living room. I felt frustrated. I didn't know what to do. Calling the police would sound stupid because there was no one there. There was no damage, no sign of forced entry, no real reason to believe a crime was happening. I tried to think logically. Maybe someone had stepped up to the porch, stood there for a second, and left. Maybe the camera missed it due to some glitch. It had happened before that the camera missed a delivery guy or a neighbor. Sometimes it just fails to record at the right moment. Still, that didn't explain how I saw the figure through the curtain but not through the peephole a second later. I decided to double-check the front door itself. I looked at the handle, the deadbolt. They were locked. The door seemed solid. The rain outside made a steady background noise. I listened for any sound of someone walking in the yard. Nothing. I checked the side windows. They were locked. The backyard gate was closed. I had no reason to think anyone had gotten inside or was lurking around. Still, I felt on edge. I tried to relax by making some instant coffee. It was late, but I didn't care. I boiled water, stirred in the powder, and sipped it while standing in the kitchen. I kept glancing towards the living room, half expecting to see that shape again. There was nothing there. Just the furniture and the glow of a streetlight on the wall. I took my coffee and sat near the window. I pulled the curtain aside and stared out at the porch. The rain kept hitting the roof, making a dull thumping sound. My porch light was a weak yellow bulb. It cast a small circle of light on the wet floorboards. I looked closely at that puddle. It was spreading out slowly. The wind must have changed direction. A small drip was hitting the porch floor, making ripples in the water. I watched for a while, maybe 10 or 15 minutes. Nothing moved outside. Eventually, I set my coffee down and decided to check the camera again. I tapped the app icon. The live feed looked normal. Empty porch, empty driveway, the neighbor's house across the street. Nothing unusual. I scrolled through the motion clips once more. Mostly just rain triggers. A car passed an hour ago. That was it. I started to feel tired and annoyed. I told myself I would try to sleep. I turned off the living room light and walked down the hall to my bedroom. I left the door cracked open so I could still hear if something happened outside. The rain continued. It never let up. I lay down in bed, still in my clothes, and just stared at the ceiling. My mind wouldn't let go of that image of someone standing on my porch. They looked tall, maybe 6 feet or more. I remember the outline of the shoulders, the head slightly tilted. I wondered if they were looking straight at me. I wondered if they saw me move. After maybe 20 minutes, I got back up. I couldn't rest. I returned to the living room and turned on the light. I decided to check outside one more time. I grabbed an old umbrella from the closet. I opened the front door and stepped out onto the porch, careful not to slip on the wet floor. I looked around again. The smell of wet pavement filled my nose. The street was empty. I checked the driveway. My car was parked there, covered in droplets. No footprints near it. The yard was just soggy grass and small puddles. I walked down the porch steps and stood in the rain for a moment. My shoulders got soaked immediately. My socks were already damp, so I didn't care anymore. I walked around the side of the house, shining my phone's light on the ground. I saw nothing but wet grass and some scattered leaves. No footprints, no sign of a person hiding. I walked around to the backyard fence. It was closed and latched. I checked the gate. It was secure. I listened carefully. Just rain, no voices, no footsteps. I went back to the front porch and stood there looking at my front door from the outside. The camera was mounted above the door, pointing towards the street. I could see the small LED on it. It was working. If I were standing here, the camera should be recording me. I pulled out my phone and checked the live feed. I saw myself on the screen, umbrella in hand. That confirmed the camera was working fine now. So why did it miss the figure earlier? I went back inside and locked the door. I felt a little better having checked around. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe someone had run up to the porch and just stood there waiting for a reaction. But why would they leave no sign, and how did they vanish so quickly? I decided to pass the time until morning. I sat in front of the TV, kept the volume low, and listened for any sound outside. The rain never slowed down. It kept going, steady and heavy. Eventually, around 4 a.m., I checked the porch again. Nothing. I felt tired enough to try sleeping again. I turned off the TV, left the living room light on this time, and went to bed. I lay in bed, trying to ignore the sound of rain. My heart rate was normal again. My breathing was steady. I felt calmer. Maybe I had imagined the whole thing. I tried to remember the exact moment I saw the figure. It was just a shape. No details. No color. Maybe it was just a shadow formed by a passing car's headlights. I had seen lights wash over the curtains before. Maybe some object outside cast a strange silhouette. I drifted off to sleep for a bit. When I woke up, it was early morning. The rain had stopped. The room was quiet. I got up and checked the porch again. It was just wet. Nothing else. I stepped outside with some paper towels and dried up the puddle. The air was crisp and smelled fresh. The street looked normal. A few neighbors were leaving for work. I nodded at one of them. He didn't mention anything unusual. I didn't bring it up. I checked the camera feed again in the daylight. It had recorded me stepping out with the umbrella, recorded me drying the puddle, recorded the neighbor walking by. Everything worked fine now. I scrolled back to the time I saw the figure. Nothing. Just rain. I never found any explanation. I checked for loose boards or something that might look like a person's shape in the dark. I found nothing that matched what I saw. I thought about the camera sensitivity. Maybe it glitched. Maybe the figure stood in some blind spot where the camera didn't get a clear outline. Still, the porch is small. There aren't many blind spots. I decided to move on with my day. I had breakfast, changed clothes, and tried not to think about it too much. But every time I looked at that porch, I remembered the shape. It was a solid, still figure, not moving, not reacting. When I checked through the peephole, it was gone. The camera didn't see it. Just me. That's all I know. I can't explain it. All I have is that memory of a shape standing quietly in the rain, and then vanishing without a sound. I never got an answer, and nothing like that happened again, at least not yet. I moved into this new place about a week ago. It was a small house on a quiet street. The first day I parked my old sedan in the short driveway, hauled my boxes inside, and looked around at the lawn and the neighbors' yards. Everything seemed normal and neat. The houses looked alike, simple and well-maintained. Nothing stood out. The next-door house to my left had its shutters closed and the lawn a bit overgrown, but I didn't think much of it. Some people don't take care of their yards, I thought. It didn't bother me. That first night I lay awake in bed, too wired from the move to sleep. Around midnight I heard something strange through the wall. At first I thought it was just an animal outside. But it didn't sound like an animal. It sounded like a person crying. It was muffled, but I could tell someone was sobbing softly, pausing now and then as if trying to hold it in. I got up and walked to the window. I looked out toward the house next door. All the lights were off. There were no cars outside. I couldn't see anything. I opened the window slightly and listened. The crying continued for about 10 minutes, then stopped. The next morning, I knocked on the neighbor's door across the street. I introduced myself to a man in his 50s wearing a gray t-shirt and jeans. He had short hair and a flat expression. "Hey," I said, "I'm new here. I was wondering about the house next door to me." I pointed to the house with the closed shutters. He glanced at it, then looked back at me. "That place is empty," he said. "Has been for years." I frowned. "Last night I heard someone crying," I said. "I'm pretty sure it was coming from inside that house." He shrugged. "Nobody's lived there. The owner moved out a long time ago. You must have heard something else. Maybe a cat." He didn't seem interested in talking more. He just nodded and closed his door. That day I talked to another neighbor down the street, a woman in her 30s wearing shorts and sneakers. She was watering her plants. I introduced myself and mentioned the crying. She looked confused. She said the same thing. The house was empty for a long time, maybe 8 years or so. She didn't know why nobody lived there. She said she never heard anything. I spent the rest of the afternoon unpacking. I set up my living room, put my TV on a small table, and tried to get my couch placed right. I organized my kitchen and filled the fridge with some basic groceries. By evening, I felt settled in enough. I didn't really believe the neighbors. I trusted what I heard. That was a person crying. I decided to stay up and listen again. That night, I turned off all the lights around midnight and sat near the window that faced the neighbor's house. At around 12:30, I heard it again. The crying started low, then got louder. It was soft, but I could tell it was inside that house. The sound was too steady and too human. I pressed my ear against the wall. I could almost feel the vibration. I turned off the AC to make sure I could hear every sound. The crying kept going for at least 10 minutes, then faded. I felt a knot in my stomach. It didn't feel right. I wanted to call someone, maybe the cops, but I had no evidence of anything. Calling the cops because I heard crying in an empty house at midnight seemed ridiculous. Still, I hated the feeling of not knowing. I told myself I'd check the place out tomorrow. The next day was warm. I walked over to the empty house around noon. The lawn had tall grass and some weeds. The porch steps were dusty. The front door had peeling paint and a dried, cracked welcome mat. I tried looking in through the front window, but the shutters were closed tight. I moved around the side, found another window also closed. Everything seemed sealed up. I tested the front doorknob, locked. I tried to peek through the mailbox slot, but it was blocked by something inside. The place was silent. There was no sound of movement. I knocked on the door just once, lightly. No response. I felt awkward standing there, so I gave up and went back home. Around 3 in the afternoon, I decided to ask another neighbor. An older couple lived to my right. They were outside in their driveway cleaning out their car. I walked over, introduced myself, and asked about the house again. The man straightened up and told me the same story. The house had been empty since before they moved in, which was about 5 years ago. He said it belonged to some guy who never came back after leaving one day. The place stayed locked, and nobody bothered with it. I asked him if he ever heard anything strange. He looked at his wife, then looked back at me, shaking his head. "It's quiet," he said. "We never noticed anything." His wife agreed. They both looked calm and a bit puzzled. I went inside my house and tried to relax. I turned on the TV, tried to watch a show, and ignored the feeling that something was off. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, I stayed up again. This time, I sat at the window with a notepad and my phone, ready to record if I heard the crying again. Right at about 12:20 it started. The crying was soft but clear. I pressed record on my phone. I got up and looked out the window. Nothing. I opened my back door and stepped outside onto my small deck. It was dark out there, but the moon gave enough light to see silhouettes. The crying sounded the same, definitely from next door. I whispered, "Hello?" into the night, not too loud. The crying paused. I held my breath. Then it started again, as if whoever it was didn't care if I heard them or not. I went back inside, locked my door, and sat down. I listened to the recording. It was faint, but it was there. Someone crying. I decided I would call the non-emergency police line the next day. Maybe they could check it out. It felt strange, but I needed to do something. The next morning, I called the local police station. The person on the phone was polite. I explained the situation. I said I heard crying every night at around the same time, coming from a supposedly empty house. The officer said they would send someone later to have a look. I thanked them and hung up. That evening, around 6, a patrol car showed up. One officer got out and spoke to me. I explained what I heard. He took some notes and walked over to the house. He checked the door and windows. He tried knocking. There was no answer. He shined a flashlight through a small gap in the shutters, then came back to me. "It looks empty," he said. "I don't see anyone inside. The house seems locked tight. Maybe it's an animal in the yard or something. If you hear it again, give us another call." He said it politely and left. I didn't feel reassured. I knew what I heard. Animals don't cry like that. This sounded like a person. And why at the same time every night? Why did it always stop after about 10 minutes? I made a plan. That night I would try to get closer. I would go into my backyard and move closer to the fence line that separated my yard from the neighbor's yard. Maybe I could catch some sign of movement, or maybe even see a light inside. At around midnight, I turned off all my lights. I put on dark clothes and stepped outside quietly. I walked across my small lawn and stood by the chain-link fence between my property and the empty house. The grass in the neighbor's yard was taller, and I could see a small wooden shed in the corner. No lights in the house. The crying started again around the same time. This time, it sounded clearer. It was definitely inside the house, not outside. I could hear it through the closed windows. My heart was beating fast. I felt sweat on my forehead. I tried to stay still and just listen. The crying sounded like a woman. Her sobs were uneven. Now and then, she took a shaky breath. I didn't hear words, just sobbing. I wanted to call out, but my throat felt tight. I just stood there, listening. The crying lasted about 10 minutes again, then stopped suddenly. I went back inside, locked the door, and washed my face. My hands were shaking a bit. I thought about breaking in. I'm not someone who does that kind of thing, but I was tired of this mystery. I wanted to know what was going on. If someone was hurt or trapped, they needed help. If it was some intruder, I wanted to know. I didn't plan on stealing anything, I just wanted to figure this out. The next day, I walked around the block and checked if there was any other way into the backyard of the empty house. I noticed a side gate on the other side of the property, but it had a padlock on it. The fence around the back was just chain link. I could climb it, but it would be risky. Someone might see me. Still, nobody seemed to care about that house, and nobody was paying attention to me when I walked by. I waited until midnight again. This time, I put on gloves and a dark jacket. I grabbed a small flashlight and put my phone in my pocket. I went outside through my back door, climbed the fence into the neighbor's backyard, and crouched down low. The house was dark and silent. I waited for the crying. Right on schedule, it started. The sound was coming from the ground floor, I think from the living room area. I moved slowly toward a window on the side. I tried lifting a shutter. It wouldn't budge. I tried another window. Also stuck. I went around to the back door. It was an old wooden door, locked with a deadbolt. I looked around and saw a loose plank in the siding near the back steps. I pulled on it carefully and saw a small crawl space. It smelled damp. I shined my flashlight inside. Just dirt and old insulation. No way in. The crying kept going, softer now but steady. I decided to try another window. On the far side of the house, I found a basement window that was cracked at the corner. The glass had a small break in it. I tapped it lightly. It felt loose. I wrapped my glove around a small rock and pressed against the cracked part, trying not to make noise. After a minute or two, I managed to break off a small shard of glass and push the window open. I shined my flashlight inside. The basement was dark and empty, just a concrete floor and some old shelves. I squeezed through the window, landing on the floor, trying not to scrape my legs on the frame. Inside, it smelled like dust and mildew. I stood still and listened. The crying was above me. I looked for stairs. I found a wooden staircase leading up. Each step creaked. I moved slowly, shining the flashlight ahead of me. At the top of the stairs, there was a door. I turned the knob. It wasn't locked. I opened it carefully and entered what looked like a kitchen. There was an old fridge, cabinets with peeling paint, and a table with dust on it. It was cold inside, and my skin tingled. The crying was coming from a room to my left. I moved toward it slowly, my heart pounding. I shined my flashlight ahead. The living room had old furniture covered with sheets. There was a sofa, 2 chairs, and a coffee table. In the corner, I saw movement. A figure sat on the floor back against the wall. It looked like a woman wearing jeans and a stained shirt. Her hair was tangled and fell over her face. She was rocking slightly, crying softly into her knees. I froze. The beam of my flashlight hit her face. She looked up. Her eyes were red and wet. She looked terrified. I raised my free hand and said, "I'm not here to hurt you." She didn't speak. She just stared at me, shaking. I could see her breathing heavily. I tried again. I heard you crying. I live next door. Are you okay? She said nothing. She pushed herself back against the wall. I stepped closer slowly, showing my empty hand. She flinched. I stopped. I just want to help, I said. She swallowed. Her voice was low and rough. Leave me alone, she said. I tried to stay calm. Are you living here? Everyone says the house is empty. She wiped her nose with the back of her hand. She looked thin, tired, and stressed. She didn't answer my question. She just said, go. Get out. I stood there confused. I didn't know what to do. She was alive, not a ghost or anything. I tried to think of a reason for her to be here. Maybe she had nowhere else to go. Maybe she'd been squatting here for a long time. That would explain why nobody saw her. But why cry every night at the same time? I took a step back. I didn't want to scare her. Okay, I'll go, I said. But I can call someone. Maybe help you find a place to stay. She shook her head hard. No, just go. Her voice cracked. She coughed a bit and wiped her eyes. I could feel the tension in my chest. I knew she was afraid of me. I decided not to push it. I turned around and went back to the kitchen. I found the basement door and climbed out the same way I came in. Outside, the air felt fresher. I climbed the fence and went back into my house. I locked my door and sat down at my kitchen table. My hands were trembling. I was glad nobody was hurt or dead, but now I felt uneasy. She was there for a reason, and I had no idea why. The crying didn't stop in the following nights. I still heard it at the same time, but now I knew who it was. I didn't go back in. I didn't call the cops again. I felt sorry for her. I wondered if she was sick or scared. I left a small package outside my backyard fence one afternoon, a bottle of water and some snacks in a sealed bag. The next day, it was gone. I never saw her come out, but I think she took it. I didn't try to speak to her again. The crying continued. Sometimes it lasted 5 minutes, sometimes longer. I still didn't understand it, but at least I knew she was alive. After a few days, I noticed a change. The crying became softer, less frequent. One night, it didn't happen at all. The next morning, I checked the fence. I saw footprints in the dirt leading away from the back door of the empty house. I never saw her again after that. The house stayed quiet. I still live here. The neighbors never asked about it. They never seemed curious. I didn't tell anyone what I found. The empty house is still empty, or at least it looks that way now. I sleep better. Sometimes I think I hear a soft sobbing noise when I wake up in the middle of the night, but it's probably just my memory playing tricks on me. I keep my doors locked, and I try not to stare at the house too long. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. It happened, and now it's done. I'm just glad I never found anything worse. I still remember how the air felt that morning. It was a dry morning, no clouds, no wind, just me and the trail. The dirt path stretched ahead with weeds and brush along the sides. I had my running shoes tied tight, a small water bottle in my right hand, and a phone strapped to my arm. It was supposed to be a quick run, maybe a couple of miles. I wanted to get home before the heat got worse. There were no other people around. I didn't see any parked cars near the trail entrance, and I didn't pass anyone at the start. That felt normal. This trail was never crowded. I started at a slow pace, just trying to warm up. I focused on my breathing. I listened to the soft crunch of gravel under my shoes. I tried to keep my eyes forward. The trail had tall grass growing along both sides. Sometimes the grass swayed gently if there was a breeze. But that day it stood still. I could see small flies buzzing around, and I heard distant chirps from birds. There wasn't much else going on. After about 10 minutes, I felt my legs loosen up. I increased my pace. My shoes were old, and I could feel the thin soles letting me know each rock underfoot. My calves felt a bit tight. I was sweating a little. I took a short sip of water. I tried to relax my shoulders and keep my breathing steady. Then I heard something strange, something that didn't fit in. At first it sounded like a faint whisper, very low, very soft, coming from my left side. I slowed down and looked around. I didn't see anyone. The grass was high enough to hide small animals, but a person would have to crouch down to stay hidden. I saw nothing unusual. I stood still for a moment and listened. I only heard my own breathing and a few insects. I shrugged it off and started running again. A minute or two later, I heard it again. It was a whisper, but I couldn't make out words. I looked over my shoulder. Nothing. I tried to ignore it. I ran forward at my normal pace. Then I heard my name. I was sure it said my name. A whisper right next to my ear, but there was no one there. It was a man's voice, I think, but it was soft and hard to tell. It seemed to come from the grass, maybe a foot or two from the edge of the trail. I stopped, took a few steps back and tried to look closely. The grass was tall, some of it up to my chest, and it was thick. I could see thin stalks, some brownish, some green. I tried to push the grass aside with my hand. I saw bare earth and a few pebbles, but no sign of a person. I listened carefully. The trail was quiet. I felt a drop of sweat running down my forehead. I blinked and wiped my face with my forearm. I tried to speak. "Hello?" My voice sounded strange and too loud. I waited. Nothing. I stood there, tense, trying to figure out if I was just hearing things. I turned around and considered heading back. It was unusual to hear someone say my name out here. It felt wrong. But I told myself it could have been a trick of the wind, or some distant sound that resembled my name. I decided to continue forward. I wanted to finish the run. I didn't have time to waste. I picked up my pace and focused on my breathing again. In and out, steady steps, eyes forward. I tried to forget about it, but a few minutes later I heard the whisper again. This time it was a bit louder and clearer. It said my name once, paused, and then said it again. It came from the left side of the trail, from the grass. I turned my head while still running, but I caught no movement, no shape, no face. I slowed to a jog, then to a walk, and finally stopped. My heart was beating faster now, and not just from running. I stood there, trying to keep calm. I listened. The whisper started up again, quiet but persistent. It repeated my name 3 times slowly. I wanted to shout at it, tell whoever was hiding there to show themselves. But my mouth felt dry. I swallowed, tried to stay calm, and said, "Who's there?" No answer. Just the whisper again, my name, and soft breathing sounds. It sounded like someone exhaling near my ear. I stepped toward the grass, reached in, and pushed it aside again. My fingers touched the dry blades. I saw dirt, small patches of weeds, a few rocks. I even kicked at the base to see if something would move. Nothing. I backed away and looked around the trail. There were no footprints other than mine. I saw my own shoe prints in the dirt. The air was still. I heard no cars, no people, nothing else. Just the whisper. It was coming from the grass. I tried walking slowly forward along the trail, keeping my eyes on the grass line. The whisper followed me. It didn't stop. It didn't fade. It called my name over and over. I tried talking to it. I asked, "What do you want?" I got nothing in return except my name again. I started to feel the hairs on my arms standing up. My neck felt stiff. My stomach tightened. I felt exposed. I could smell my sweat, and I noticed my breathing was getting shaky. I gripped my water bottle harder. The plastic creaked in my hand. I tried to ignore it and run again, hoping that if I got far enough along the trail it would stop. I ran at a steady pace, pushing myself harder. My shoes kicked up small clouds of dust. The whisper kept pace with me. It didn't fall behind. It stayed right at my side, always out of sight. I looked to my left as I ran. The grass was thick still and not moving. I couldn't understand how someone could be in there, whispering my name, and not show up at all. There was no rustling, no footsteps, no bending of the grass. After maybe half a mile of this, I stopped again. I couldn't keep running like this. I turned toward the grass and said, "I don't know who you are. Show yourself." I waited. It just whispered my name again. My pulse was racing, my legs felt heavy, my chest felt tight. I grabbed my phone. I thought of calling someone, but I hesitated. Who would I call? The police? What would I say? That I heard a whisper in the grass calling my name? They would think I was crazy or joking. Also, there was no signal out here. The reception on this trail was always terrible. I stepped closer to the grass. I knelt down and tried to part it carefully. I wanted to catch any movement, any sign of a person. I saw only dirt and some bugs crawling around. I could smell the earthy scent of the soil. I saw a few small plants with tiny leaves. I saw no hidden figure. The whisper didn't sound like it was coming from one particular spot. It felt like it was just there, all around the left side of the trail. I stood up and backed away. I felt uneasy. My face felt hot, and I noticed my mouth was still dry. I took another sip of water, trying not to spill it because my hand was shaking a bit. I tried walking again, slowly, keeping my eyes on the grass. The whisper matched my pace. Whenever I stopped, it continued, always at that same soft volume, always my name repeated over and over. I tried something different. I walked to the other side of the trail and stood there, putting the width of the path between me and the grass. The whisper grew quieter, but it didn't stop. I approached the middle of the path and it got a bit louder again. It always seemed loudest when I was closest to the left side. I took a step toward the left side. The whisper got louder, but still not loud enough to give me any other words. It only said my name. It sounded like a man's voice, low and steady, not frantic or hurried. It sounded calm, which made it feel even worse. I would have preferred shouting or screaming, something that made sense. This calm, steady whisper felt unnatural. I tried to think of a way to get past it. The trail ahead curved slightly and led deeper into the scrubland. The grass didn't look any shorter up ahead. If I kept going, I would have another mile or two before I reached a side path that led back to a main road. But that meant staying close to this voice. I considered turning back, but that would mean running all the way back to the start, and I wasn't sure if the whisper would follow me back. Maybe it would. Maybe it would never stop. I decided to keep moving forward. I picked up my pace and tried to keep my eyes straight ahead. I focused on the end of the straight section of trail. I watched the pebbles and dirt under my feet. I could feel sweat running down my back. The whisper continued, steady, calm, repeating my name. I felt my muscles tense. I tried to block it out, but I couldn't. It was too close, too strange. As I approached a slight bend in the trail, I noticed the grass thinning a little. There were some patches of shorter grass. I moved forward, hoping that if I reached a place where the grass was not as tall, maybe the voice would stop. I ran, breathing hard, my heart pounding. The whisper stayed with me. It didn't fade. It just kept going. When I reached the thinner grass, I slowed down and checked the sides again. The whisper was still there. It didn't matter that the grass was shorter. I looked around desperately, trying to catch a glimpse of anything. I saw empty fields, a few scattered shrubs, dry soil, and some distant trees. I saw nothing that could explain the whisper. I clenched my jaw and tried to ignore the shaking in my hands. I remembered I had a small pocket knife in my shorts pocket. It was a cheap folding knife I sometimes carried. I pulled it out and flipped it open. It made me feel a bit more secure, though I had no idea who or what I would use it against. I held it down by my side and stared at the grass. "Stop," I said. "Just stop." The whisper didn't stop. It said my name again, slower this time. I felt a drop of sweat fall from my chin. I wanted to leave this place. I wanted to get out of there. I decided to keep moving forward, to run until I got to the main road. I knew I would feel safer once I reached a place where cars might pass by. I started jogging again, faster this time. I let my legs work. I tried to ignore the dryness in my throat. I tried to ignore the stiffness in my shoulders and neck. The whisper matched my speed. It stayed with me for the next 10 minutes. Every time I glanced at the grass, it looked normal. Nothing moved. Nothing stood out. The voice never changed. It never got angry or louder than a whisper. It never said anything other than my name. But it never let me go. I kept running. My lungs burned. My feet ached. I just focused on putting one foot in front of the other. The whisper followed. It never fell behind. I tried to say things to it. I said, "Leave me alone." I said, "I don't know what you want." I said, "Just go away." None of it mattered. My name, repeated over and over, never stopping. Finally, I saw the trail junction ahead. There was a small wooden post marking the way toward the main road. I felt relief flood through me. I turned onto that side trail. The grass there was shorter. There were more rocks. The ground was harder. The whisper continued at first, but then it started to fade. I noticed after a minute that it grew quieter. I looked back at the main trail. I still saw the tall grass. I still felt uneasy. I waited and listened. The whisper got softer as I moved away. After about 30 more steps, I realized I could barely hear it. After another 30 steps, it was gone. I stopped and took several deep breaths. I listened carefully. I heard nothing but my own breathing and a distant hum of insects. No voice. I didn't celebrate. I just stood there, shaking slightly, trying to calm down. I looked down at my legs. They were dirty with dust and bits of dry grass. My shoes were filthy. My phone band was soaked with sweat. I felt a throbbing headache coming on. I put my knife back in my pocket, took a sip of my remaining water, and started walking toward the main road. I kept my eyes on the ground. I didn't want to look back. I didn't understand what had happened, and I didn't want to think about it. When I reached the main road about 15 minutes later, I saw a car drive by. I sighed and felt a bit safer. I checked my phone and got a weak signal. I opened it and saw the time. It had only been about 40 minutes since I started my run. It felt like hours. I walked along the roadside until I reached the small parking area where I had started. My car was still there. I got in, locked the doors, and turned on the engine. I drove away without looking back at the trail. For the rest of that day, I tried not to think about what I had heard. The whisper was too strange to make sense of. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't know how to explain it. I didn't return to that trail. I took a different route the next time I went running. I still feel uneasy when I think about that voice, whispering my name from the grass, following me, never showing itself, never changing its tone. Even now, I can remember exactly how it sounded, and how dry the air felt, and how quiet everything else was. I can still feel that sweat running down my back and the tension in my stomach. I have no explanation for it. I'm just glad I got out of there. I have no plans to go back and find out what was in that grass. I first noticed it when we were stopping to catch our breath on a dirt path. It was late afternoon. There were 4 of us: me, Peter, Mark, and Luis. We had decided to go hiking in a remote park far from any town or city. We had heard that the trails here were quiet and the scenery was worth it. The trees were tall and dense. The leaves were dry and rustled whenever a slight breeze passed through. It felt like a place where not many people came. As I stood there leaning forward with my hands on my knees, I looked up at the tree line and saw a light. It was about the size of a golf ball from where I stood, shining bright white and hovering above the tops of the trees. It wasn't just hanging there. It moved around in quick, small jerks like a drone with a bad pilot. But there was no sound. I tried to listen. I tried to pick up any distant hum or buzzing. I heard nothing. Just my own breathing and the crunch of dirt under Mark's boots as he shifted his weight. I wiped sweat from my forehead and pointed it out to the others. Peter squinted and asked if it might be a reflection of something, maybe a plane or a helicopter far away. I didn't think so. The movement seemed too weird. It would dart left, then right, then suddenly rise higher and remain still before shifting position again. It was bright against the clear sky. We couldn't see it clearly through the leaves, but whenever it found a gap, we caught its glow. Luis took out his phone and tried to record it, but there was no signal out here, and the camera just captured a shaky white dot. He cursed and said it was probably nothing. Still, he looked concerned. We all were. It felt odd. We were far from any popular viewpoint or rest area. If it was a drone, it belonged to someone with a reason to be out here watching hikers. That made no sense. We had passed nobody else on the trail all day. We decided to keep moving. We had planned on making camp near a stream another few miles ahead. We walked at a steady pace, watching the light whenever we got a chance. It stayed with us, drifting above the treetops on our left side. Sometimes it vanished behind branches and we thought maybe it was gone. Then it would pop up again ahead of us or behind us. It seemed impossible for it to move that fast without making a sound. There was no rustle of equipment, no mechanical whir. As the sun lowered, we kept an eye on it. Our mood changed. We weren't joking around anymore. We were more alert. Mark tapped my shoulder a few times to point it out whenever it reappeared. Peter got frustrated and tried shouting at it, just yelling, "Hey!" into the trees. There was no reaction. The light continued to slip in and out of view. When it was out of sight, I got tense. My stomach tightened, and I felt a dry sensation in my throat. I kept expecting it to appear from a new angle, maybe right above us. We didn't talk much, just the crunch of our boots and the rustling of gear. After another hour or so, we reached a small clearing. It was an area with a few logs and some flat ground. We had planned this as our campsite for the night. The stream was a short walk downhill from here. The air was getting cooler. The sky had started to turn orange and then pink. I dropped my pack and tried to relax my shoulders. My legs were sore. I took a sip of water and tried to ignore the dryness in my mouth. I looked around for the light. It wasn't there. The others scanned the tree line and didn't see it either. Peter said maybe it was gone. Maybe it had been some weird reflection of the sun on something metal, and now that the sun was going down, it wouldn't appear again. None of us really believed that. There was something too controlled, too deliberate about the way it had moved. But none of us had a better guess. We set up camp without much conversation. I unrolled my tent and tried to focus on the immediate tasks. I hammered stakes into the ground, pulled the rainfly over the top, and set my sleeping bag inside. Luis lit his camp stove and heated some canned food. Mark kept scanning the treetops as if he expected something to drop down. Peter was fiddling with his headlamp, adjusting the straps and glancing around nervously. As darkness fell, we turned on our flashlights and headlamps. The woods felt tighter, the trees seemed closer together. The crunch of small animals moving in the leaves made me tense. I ate my dinner quietly, tasting the blandness of it and feeling no real hunger. I was uneasy. I looked up at the sky. The stars were clear. Without city lights, the view was sharp, and I could see more stars than I ever saw back home. But I kept expecting that white light to show up again. I heard nothing out of the ordinary. Just the usual sounds of the forest at night. Insects, a light breeze, leaves shifting in the dark. We talked in low voices. Peter wanted to keep watch, just to be safe. I didn't blame him. Something about that light had shaken us. We had all gone hiking before, and we were used to nature's surprises. But this felt different. It felt directed at us. I said I would take a watch as well. Mark and Luis agreed. We would rotate through the night. Nobody argued. It seemed like the only way to calm our nerves. I took the first watch, sitting on a log with my headlamp off to preserve the batteries. I held my flashlight in my hand. I listened for anything unusual. After about half an hour, I saw it. The same light. It was back, hovering over the treetops on the opposite side of the clearing. I felt a chill spread through my chest. I gripped the flashlight tighter and held it up, shining it toward the light. It stayed there, not reacting, just bobbing around silently. I walked over to Mark's tent and whispered his name. He scrambled out of his sleeping bag and peeked outside. He saw the light and froze. He called Peter and Luis. They got out, still groggy, shining their lights at it. We watched it together. Nobody knew what to say. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. My heart was beating faster. I noticed my breathing got shallower. The light dipped behind the treetops, then reappeared on the other side of the clearing, as if it had circled around us. Louise tried yelling again, something like, "Who's there? What do you want?" Nothing. No response. We considered shining a bright beam at it with our strongest flashlight. Mark had a powerful one in his pack. He dug it out, turned it on, and aimed it straight at the thing. For a second, the beam cut through the darkness, lighting up some branches and leaves. But we could not see the source of the light. It was like it stayed just far enough away, or behind something. After a few seconds, it vanished again. Mark cursed under his breath. Louis spat on the ground and rubbed his arms as if trying to warm up. We talked quickly and quietly. We didn't want to leave in the middle of the night and risk getting lost. We had some experience hiking, but not enough to feel safe making a run for it with only headlamps and flashlights. We decided to wait until morning. We would pack up and head back down the trail. We saw no reason to stay here another night. The tension was too much. None of us liked the feeling of being watched by something we didn't understand. We stood there for a while, shining our flashlights around, trying to spot the light again. It didn't come back. After maybe an hour, we were too tired to keep standing around. We agreed to go back into our tents. We would take turns staying awake. I crawled into my sleeping bag and lay on my back, listening. It was hard to sleep. My mind kept replaying the sight of that bright dot moving too fast and too silent. I rubbed my eyes and tried to calm down. Eventually, I dozed off. I woke up to Mark shaking my shoulder. It was probably around 3 or 4 in the morning. He said he saw it again. I got up, rubbed my face, and stumbled out of the tent. He pointed to the trees. I saw nothing. He insisted it had been there, circling the clearing. I believed him, of course. We waited, shining our lights around. All we got were glimpses of leaves and branches, nothing else. After a while, I got tired and climbed back inside the tent. Mark stayed outside a bit longer, then eventually came in too. Morning light woke me up. My back was stiff. I crawled out and saw Louise boiling water for coffee. He looked tired. His eyes were red. Peter sat on a log, running a hand through his hair. Mark was rolling up his sleeping pad. We all wanted to get the hell out of here. I ate a quick energy bar and drank some coffee. It was bitter and not very good, but I needed something warm. We started packing up. The forest looked normal in the morning. Just trees, dirt, leaves, sunlight. No sign of that strange light. We headed back the way we came. The trail was the same narrow path through thick woods. Our boots made steady thumps against the dirt and rocks. We tried to keep an eye on the treetops, but we saw nothing unusual. I focused on my breathing and on moving forward. I wanted to be done with this place. I felt sweat gathering under my backpack straps. I felt a dull ache in my thighs. Nobody talked much. Every now and then, Peter would glance behind us. Mark looked up a lot, shading his eyes with his hand. We walked for hours. The hike was supposed to be enjoyable, but now we just wanted to be out. My shirt stuck to my back. My socks felt damp. The air smelled like pine and dirt. It was quiet, except for our steps and the occasional bird call. I tried not to think too much. I just counted steps and kept going forward. Around midday, we stopped near a spot where the trail widened. We checked our maps. We still had a few hours to go before we reached the ranger station where we had parked. We ate some jerky and drank water. My throat felt dry and I didn't feel hungry, but I forced something down. Louise kept scanning the trees. I did too. The sunlight was bright, and I couldn't see anything that looked like a hovering light. I started to wonder if it would come back in daylight. Part of me hoped it wouldn't. Another part of me worried about when it would show up again. We started moving again. After another hour or so, I caught a glimpse of something bright off to the side. I stopped and stared. The others noticed and stopped too. The light was back just above a ridge, flickering in and out of view as if it was ducking behind branches. I felt my heart speed up. My palms were sweaty. I could feel the tension in my shoulders. I didn't say anything. I just pointed. The others saw it. Peter muttered a curse. Mark's jaw tightened. Louis shook his head and tried to record it with his phone again with no luck. Just a shaky dot. We stood there, not sure what to do. It didn't come closer. It seemed to track us, staying parallel to the trail. We started walking again and it moved too, always staying out of clear view. At one point I tried to break into a light jog. It stayed with us. I slowed down. It stayed. I felt like we were under observation. My stomach felt tight. I licked my lips and tasted salt. I pulled the straps of my backpack tighter and tried to ignore it. After a while it vanished again. We kept moving. Each step felt heavy. The silence between us was thick. I noticed Mark's fists were clenched. Peter kept shaking his head quietly. Luis rubbed the back of his neck, leaving red marks on his skin. I just focused on getting out. The hours dragged on. The forest looked the same, but we knew we were getting closer to the ranger station. Eventually, the trees thinned out. We recognized a turn in the trail near a signpost we had seen the day before. There was a wooden bench and a small trash bin. We were about half an hour from the ranger station. The sunlight was strong and I could feel it on my neck. I looked back one last time and saw no sign of the light. It had disappeared completely. I felt relieved, but not comfortable. I wanted to be inside a building with people around. We got back to the ranger station in the late afternoon. We walked straight to the parking lot where we had left our car. Peter started the engine, and we got in, slamming the doors. None of us talked about what we saw. I think we all just wanted to leave it behind. As we drove away, I felt my body relax a little, but my mind kept playing back that silent, hovering light. I wondered if anyone else had seen something like that out here. We never reported it. None of us wanted to deal with the questions or the look on the ranger's face if we tried to explain something we couldn't understand. We just headed home. In the following days, we texted each other, but we didn't go into detail. I think we were glad to drop it. But I still remember how my throat felt dry, how my heart pounded, how the sweat rolled down my spine when I looked up and saw that thing tracking us through the trees. It's not something I'll forget. It's not something I want to see again. I remember the exact moment I saw it. I was working on the house on a Saturday morning. The place was a mess. I had pulled down old drywall, carried out dusty boxes, and tossed broken pieces of wood into a dumpster outside. I was tired, sweaty, and my shoulders ached from lifting heavy things. The plan was simple. Fix the wiring in the ceiling, run new cables, then patch everything and repaint. The house was small and old, and I had a detailed blueprint from the last owners. There were no hidden rooms on that plan, no strange areas. It was a straightforward single-story house with a basic attic space that I had checked when I first bought the property. Everything seemed normal. That morning, I climbed up the stepladder in the hallway, pulled back a section of plaster I had cut, and spotted a door in the ceiling. It was a flat wooden door, about 2 feet wide and maybe 3 feet long. It sat flush with the ceiling beams. I froze and stared at it for a few seconds. I knew that door had not been there before. The attic entrance was supposed to be in another area of the house, on the other side, with a fold-down ladder. I had used it a couple of times. This new door was something else. It had old hinges and a simple handle. It looked like a panel that someone had installed a long time ago. But I had never seen it, and it wasn't on the plans. I was confused. I ran a hand over the wood. The door felt rough. The hinges had a bit of rust. The handle was a simple piece of metal that curved out, not a modern fixture. It reminded me of something people used decades back. I tried to move it, to check if it was locked. It moved slightly, making a small scraping sound against the beams. I heard nothing else. The attic above me should have been empty except for insulation and old wiring. I wondered if I was mixing things up, if the blueprint had missed something. I decided to open it. I reached up and tugged the handle. The door stuck at first. I pulled harder and it made a crackling noise, like old paint or wood splitting slightly at the edges. Then it opened upward. I pushed it all the way. Dust fell into my eyes. and I squinted. I wiped my face on my sleeve. I lifted my work light up into the hole to see what was there. My light shone into an open space. It looked like an unfinished attic area, just joists and insulation. I couldn't see anything unusual at first. I leaned my head up through the opening. The space felt cramped, but it was large enough for a person to lie down. The roof beams were low. The insulation was old and discolored. I smelled stale air, like a room that hadn't been opened in decades. I didn't see any boxes or stored items. It looked empty. I listened. It was quiet, except for my own breathing and the distant hum of the street outside. There was no movement, no voices, no animals, but I felt strange. I felt like I wasn't alone. My neck tingled. I felt a prickling on my arms. It was like someone was just out of sight, watching me. I focused my light in every direction. Nothing moved. I backed my head out and closed the door. The hinges squeaked. I stood on the ladder, staring at it. I tried to calm myself by thinking rationally. It was just an old hidden part of the attic, maybe a sealed-off section that nobody bothered to mark on the plans. It could happen in old houses. Maybe someone who lived here before created a small storage space and never told anyone. Still, the feeling of being watched bothered me. It didn't make sense. Maybe I was just spooked by discovering something unexpected. I climbed down and thought about what to do next. My arms felt tense. My stomach felt tight. I had no reason to go up there, but I also didn't want to ignore it. I decided I would finish my wiring job, close it up, and forget about it. I got back to work. I tried to concentrate on the wiring. My tools felt heavier than usual. My back hurt. I kept looking over my shoulder at that part of the ceiling. It was above the hallway near the old coat closet. I never noticed any hatch there before. I finished the wiring and put my tools away. In the late afternoon, I had some lunch. I tried to watch something on my phone to relax, but I kept thinking about that door. I felt uneasy inside the house now. It was too quiet. The air felt still, like there was no circulation. I opened some windows. I stood under the door again, looking up, trying to see if I had imagined it. It was still there. The outline of the door was clear. I grabbed the ladder and decided to look again, just to make sure there was nothing inside that I missed. I climbed up and opened it again. I held my flashlight firmly and inspected the space more carefully. I moved the light slowly across the beams, the insulation, the corners. I noticed some old nails sticking out of the wood. There was a piece of wood lying flat across two beams, maybe a plank someone had left behind. Nothing else was visible, but the feeling was back, stronger now. I felt my heart beating faster. My mouth was dry. My shoulders felt stiff. I spoke out loud, just to break the silence. I said something like, "Anyone here?" Obviously, no one answered. My voice sounded strange up there. It felt like the sound got swallowed by the space. I got a chill. I pulled my head back down and shut the door. I locked it with a small latch I found on the side. It clicked into place. I climbed down and wiped sweat off my face. I told myself to keep calm. It was just an attic space. I would seal it off later, maybe tomorrow. I would put some drywall over it and pretend I never saw it. But I couldn't shake the idea that something was wrong. That evening, I tried to relax. I ate a sandwich and drank a beer. I walked around the house, checking my renovation progress. I still had a lot to do. I planned to paint the living room, fix the bathroom sink, and sand the bedroom floor. The house felt different now. I was on edge. I kept thinking I heard small noises like creaking boards or a soft tapping sound. Every time I listened closely, I heard nothing. I looked up at the ceiling a lot. I felt watched, like eyes on my back. My stomach was in knots. I decided to sleep early and deal with it in the morning. At night, I woke up a few times. I thought I heard soft footsteps. I thought I heard a slight scraping above me. I lay still in bed, holding my breath, my heart beating fast. The sounds were faint. Maybe it was just the house settling. Old houses make noise. Still, my skin felt sweaty. I wanted to get up and check, but I didn't want to open that door again. I felt stupid and nervous. Eventually, I fell asleep again, but I slept lightly. In the morning, I decided to deal with it. I grabbed a crowbar and a piece of plywood. My plan was to close that door for good. I climbed the ladder, opened the door again, and peeked inside one last time. Everything looked the same as before. Nothing had changed. There was no sign that anyone had been there. I still felt that uneasy tension in my chest. My mouth tasted bitter. My hands were sweaty, and my grip on the ladder was tight. I shut the door and screwed the plywood over it, sealing it shut from below. I made sure it was secure. I told myself that was the end of it. But as I worked on other parts of the house that day, I couldn't focus. I felt something was off. I caught myself listening for sounds from the ceiling. When I went to the bathroom, I looked up at the ceiling corners. I felt a slight draft in places I hadn't noticed before. I kept telling myself it was just nerves. I finished painting one wall and took a break. I tried to distract myself by calling a friend. I told him about the odd door I found. I didn't mention the feeling of being watched. I just said it was strange to find a hidden attic hatch. He said old houses have weird features sometimes, that maybe someone built it and never documented it. We talked about normal stuff, and that helped for a while. But when I hung up, the house was silent again, and that tension returned. Late in the afternoon, I heard a soft tap. I froze. I stood in the hallway, listening. The sound came from above. I stared at the plywood I had installed. I listened, holding my breath. Another tap. It was faint, like a fingertip against wood. I backed away. My chest felt tight. My neck muscles were stiff. My pulse pounded in my ears. I tried to think of a reason for the sound. Maybe something was expanding with the heat, or maybe a branch outside was brushing against something. But there were no branches near that part of the house. I turned on music. I tried to ignore it. Later, I went outside and walked around. I stared up at the roof. It looked normal. No new vents, no obvious changes. I came back inside, had a quick dinner, and tried not to look at that part of the ceiling. But I felt it. I felt like there were eyes on me whenever I passed under it. The air felt colder beneath the sealed door. My throat felt dry. I drank water. I clenched and unclenched my fists. I was tense and I didn't know why. That night was worse. I woke up sweating. I heard a soft scraping sound. I sat up in bed. It came from the hallway. My heart hammered in my chest. I got up and turned on the light. My legs felt heavy. I walked to the hallway. The plywood was still in place, but it looked slightly different. One corner seemed to have lifted by a fraction of an inch. I couldn't be sure. I ran my finger along the edge. It seemed tight. Maybe I was imagining it. I stood there for a long time, just staring. My hands were shaking a bit. I breathed through my nose, trying to stay calm. I couldn't hear anything now, but I could feel something. The house felt charged, like the air before a thunderstorm. I decided I would not stay quiet any longer. I spoke out loud again, just firmly. "Stop." I said it without shouting, just clearly. The silence continued. I rubbed my face, feeling the stubble on my jaw, feeling sweat on my forehead. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep well. The next morning, I checked the plywood again. It was still intact, but I noticed a thin crack in the ceiling plaster around it. A hairline crack, barely visible. I knew I didn't cause that crack. I had been careful. I touched it. The plaster felt cold. I pressed my ear against the wood. I heard nothing. I spent most of the day finishing other parts of the renovation. I tried not to think about it, but every time I passed the hallway, I felt that tension. I felt my neck muscles tighten and my stomach clench. In the afternoon, I decided to try something else. I set up a chair in the hallway and placed my phone on it with the camera recording. I aimed it at the plywood. I wanted to see if something moved or changed when I wasn't looking. I let it record for about an hour while I worked in another room. When I came back, I checked the footage. Nothing seemed to move. But I noticed a strange moment where the light in the hallway flickered slightly. I couldn't tell if it was the camera adjusting. Nothing else happened. Still, I felt uneasy. I tried to work on the living room walls. The paint smelled strong and my hands were covered in dust and dried paint. I kept checking the time, waiting for evening. When night fell, I locked all the doors and windows. I turned off the lights and listened. I could hear my heart beating. I waited in the hallway for a long time, standing quietly. Nothing happened. Eventually, I got tired and went to bed. I couldn't sleep well. I woke up sweating again and checked the hallway repeatedly. Nothing changed, but I still felt that presence. Over the next few days, I tried to ignore it. I kept busy with the renovation. I patched holes. I installed fixtures. I moved furniture. I listened to loud music. I tried to pretend it was all in my head. But every night I felt that tension in the hallway. I tried sleeping with earplugs. I tried closing all the doors between my bedroom and that hallway. I tried turning on a fan to mask the silence. None of that helped. The feeling was always there when I stepped into that part of the house. I never saw anything. I never found footprints or claw marks. No one got hurt. No one else came by except for a friend who helped me move some heavy furniture once. He never said he felt anything strange. He didn't notice the sealed door in the ceiling. I didn't tell him about it. I didn't want to sound crazy. Eventually, I decided to leave that part of the house alone. I finished the other rooms. I moved my bedroom to the opposite side of the house. I avoided the hallway at night. I left the plywood where it was, sealed tight. I never opened it again. I tried to accept the situation. I felt watched, but nothing ever happened beyond that feeling and the occasional tapping sound. I learned to live with it. I kept myself busy and stayed out of that area as much as possible. When the renovations were mostly done, I placed a piece of furniture right under that sealed door so I wouldn't have to look directly at it. A tall bookshelf blocked the view. I rarely stood in that exact spot anymore. Sometimes I thought I heard soft sounds, but I never investigated further. I tried to keep my mind focused on practical tasks. It has been a while now, and the feeling hasn't gone away completely, but it's weaker. I guess I got used to it. I still know there's something off about that hidden attic space. I still feel eyes on me sometimes when I'm not paying attention. But I just keep moving and get on with my day. The door is sealed. Nothing comes out. I have no proof that anything is there. It's just an empty attic, old wood and dust. But I remember how I felt up there. I know I'm not alone, even if I can't see anyone. I don't have a grand explanation. I don't plan to call experts or rip the ceiling open again. I'm done with that. The house is mine now, and I'll live with whatever that presence is. It never touched me or harmed me. It just watches, silently, from behind that old plywood. I accept that. I keep my head down and do my work. And if I feel eyes on me, I just move along. I have no other choice. I still remember the first night it happened. I was lying in bed staring at the ceiling in the dark. The street outside was quiet. Then I heard it. A single, sharp bark that cut through the silence. It made me tense up. I stayed still, waiting to see if it would happen again. About a minute later, I heard another bark. It was distant, but not too far away. Maybe from the bushes behind my fence or from the alley on the side of my garage. I couldn't tell. I tried to ignore it. I tried to close my eyes and breathe slowly, but it came again and again like a steady, annoying sound that kept hitting my ears. I got frustrated but didn't do anything that night. I let it go and waited for sunrise. The next night I tried to fall asleep earlier, thinking maybe I wouldn't notice it if I was already out. But it came at around the same time. Maybe a little past midnight. The barking started and kept going. Not constant, but in bursts. Every minute or so, a bark. Sometimes two barks together. Then silence for a bit, and then another bark. I stared at the window, trying to figure out if I should get up. I didn't want to deal with some stray dog in the middle of the night, but it was pissing me off. I needed sleep. After about 30 minutes of this, I pulled my pillow over my head, trying to drown it out. It didn't work. I considered opening the window and shouting, but I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I also didn't know if it was a neighbor's dog. If it was, I didn't want to fight with anyone. So I stayed quiet. I got maybe 3 hours of rest. By the third night, I felt like a zombie. My eyes were dry. My neck was stiff. I felt slow, my head heavy. That night, I tried to stay up on purpose, sitting in the dark, waiting for the barking to start. It came again. I got up and walked to the kitchen. I opened the back door a crack, listening. The bark sounded nearby, like it was right behind my wooden fence or maybe around the corner of my small shed. I grabbed a flashlight from a drawer. I listened more. Silence. Then another bark. It sounded off to the left. I stepped out onto the small concrete step behind my back door. It was cold. I felt a chill on my bare arms. I had only a t-shirt and sweatpants on. I pointed the flashlight toward the fence line. I saw nothing. I turned it off and waited. The bark sounded again. It sounded like a dog, but also not quite right. Something about its tone was off. It was low and had a rough sound that made me uneasy. I stepped back inside, locked the door, and sat in the kitchen until sunrise. I got maybe 2 hours of sleep after that. By the fourth night, I had had enough. I decided I would go outside and look around, even if I had to crawl under bushes. I prepared earlier in the evening. I put on jeans, boots, a jacket with plenty of pockets, and I carried a good flashlight. I waited until the barking started. When I heard it, I moved quietly. I tried not to make noise with the doors or the fence gate. I went into my backyard, scanning slowly with the flashlight off at first. I stood there for a long moment. I could hear a faint breathing sound, but I might have been imagining it. Then a bark came from behind my fence. I turned on the flashlight and went out through the side gate, stepping onto the narrow strip of grass that runs behind my property line. There's a chain-link fence there that separates my place from a small patch of undeveloped land with weeds, wild grass, and some low brush. There's a street lamp far off in the distance, but it doesn't light up much of that area. I pointed my flashlight at the ground, looking for footprints or any sign of a dog. I saw flattened grass, maybe from an animal that had been lying there. It looked fresh. I moved the beam around, scanning the darkness. I heard a rustle. It sounded like something shifting weight on dry leaves. I aimed the flashlight at the noise. I saw something crouching. It looked too big to be a normal dog. It was low to the ground, but I could see the outline of a head and shoulders that looked strange. I couldn't see fur. The skin looked grayish or maybe just dull under the beam. It turned its head toward me. Its eyes reflected the light, but not with the usual glow you see in a dog's eyes at night. These were dull, not shining, just reflecting a bit in an uneven way. I didn't say anything. I didn't move closer. My heart was beating hard and I felt sweat on my forehead. I gripped the flashlight tighter. The creature made a soft, low sound. Not exactly a growl, but some kind of grunt. Then it barked. I jumped slightly and stepped back. It didn't run off. It stayed crouched, watching me. I noticed that the shape of its body was weird. The limbs looked too long. The back legs were bent at an odd angle. I tried to focus the light more directly, but the creature moved. It kind of slid sideways, still low to the ground. Then it disappeared behind a clump of tall grass. I stood there for a minute or two, listening. I could hear distant traffic, the hum of a street lamp, and my own breathing. I heard no more barks. Eventually, I turned off my flashlight and walked back to my yard. I locked the gate behind me, went inside, and sat in my living room, feeling unsettled. I didn't know what I had seen. It was not a normal stray dog. It was something else. But I had no idea what to do about it. The next day, I tried to focus on work. I drank a lot of coffee. I couldn't stop thinking about that thing. I had the urge to tell someone, but I didn't know who. I worried people would laugh or think I was losing it. I ended up not telling anyone. I told myself that maybe it was just a weird-looking dog, maybe sick or injured. Maybe I saw it at a bad angle. But deep down, I knew it wasn't right. That night, I turned off all the lights in the house and waited in the dark. I sat on the floor near my back door, my ear against the thin wood, listening. Around the same time, the barking started again. This time, I jumped up and grabbed my flashlight and a large, heavy wrench I kept on a shelf. I went outside and crept along the fence line again, careful not to make much noise. I heard rustling again, and this time I shone the flashlight immediately into the brush. I saw movement, but I couldn't get a good look. I tried to approach the fence, and the creature stood up slightly. It kind of rose on its back legs for a moment, then dropped down again. It was definitely not a normal animal. The shape was wrong. The front limbs seemed too long, and the head was strange. I caught a glimpse of a face that was flat and pale. The mouth opened, and I saw teeth. They looked sharp. The creature barked again, but it sounded forced, like it knew what a bark should sound like, but couldn't quite do it right. I stood there, heart pounding, gripping the wrench. I didn't dare climb the fence or get too close. The creature paced a bit behind the grass. I could see its outline shifting. It breathed heavily, making a steady rasping sound. I noticed a smell, kind of like damp earth and old leaves, but also a hint of something else, maybe a faint rotten odor. I wanted to leave, but I also wanted to see more, to know what it was. I stepped closer, shining the flashlight right at it. The creature flinched at the light and backed off a few steps. I could see something like loose skin on its neck or maybe uneven patches of fur. It opened its mouth again, showing teeth, and let out a short, sharp bark. I took another step forward, and it moved quickly to the side and vanished into the darkness. I heard it push through some bushes, and then I heard nothing. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat down. I was shaking a bit. My throat felt dry. I poured some tap water into a glass and drank it slowly. My heart was still going fast. I didn't know what to call that thing. It looked like some messed up animal, but not like anything normal. Its barking sounded fake, like it was imitating a dog. Why would it hang around here every night? I wondered if it was looking for something. Maybe food. Maybe it just wandered in from the wild land beyond the lots. I had never heard about strange animals around here, though. It was a pretty ordinary place with mostly small homes and fenced yards. Over the next few nights, I tried different strategies. I tried staying completely silent, just peeking out through a gap in the fence. I caught a glimpse of it from behind once. I saw its back. It had a hunched spine and patches of thin, dark hair. The rest of its body looked pale. It kept making those barking sounds at intervals, as if testing something. I tried whistling once, but it didn't react. I tried tossing a small rock into the brush to see if it would move. It only crouched lower. It seemed cautious, but not exactly afraid. It never came into my yard. It always stayed just beyond my fence. I noticed that the barking always started around the same time, roughly midnight or a bit after. It lasted maybe an hour or two, on and off. Then it stopped. I never saw it leave. It just stopped making noise, and eventually I realized I couldn't hear it anymore. Maybe it moved away silently. Maybe it just stayed still until I gave up watching. I started feeling paranoid. I blocked my windows with old blankets to prevent any light from leaking out. I turned off my phone's screen brightness so it wouldn't glow in the dark. I tried to catch the creature off guard. I never managed to see it clearly. Each time it was just a shape, a hint of a face, the outline of limbs that looked too long. Sometimes I thought I saw fingers instead of paws. Once I thought I saw it hold onto a branch to steady itself. The idea of it having hands made me very uncomfortable. After about a week of this, I was exhausted. I decided to call someone. But who would I call? The city doesn't send animal control at night unless it's an emergency. The police wouldn't do much if I just reported a strange animal. I thought about telling a neighbor, but I didn't know them well. And I didn't want to sound crazy, so I kept it to myself. I started sleeping during the day if I could, taking naps after work so I could be alert at night. One night I tried something else. I set up a motion light near the fence. I rigged a small battery-operated light that would turn on if something passed close by. I thought maybe I could startle it into showing itself more fully. Around midnight, the barking began again. I waited inside with my lights off, watching through a small gap in the curtains. After a few barks, I heard rustling and saw the motion light flicker on. For a second, I saw the creature illuminated. It stood on all fours, its spine arched. Its skin looked rough and patchy. It had thin hair along its shoulders. Its head was turned toward my fence. I saw its face more clearly this time. It had a flat nose and a wide mouth with uneven teeth. Its eyes were small and dark. Then it jerked its head toward the light, maybe noticing it. It backed away, stepping awkwardly. I saw that its front limbs looked like arms. They bent like elbows, and the back limbs bent like legs, but not like a dog's hind legs. More like a person crouching. It lowered itself and disappeared into the dark again. I realized then that it might not be just some odd animal. It moved too strangely. It barked like it was trying to produce a sound it learned from somewhere. I felt sick to my stomach. My hands were shaking. I went to the bathroom and splashed water on my face. I could feel sweat under my arms. I kept quiet, listening. After the motion light went off, I heard a few more barks, weaker this time. Then silence. The next day, I considered leaving for a few nights, maybe staying at a friend's place. But I couldn't just run away. I wanted to understand what was going on. That night, I tried yelling. When the barking started, I opened my back door and shouted, "Hey!" I said it loudly, trying to sound angry. The barking stopped for a moment. I shouted again, "Go away!" I waited. The barking resumed, softer. I picked up a metal pipe I had in the garage and banged it against the fence, making a loud noise. The barking stopped. I heard movement, then quiet. I waited for a long time. The barking didn't start again that night. I thought maybe I scared it off. But the following night, the barking returned. I tried the same tactic, shouting, making noise. It didn't stop this time. It just kept barking at intervals. I went out again, flashlight in hand. I tried shining it everywhere, looking through the chain-link fence. I caught a glimpse of it several yards away, behind some shrubs. It was sitting almost upright, holding onto a branch with a hand-like limb. It barked once more. I shouted again, "Leave me alone!" It turned its head slightly, then moved off, crawling on all fours out of sight. Over the next few days, I tried ignoring it. I tried sleeping with earplugs. The barking still broke through. I tried playing music quietly. It didn't help. I took short naps whenever I could to cope with the lack of sleep. I got used to the routine. At night, I would listen, wait for the barking, and then either try to ignore it or step outside to shine a light. I never found tracks that made sense. I never found droppings or fur, just flattened grass and an occasional disturbed patch of dirt. Eventually, I stopped trying to figure it out. I just accepted that there was something out there that I didn't understand. It never attacked me. It never came into my yard. It stayed in its place, barking at night, showing itself only when I tried to see it. I gave up on driving it away. The barking kept coming every night, and I learned to sleep in short bursts or just endure the fatigue. I still think about what it might be, but I have no proof of anything. I only have those nighttime encounters, the smell of damp earth, the sight of that hunched shape, the sound of that strange forced bark. I don't know what it wants. I don't know why it chose my fence line. I just know it's out there, and I can't stop it. So I keep my flashlight close, lock my doors, and wait for sunrise, night after night. I was driving alone late at night, heading back home on a nearly empty highway. The road was flat, straight, and completely silent. There were no other cars, no lights on the horizon, and the sky was dark without any sign of a moon. I had my headlights on low beam because there was no one to blind, and I tried to keep my eyes on the center line to avoid drifting. I was tired, but not sleepy. I just wanted to get home and drop into bed. As I moved forward, I saw someone walking on the shoulder of the road on the right side. It was a man wearing dark clothes, moving at a slow pace. His back was to me. I couldn't see his face. He looked thin and a bit hunched. The way he moved looked stiff. At first, I considered slowing down. Maybe he was in trouble. But this area was known for nothing. Just dry fields and abandoned shacks far from the main towns. Nobody normal walked out here at this hour. I decided it was none of my business and passed him. I drove by him at maybe 40 miles per hour. He was walking so slowly that it felt wrong. I glanced at him as I passed. I saw short, dark hair and a pale neck, but no real details. He didn't turn to look at me. He didn't react. It was just a quiet figure on the side of the highway. I shrugged it off and kept going. A minute later, I noticed something strange up ahead. My headlights caught another figure on the right side of the road. As I got closer, my stomach tightened. It looked like the same man, same stance, same slow steps, same dark clothes. He was a little hunched over, as if tired. But how could he be here again? I had just passed him less than a mile back. There was no way he could have outrun my car. There were no turns or shortcuts. There was nowhere to hide and reappear. My throat felt dry. I swallowed, gripped the wheel, and kept my foot on the gas. When I reached him this time, I slowed slightly and opened my window an inch, trying to hear if he said anything. He didn't. He just kept moving. I noticed he wore worn-out pants and a thin jacket. His shoes looked dirty, as if he had been walking a long time, but there was no sign of sweat or heavy breathing. Still, I didn't see his face. I only saw the back of his head, his short, dark hair, and the back of his jacket. I passed him again and sped up, going at least 50 miles per hour. I kept checking my mirrors. Nothing behind me. Nothing on the fields around. I turned on the radio for comfort, but there was no reception. Just static. So I turned it off and listened to the hum of the engine. My heart was beating faster than normal. I wiped my forehead with my sleeve, noticing I was sweating a bit even though it wasn't hot. I tried to be logical. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe the first man and the second man were different people. Maybe it was some weird coincidence. I tried to calm down and focus on the road, but a few minutes later, I saw him again. The same posture, same slow steps, a head on the shoulder. I pressed the brakes hard, slowing the car down to a crawl. I could feel a heaviness in my stomach. My breathing got shallow. I wanted to turn around and go back, but where would I go? The nearest town was behind me by several miles. The next one ahead was even farther. I was stuck. There was only this empty stretch of road and this strange man appearing again and again. This time I stopped the car about 20 feet behind him. I left the engine running and clicked on my hazard lights, hoping that maybe he would notice me. I leaned out the window and called out, "Hey!" My voice sounded shaky. I waited, but he didn't turn around. He kept walking. His shoulders moved slightly with each step, but nothing else changed. I got out of the car. My legs felt stiff and my hands were shaking a bit. I took a few steps toward him. The gravel on the shoulder crunched under my shoes. I could smell dust in the air. I called out again, "Hey man, what's going on?" No answer. I walked closer. My heart was pounding, and I could feel sweat on my back. I stopped about 6 feet behind him. He kept moving at the same slow pace. I could see his jacket was old and torn near the bottom. I saw a tiny tear on the right shoulder. His hair was short and neat, but it didn't look styled. I reached out and said, "Dude, can you hear me?" Still nothing. I considered touching him, but something held me back. I felt a heaviness in my arms and a cold feeling in my chest. Instead, I stepped back. I moved around and tried to see his face from the side as I walked backward. But as soon as I tried to get a diagonal view, he seemed to angle himself, so I never got a good look. I stumbled back to the car, keeping my eyes on him. I got in, locked the doors, and sat there breathing hard. He just kept walking ahead, slowly, steadily. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't have cell service out here, so calling anyone was pointless. I told myself to just drive around him again and keep going. Maybe he would vanish at some point. I pulled back onto the road and passed him once more. I didn't look at him this time. I faced forward and pressed the accelerator. My car felt safe. The tires hummed on the asphalt, and my headlights illuminated the nothingness ahead. The night was quiet except for my engine. I checked the rear-view mirror. I saw him shrinking into the distance behind me. After a while, he was gone from sight. I kept going. 10 minutes later, my jaw clenched. Up ahead, I saw a figure again. It was him. There was no doubt. Same jacket, same shoes, same slow dragging steps. I whispered to myself, "This is impossible." My voice echoed inside the car. I hit the brakes and stopped in the middle of the road. I turned off the engine and listened. Absolute silence. I could barely see him in the dim light now that I had turned off the car's headlights. I turned them back on, and he was still there, about 50 feet ahead. I felt a wave of panic in my chest. I noticed my hands shaking more. My forehead was damp. I wiped it and took deep breaths. I thought about turning around and going back the way I came, even if it meant a much longer drive home. I backed up the car, feeling the tension in my shoulders. I made a U-turn carefully. The headlights swept across the empty fields. When I was facing the opposite direction, I pressed the gas pedal and headed back. The idea was to get away from whatever this was. I drove for maybe 5 minutes, feeling a bit calmer as I moved in the opposite direction. The road behind me looked identical. Asphalt, shoulder, empty fields. But then my heart sank again. In the distance, my headlights revealed a figure walking on the shoulder. It was him again. Now he was ahead of me on the same side of the road, walking away from me. Somehow he was blocking both directions. I slammed the brakes and my tires squealed. I cursed under my breath. I wanted to scream, but I held it in. I moved slowly forward. He never turned around. He never changed pace. It was like he was stuck in a loop. I tried honking the horn this time. The sound was sharp and loud. It hurt my ears in the silence. He didn't react at all. I honked again, longer. Still nothing. He just kept moving. I pressed the horn and held it down. The sound filled my car and the empty surroundings, but he ignored it completely. I let go of the horn and felt my heart beating too fast. I was breathing through my mouth, my throat dry. I considered getting out again, but I was afraid. I felt a tightness in my chest and a strange tension in my legs. My head felt hot. My palms were damp on the wheel. I checked the glove compartment. I didn't have anything useful. No weapon, no flashlight besides the one on my phone. No phone signal anyway. Just me and this never-ending figure. I decided to drive past him again, this time swerving into the left lane to keep maximum distance. As I rolled past, I tried again to see his face. I leaned over the passenger seat, keeping one hand on the wheel. But all I got was a glimpse of a pale cheek and maybe the edge of an ear. He kept his head angled down and forward. It felt like he was avoiding my gaze. I drove on. I forced myself to keep going and ignore him. I told myself to treat him like a hallucination. Just keep driving until I reached a real town with a gas station or a diner, something with people. I would find help there. I would ask them to come back with me. I would show them. They would see it too. Or maybe they wouldn't. And I would find out I was losing my mind. But at least I would not be alone. The miles ticked by slowly. The darkness was oppressive. I turned on the car's interior light for a moment, just to see my own face in the rearview mirror. I looked tired with wide eyes and sweat on my forehead. I turned the light off and focused on the road again. Another 10 minutes. I saw him again. Same man, same posture, a head on the shoulder. I slammed my fist on the steering wheel and shouted, "Come on!" My voice echoed in the car. I felt anger mixing with my fear. My legs were shaking. I pressed the gas pedal harder, flying by him. I didn't even look. I just felt my heart pounding and my breathing ragged. I kept driving, now at about 60 miles per hour. There was no point in going slower. He would appear no matter what. I saw him again after what felt like another eternity on that empty road. The same spot on the shoulder. The same slow steps. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles hurt. This time I didn't slow down. I rolled down my window all the way, and as I passed I screamed, "Who the hell are you?" My voice broke a bit at the end. No answer. No reaction. I kept going. I started to notice that every few minutes he would appear. Each time he looked exactly the same. Nothing changed about him. His clothes were always the same. His steps were always the same. He never got tired. He never sped up. He never slowed down. It was like a loop. I thought about stopping and waiting for daylight, but that might take hours. And I didn't want to be stuck here with him. I thought about leaving the car and walking into the fields, but I had no idea what was out there. Just darkness and silence. No lights anywhere. No houses, no signs, no nothing. I tried turning on the radio again, hoping to catch any signal, any human voice. Nothing. Just static. I tried my phone one more time. No signal. The battery was still okay, but it didn't matter. I was isolated. I drove back and forth a few times, testing something. I would go forward until I saw him. Then I would turn around and drive back until I saw him again. No matter which way I went, he was always ahead of me, always walking in the same direction I was driving, always ignoring me. After an hour of this madness, I felt exhausted. My shoulders ached from tension. My eyes burned from staring into the darkness. My heart still beat fast, and my mouth felt dry. I tried to drink some water from a bottle I had on the passenger seat. It was warm and stale, but it helped a bit. Eventually, I decided to try something else. I pulled over, got out of the car, and walked toward him again. This time, I had my phone flashlight on. He was about 30 feet ahead. I approached slowly, shining the light on his back. His jacket looked brown under the beam. I noticed dust on his shoulders and small stains on his pants. I listened hard, trying to hear breathing or footsteps. All I heard was a faint shuffle as his shoes touched the ground. I moved closer, my heart pounding in my ears. I lifted the flashlight and tried to step to the side to see his face. I moved quickly. For a split second, I saw part of his cheek and his eye. His eye looked normal. Just an eye. Brown, I think. But the moment I tried to get a full look, he seemed to shift position smoothly. I stumbled back, losing my footing for a second. He kept walking away. I reached out with my hand and tried to grab his shoulder. My fingers touched fabric for a moment. It felt like a normal jacket, rough and worn, but as soon as I closed my hand, there was nothing there. It felt like he slipped forward just enough that I missed. I tried again. I lunged toward him, my arm outstretched. I ended up grabbing empty air and almost fell forward. My heart pounded. I felt my chest tightening. My breathing was shallow and fast. I turned around and ran back to the car. I slammed the door and locked it. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw nothing behind me. I turned my head forward, and there he was again, ahead on the road, still walking away. I didn't know what else to do. I felt trapped. My body was tired. My mind was racing. I pushed the gas pedal and drove toward him one more time. As I got closer, I turned the wheel and tried to go around him on the left. He stayed on the shoulder. I passed him and kept going. For the next hour, I just kept driving. He appeared at intervals, always ahead. I passed him again and again. I tried not to look at him. I focused on the road lines, on my speedometer, on the feeling of the wheel in my hands. I just kept moving forward, hoping something would change. Then, after what felt like a long time, I noticed the sky was getting slightly lighter. Dawn was coming. The darkness was lifting. I didn't see him again. As the faint light spread over the fields, I realized that the shoulder ahead was empty. No one was there. I kept driving, and soon I saw a distant building. It looked like a small gas station or maybe a rest stop. I pressed the accelerator, my hands trembling on the wheel. When I finally reached that building, the sun was just below the horizon, and the emptiness of the night was gone. I parked and got out. My legs were stiff, and my body felt drained. The place was run down, but it had a working phone inside. I called a friend to come get me. I didn't say much about what happened. I just waited by my car, checking the road. Nobody was there. It was quiet and empty again. I never figured out who that man was or how he kept getting ahead of me. But I didn't see him again, and I never took that route alone at night after that. I didn't need answers. I was just relieved it was over. I remember walking into the building lobby late in the afternoon. The place was quiet and almost empty. I needed to go up to a certain floor to pick up a document. I wasn't thinking about anything unusual. I was just tired and wanted to finish my errand quickly. The elevator doors opened and no one else was inside. I stepped in, pressed my floor number, and waited. There was a gentle hum as the elevator started moving upward. The ride seemed normal. After a few seconds, the elevator slowed and stopped earlier than my chosen floor. The doors slid open. I looked into the hallway. There were no people waiting. I saw no feet, no shadows, no movement. It was quiet. I couldn't hear anyone approaching. I waited a moment. No one stepped inside. I thought maybe the elevator had stopped by mistake or someone had pressed the button but walked away. I reached toward the control panel to press the close door button. Suddenly, I felt it. A shift in the air. A slight movement inside the elevator. The kind of feeling you get when someone steps past you, their body displacing the air. I heard no footsteps, no breathing, nothing. But it felt as if another person had just entered. It was like the weight of the room changed. I couldn't see anyone. The hallway still looked empty. The doors closed on their own. I felt my stomach tighten. I looked around inside the elevator. Just me and empty space. The walls, the buttons, the overhead lights, my reflection on the brushed metal surface. Nothing else. I stood there, uncertain. Maybe it was my imagination. I tried to steady myself, focusing on the floor numbers as the elevator resumed moving. As the elevator rose, I tried ignoring the odd feeling, but it lingered. I couldn't shake the sense that I was not alone. I moved slightly, shifting my weight. I listened carefully. Nothing. I didn't see anyone, but I felt someone or something close. I stepped toward the control panel, pressed my floor button again as if to confirm. The elevator kept going. Everything looked normal. The panel lit up as expected. Then, the elevator stopped again at another floor. The doors opened. This time I put my head out into the hallway. Still no one there. I called out, "Hello?" No response. I listened for footsteps. Silence. Suddenly, as I tried to step back inside, I felt pressure. Something blocked my path. It felt like a person standing in the doorway. But I saw no one. I moved my arm through the space. My arm stopped against something solid, yet invisible. I could feel fabric like clothing. I could feel resistance. But my eyes saw only empty air. I panicked and tried stepping back. The presence moved inside with me, forcing me away from the doorway. The doors closed. I was trapped with it. I backed against the elevator wall. My heart was pounding and I could feel sweat building on my palms. I pressed the emergency call button. No sound, no response. I tried the alarm bell. Nothing happened. I pressed all the floor buttons, hoping the elevator would stop at the next floor and I could jump out. The presence stood between me and the door, blocking any escape. I could feel it there, so close, yet I saw nothing at all. I tried talking. "Who are you? What do you want?" No reply. I reached out carefully. My hand touched something like a shoulder. It felt solid. I tried pushing it. It pushed back, harder. I stepped to the side, trying to slip past it. I felt an arm or something pressing into my chest, shoving me back toward the rear wall. I stumbled and nearly fell. I tried pressing the open door button again, over and over. The elevator ignored me. It continued moving, but I couldn't tell if we were going up or down. My stomach felt heavy and my breathing was shallow. I tried yelling for help. My voice sounded desperate and loud in the cramped space. No one answered. The presence remained silent. I swung my arm through the air, hoping to hit something. I made contact with what felt like a torso. It felt like punching a solid human body. In response, it grabbed my arm. I felt strong fingers dig into my flesh, twisting my arm until I cried out in pain. I stopped struggling, and it released me. I leaned against the wall, rubbing my arm. I tried pressing the emergency intercom button again. No sound came. I tried the elevator's phone panel, pulling it open. The phone was there, but no dial tone. Dead. I slammed it back in frustration. I needed to get out. I tried reaching up to the ceiling hatch. It was locked. I pulled and pried, but it wouldn't budge. The presence stood beneath me, holding my leg at one point, preventing me from climbing. I kicked out, hitting something solid. It retaliated by pushing me hard into the wall. My head hit the metal and I saw spots for a second. I touched the door seams, trying to pry them open with my fingers. I managed to get a small gap. I put all my strength into pulling, feeling my nails strain. The presence grabbed my arm and twisted it away. The pain made me let go. I tried again and again. Each time it stopped me with brute force. I took out my phone. No signal. I tried anyway. Nothing. I turned on the flashlight and shined it around. Nothing unusual, just an empty elevator. But when I moved the light around where I felt the presence, it showed nothing. I swung my keys in front of me, and they struck something invisible. The keys stopped in midair. I felt the tug as the presence tried to knock them from my hand. Eventually it succeeded, and my keys clattered to the floor. I snatched them back quickly. I pressed myself into a corner, trying to think. I couldn't see it, couldn't reason with it. It wouldn't speak. It only responded with force. I tried slowly approaching the door. The elevator stopped once more. The doors opened slightly, revealing a hallway. I lunged forward, trying to slip out. The presence slammed me back inside, the door closing. I yelled at it, cursed at it, but it stood silent. I punched the wall, feeling the pain in my knuckles. I tried again with the alarm button. The elevator kept moving. My heart was racing. I could feel sweat dripping down my back. My shirt stuck to my skin. My mouth felt dry. I tried to calm down and conserve energy, but it was hard. I kept glancing around, my eyes finding no answer, just that heavy feeling of someone standing right there. I had to try something else. I approached the control panel and pried at a small panel beneath it with my keys. I got it open a bit, revealing wires. I pulled one at random. The elevator jerked and the lights flickered. The presence hit my hand, making me drop the keys inside the panel. I cursed and tried to reach in, but the presence pulled me back. I felt its grip on my shoulder, tight and painful. I tried kicking the panel. The presence grabbed my wrist and twisted it, forcing me to stop. I cried out and stopped. My wrist throbbed. I leaned against the wall again, breathing hard. The elevator continued its silent journey, ignoring my inputs. "Just let me out," I said, my voice trembling. No answer. I tried every button again, systematically. Nothing worked. I banged on the doors, the walls, the ceiling. The presence let me do that, as long as I didn't try to escape or mess with the panel again. After a while, the elevator slowed and stopped. The doors opened a crack. I could see a hallway outside. This might be my best chance. I rushed forward, pushing with all my strength. The presence met me halfway, blocking me. I fought back hard, swinging my arms. I made contact. I felt it pushing me, but I braced myself against the door frame. My shoulder and arm strained as I tried to force my way through the small opening. I managed to get one arm and half my torso out into the hallway. I felt fresh air on my face. The presence pulled at my legs, grabbing my ankle. I kicked back wildly. My shoe connected with something solid. The grip loosened. I used the moment to push myself further out. My back scraped against the door frame, but I didn't care. I had to get free. The presence grabbed my shirt, pulling me back. I held onto the hallway door frame, my fingers slipping. I realized I had to outsmart it. I let go for a second, then lunged forward again, using the sudden movement to gain a few inches. The fabric of my shirt tore slightly. I ignored it and kept pulling myself forward. I got my other shoulder through. Now my waist was halfway out. The presence yanked at my leg again. I kicked down, making contact. It released me. I took advantage and pulled the rest of my body out. I fell onto the hallway floor, scraping my knee. I scrambled to my feet and grabbed a nearby handrail, pulling myself fully out of the elevator. My heart hammered in my chest. I heard no sound behind me, just my own heavy breathing. When I turned around, the elevator doors started to close. I reached for the call button in the hallway. The doors opened again. I looked inside. Empty. Just a regular elevator, bright lights. Nothing unusual. No sign of the invisible figure. I stared inside, searching with my eyes. Nothing. I stepped back, my hands shaking. I tried pressing the elevator's panel outside to call it again. The doors closed, then opened normally. Still empty. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath. My body ached where I had been grabbed and pushed. My wrist and arm hurt. My head throbbed. But I was out. I was free. I didn't bother trying the elevator again. I didn't care about my errand anymore. I was done. I saw a sign for the stairwell. I walked towards it, looking over my shoulder, half expecting something to follow me. But nothing came. I opened the stairwell door, stepped inside, and started descending. I needed to get out of that building and away from whatever was in that elevator. As I walked down the stairs, I could still feel the lingering touch of those invisible hands, the silent, solid body that wouldn't let me leave. I reached the lobby eventually, passed through the doors, and stepped outside. The air felt different, open and free. I never understood what happened in that elevator. I never saw anything written about it later. Nobody told me they had a similar experience. I never reported it. I just never went back into that building's elevator again. If I had to go there, I would take the stairs every time. I reached the sidewalk and felt the tension still in my shoulders. My clothes were damp with sweat, and my hands shook a bit. But I was alive, and I was outside. I stood there for a while, breathing, looking at the building's facade, trying to make sense of it. Then I decided there was nothing to understand. It just happened. I walked away, grateful to be out. I was sitting at my desk in the small room I use as an office. It was late, probably around 2 in the morning, maybe a bit later. I had all the lights on because I hate working in dim light, and I had my laptop open with some documents scattered around the table. My back was to the window. I had not bothered to close the blinds because I usually don't see anything outside at that hour. There are no street lights right behind my house. There are just a few shrubs and some fencing. It's mostly just darkness out there. But that night I glanced at the window when I leaned back in my chair. I saw my reflection, and I saw someone else's reflection behind me. Someone or something that looked humanoid. I froze. My heart started beating harder. I turned around right away. There was no one there. The room was empty. I looked at the chair behind me. It was just a chair. There were some boxes in the corner, but no person there. I looked under the table, behind the door, even though that made no sense. Nothing. Then I looked back at the window. The figure was still there. It was right behind me in the reflection. It looked like a person-shaped shadow standing completely still. I saw no face. It was like a dark outline, taller than me, maybe by a few inches. I stared at it. I tried to make out more details. I couldn't see any clothes, hair, or features. Just a form that resembled a human body. The shoulders, the head, the way it stood. It looked solid and not like some random shape. I could see my own reflection clearly. I could see my desk, my chair, and behind me, that figure. Yet when I turned around, I saw nothing. I stood up, feeling uneasy. My mouth felt dry. I walked closer to the window, facing it head on. I tried to line myself up with my reflection. The figure in the reflection did not move. It stayed right behind where I would be if I sat down. I put my hand on the glass. It felt cold. I tried to see if maybe there was something stuck to the outside of the window. I couldn't see anything out there. I looked at the reflection again. The figure was still there. I felt this tightness in my chest. I took a deep breath. I told myself to calm down. There had to be an explanation. I turned around again, slowly this time, making sure I wasn't missing anything. The room was quiet. I had a faint hum from my laptop's fan. I could hear a quiet buzzing from a light bulb in a lamp on my desk. The rest of the house was silent. I looked everywhere. There was nowhere a full-sized person could hide. The door was closed, and it's a solid wooden door. There's no closet in here. Just the desk, a chair, and some boxes in the corner. I touched the boxes. They were solid and hadn't moved. I ran a hand along the walls, feeling like an idiot. Of course, no one was there. I took a few steps back and looked at the window again. The reflection showed the same scene. Me, my desk, and that figure behind me. I waved my hand in front of me. My reflection copied the movement perfectly. The figure behind me did not move at all. It just stood there. I tried stepping sideways to the left and right to see if the figure would shift. It stayed in the same place relative to me, always behind me, a bit off to one side. It was like it was watching me, but I couldn't see its eyes or face. I decided to turn off the light for a moment just to see what happened. I found the switch on the wall and flicked it off. The room went dark except for the faint light from the laptop screen. I let my eyes adjust. In the darkness, I could still see a bit of my reflection because of the laptop's glow. The figure was still there, a darker shape in the background. I flicked the light back on, now feeling a bit sick to my stomach. I stood there for a minute, unsure of what to do. I thought about grabbing my phone and taking a picture. Maybe it was some weird reflection of something outside. I unlocked my phone and aimed the camera at the window. I tried to focus the camera on the glass. I snapped a few pictures. I looked at them on my phone's screen. I could see my reflection and the window frame. I didn't see the figure in the photos. It wasn't showing up in the pictures. I took more photos at different angles. The figure never appeared, but I could still see it with my own eyes. Every time I looked at the window, it was there, in the reflection. I felt my heart thumping in my chest. My palms were sweaty. I wiped them on my pants. I started to breathe through my mouth. I tried to stay calm. I thought maybe I should leave the room, go to another part of the house. I opened the door and stepped out into the hallway. I left the lights on inside the room. I looked from the hallway back into the room. Nothing out of place, just my desk, my chair, the window at the far end. I could see the reflection faintly from the doorway. The figure was still there behind where I would be if I was inside. I walked down the hallway to the living room. I turned on all the lights. I paced around for a bit, thinking about what I had seen. I felt stupid calling the police over a weird reflection. They would think I was drunk or on something. I wasn't drinking, though. I was just working. I grabbed a glass of water from the kitchen, drank it, and splashed some water on my face. The water felt cold. It helped me focus. I went back to the hallway and looked into the office again. The figure's reflection was still there. I decided to try another approach. I went outside through the front door and walked around the side of the house to see the window from the outside. It was dark and chilly outside. I could feel the cold air on my arms. I walked carefully, looking for footprints or something near the window. The ground was dry. I stepped up close to the window and looked in. From the outside, I just saw my office. I saw the chair, the desk, the boxes. I saw no figure inside. I didn't see anything unusual. I tapped lightly on the glass from outside. Nothing happened. I looked around the yard. It was empty. I checked the fence line. Everything looked normal. I heard a distant car passing by on the main road, but nothing else. I walked back inside, locking the door behind me. I was getting more nervous. I had no explanation. I returned to the office and looked at the window again. The figure was still in the reflection. Now I tried to stand in different spots in the room. If I stood near the desk, the figure appeared behind me in the reflection. If I moved closer to the window, I could still see it behind me. It always looked like it was at a fixed point in the room, but when I moved, it stayed behind me. I tried standing all the way to the left side of the room and then the right. The figure's position changed as if it always kept the same relative angle behind me. It never moved on its own. It never raised an arm or bent its head. It was just a static shape. I felt the hair on my arm standing up. My stomach felt tense. My head was pounding. I kept asking myself what this thing could be. I tried to think of anything that could cause a strange reflection. Some object outside, a weird shape caused by a combination of lights. But there was nothing outside, just an empty yard and a fence. No lights that could cast a shape like that. I reached out and touched the window again, pressing my fingertips against the glass. I ran my hand along it, feeling for any imperfections. It felt smooth and cold. I breathed slowly, trying not to panic. I looked at my own face in the reflection. I looked at my eyes, my nose, my mouth. I looked at my shoulders, my hair, my shirt. All of that was correct. It looked like a normal reflection, except for that figure behind me. That figure did not match anything in the room. I could not see it in real life, only in the reflection. I pulled the blinds down and covered the window completely. Now I faced a white curtain of blinds. The reflection disappeared because I could no longer see the glass. I felt some relief at that, but it was temporary. If I lifted the blinds again, would the figure still be there? I waited a minute or two, just standing there, breathing. I considered leaving the blinds down and just going to bed. But I knew I wouldn't sleep well. I had to check again. I wanted to know if it was still there. I raised the blinds slowly and looked at the window. My reflection returned. The figure was still there. It had not moved. It was like it was waiting. My hands were shaking. I sat down in my chair, facing the window, watching the figure in the reflection. I tried to speak to it quietly, even though I felt stupid doing so. I said, "Hello?" in a low voice. I waited. Nothing happened. The figure did not respond. I listened carefully to the room. I heard nothing unusual, just my laptop's fan and the slight hum of electricity in the lights. I got up and turned off the laptop's screen to reduce any glare. The reflection got dimmer, but I could still see the figure behind me. I turned off the lamp on the desk. Now the room was lit only by the ceiling light. The figure was still visible. Its presence was not affected by the brightness level. I turned all the lights off in the room and turned on the hallway light instead. I looked back in. The figure was still there, darker, but present. I started to feel a kind of tension in my chest, like I wanted to leave the house entirely. But I also felt drawn to this strange situation. I could not understand what was happening. I decided to try something else. I grabbed a piece of paper and held it behind me while looking at the reflection. I wanted to see if the figure would become partially blocked. I held the paper up, moving it around. My reflection showed me holding a piece of paper behind myself. The figure still appeared as if it was behind the paper, unchanged. It was not affected by objects I introduced. I tried standing so close to the window that my reflection almost filled the entire glass. The figure still managed to appear behind me, as if it shrank or positioned itself perfectly to remain visible. This made me feel even more uneasy. I began to sweat. I wiped my forehead with my sleeve. My breathing got shallow. I tried to slow it down. I pulled the blinds down again and left them down. I decided I would not look at that window anymore. I backed away, turned off the light, and left the room. But after standing in the hallway for a few minutes, I felt like I needed to check again. I went back inside and lifted the blinds a bit to peek. The figure was still there. I let the blinds fall closed. My throat felt tight. I took my phone and tried calling a friend. It rang a few times, no answer. It was late after all. I didn't leave a message. I didn't know what to say anyway. I thought about calling the police, but what would I tell them? There was no intruder, just a strange reflection that only I could see. They would say it was a prank or my imagination. I wasn't hallucinating. I was sure of that. I could see everything else clearly. I could touch things, feel things. The only oddity was in that window. I went to the kitchen and grabbed a small flashlight. I returned to the office and shone the flashlight at the glass. I tried different angles, but the figure remained unchanged. It was like it did not depend on the lighting. The flashlight beam showed me dust on the glass, some smudges, but nothing that explained the figure. I decided to block the reflection entirely. I took a sheet of cardboard from one of the boxes and taped it over the window from the inside. Now I could not see anything in the glass. The cardboard covered it completely. I stood there for a moment, staring at the cardboard, half expecting it to show some shape, but it was just cardboard. I tapped on it. I knocked lightly. Nothing happened. I waited a while, just listening. I heard my own breathing, a slight ringing in my ears from the silence. After a few minutes, I felt calmer. The figure was out of sight, at least. If I couldn't see it, I didn't have to deal with it. I turned off the lights and left the office. I locked the door out of habit, even though that made little sense. I moved to the living room and sat on the couch. I tried to think about something else, but every time I closed my eyes, I pictured that dark shape. It didn't do anything. It just stood there in the reflection. I couldn't understand why. I tried to recall if I had noticed anything strange before that night. I hadn't. Everything seemed normal until I looked at that window. I considered sleeping in the living room. It was late, and I was tired, but I knew I wouldn't sleep easily. My mind kept going back to that figure. It hadn't made any noise or tried to touch me. It was just there, staring at me from the reflection. I wondered if it would still be there the next day. What if it disappeared by morning? I got up and went back to the office door. I listened at the door. Nothing. I opened it and turned on the light. The cardboard still covered the window. I stood in front of it, hesitating. Then I slowly removed the tape and took the cardboard down. I looked at the glass again. My reflection came into view. Behind me, the figure was still there, unchanged. I let out a shaky breath. The figure didn't leave. It didn't do anything. It just waited. I felt sweat trickling down my back. My eyes were dry from staring so long. I lowered the blinds and put the cardboard back up. I left the room and closed the door. I decided that I would not look at it anymore tonight. I would wait until morning and see if something changed. For now, I just wanted to sit in the living room, leave the TV on for some noise, and try to calm down. I walked to the living room, turned on the TV, and turned the volume to a low level. I sat on the couch and tried to listen to the quiet sound. I tried not to think too much. I kept feeling that tightness in my chest. I tapped my foot on the floor, trying to release some tension. After a while, I got up to get another glass of water. My throat was still dry. I drank slowly. The kitchen felt safe. It was quiet, and there were no windows facing that side. I stood there, leaning against the counter. I could feel my heartbeat slowing a bit, but my mind was still racing. I looked at the clock. It was close to 3 in the morning. I decided not to go back to the office for the rest of the night. I turned off a few lights, leaving only the living room lamp on. I lay down on the couch with my phone in my hand, just in case. I thought about calling someone again, but it was too late. I just lay there, listening to the quiet sounds of the house, waiting for morning. I knew that behind that closed office door, covered by cardboard and blinds, the window reflection still had that figure. I couldn't explain it. I couldn't get rid of it. I could only wait and see what happened next. I knew something was wrong with the apartment from the very first day I moved in. The place looked normal enough. An old, 2-room unit on the second floor of a building that stood at the end of a quiet street. The walls were a dull off-white. The floors were worn hardwood, and the smell of old varnish and stale air lingered everywhere. There was a small kitchen, a cramped living room, and a single bedroom with a narrow window facing a fire escape. Outside that window, I could see the brick wall of the next building over, which was about 4 feet away. The bathroom was small and had an old toilet with a chain flush. Nothing looked special or strange, but the front door never stayed locked. That was the problem. The first night I tried to lock it, I tested it 3 times. I turned the deadbolt, pressed my shoulder against the door, pulled on the knob, and felt it was secure. I even slid a chain across it. I tested all of it. It was fine. I went to bed feeling a bit uneasy because it was an old building and I was still getting used to it. The guy who rented it to me had said it was cheap because it was old. He didn't mention anything else. The next morning, the door was open. The chain was hanging loose and the deadbolt was disengaged. The door was open about an inch or two, just enough that I saw light in the hall. I stared at it, trying to remember if I had maybe gotten up in the night or forgotten something. But no, I was sure I had locked it. I felt a tightness in my stomach and a heaviness in my chest. I walked over, looked into the hallway, saw nothing but empty space, and closed it again. I locked it carefully, then got on with my day. I just assumed I had made some stupid mistake. That was the first day. The second day, the same thing happened. I began to get annoyed and a bit anxious. I decided to test it more carefully. I locked the door, slid the chain, and then pushed a heavy chair in front of it. I took a picture with my phone. Then I went to bed. I woke up around 7 the next morning and saw that the door was open again. The chair was pushed aside. The chain was off. I looked around the apartment, checking if anything was missing. Nothing was gone, and the apartment looked the same. I checked my phone's camera roll and saw the photo I had taken. The date and time were there, so I knew I hadn't imagined it. I felt my pulse in my neck and some sweat on my palms. I wiped them on my pants and tried to stay calm. I spent the next day on the phone with the landlord. He said he didn't know what I was talking about. He said the door had worked fine for the last tenant. He said maybe I wasn't locking it right. I told him I'd locked plenty of doors in my life and I knew how. He just said he'd come by and look at it. He never did. I decided to get new locks. I went to a hardware store and bought a new deadbolt, a couple of padlocks, and a thick chain. I spent the afternoon replacing the old lock with the new one. I tested them all. I locked and unlocked them a dozen times. I was sure they worked. That night, I set up my old laptop as a makeshift security camera near the kitchen, facing the door. I used a simple webcam program that recorded on motion detection. I wanted proof of what was happening. I went to bed feeling on edge. I left a small lamp on in the living room so I wouldn't have to fumble around in the dark if something happened. I tried to sleep, but every noise made me turn my head. The building's pipes clanked sometimes. The neighbor's TV murmured through the thin walls. Cars passed outside. I checked the time on my phone every hour or so. Eventually, sometime after midnight, I drifted off. I woke up to the sound of the door opening. It was a gentle sound, just a slight creak, but it was enough to snap my eyes open. My heart pounded. I got out of bed slowly and felt the wooden floor cold under my feet. I moved toward the living room. My mouth felt dry. The small lamp threw a weak light on the door. It was open again, just a crack, and I saw the new locks hanging loose exactly like the old ones had. The chain was undone. The padlocks were on the floor. They weren't broken, just open. My security camera setup was still there. I leaned over, grabbed my laptop, and checked the recording. The webcam had captured nothing. The video showed the door as normal 1 second, and then, the next second, it was open. There was no sound of footsteps. Nothing moved in front of the camera. It was like a jump cut. I played it back several times, leaning close to the screen. Nothing. The door just seemed to open on its own. I locked it again. I felt a slight tremor in my hand as I turned the new deadbolt. I tried to breathe slowly. My throat felt tight. I didn't know what to do. I didn't believe in anything supernatural. I never had. I still don't. But I couldn't explain what was going on. I decided to stay awake until morning, just sitting there in the living room staring at the door. I didn't move from the chair. I waited. Nothing else happened that night. The next day, I tried to talk to the neighbors. Most of them didn't seem to care. They were older people who had lived in the building for a long time. I asked if they ever had trouble with their doors. They said no. One guy just shrugged and said it was an old building. He told me the doors and floors were warped and maybe the locks weren't lining up right, but I knew I had changed the locks myself. Another neighbor said he never heard anything from my apartment. He looked at me like I was bothering him. I went to the building manager's office. It was a small, dusty room on the ground floor. The manager was a middle-aged guy with a tired face. He said if I wanted, he could try to look at the door. He followed me upstairs and tried the locks himself. He said they seemed fine. He said maybe someone had a key. He offered to change the doorknob. I accepted. We changed the doorknob together, and he gave me the only set of keys for the new one. I watched him throw the old knob in a trash bin in the hallway. There was no way anyone else had a copy. That night I set up 2 cameras, one facing the door from the inside, and another one facing the door from the outside, mounted in the hallway. The landlord would probably get mad that I did that, but I needed to see what was going on. I plugged both into my laptop and set them to record continuously. Then I locked the door again with everything I had, the new deadbolt, the chain, and the padlocks. I felt the metal in my hands. It was solid and cold. The chain was thick. The locks were sturdy. I knew they were good because I had tested them. I sat in my living room chair just a few feet from the door. I had a baseball bat on my lap. I didn't even remember where I got it, but it had been in my storage boxes. I held it across my knees, waiting. I felt sweat on my forehead. I wiped it with the back of my hand. The apartment was quiet except for a distant hum from the fridge and the faint traffic outside. I looked through the laptop screen, watching both camera feeds side by side. The hallway outside was empty. My apartment's doorway was quiet. Hours passed. I felt my back getting stiff. My legs were getting sore. I wanted to lie down, but I forced myself to stay awake. I drank some water from the sink. I ate a cracker or 2 from a box in the kitchen. I went back to my chair. I forced my eyes to stay open. The apartment grew colder as the night went on, and I turned the heater knob, but it didn't seem to help much. At around 2 in the morning, I thought I heard something. It wasn't loud. It was like a soft click, almost like a lock turning. I looked at the door. Nothing moved. I looked at the laptop. The outside camera showed the hallway empty. The inside camera showed the door standing still. I leaned forward, gripping the bat. I breathed through my mouth slowly and tried not to make noise. Then the door opened. It opened about an inch, maybe 2. It made a quiet creak. I saw the chain slide free and the padlocks fall to the floor, one after another, making a muffled clank. I saw the deadbolt turn by itself. I was right there, only a few steps away. I saw it happen in front of my eyes. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. I tasted something bitter in my mouth. I felt a pressure in my chest that made it hard to breathe. My hands shook. I tried to stand up holding the bat, but my knees felt weak. I looked at the laptop. The outside feed showed nothing. The hallway was empty. The inside feed showed what I was seeing with my own eyes. The door was opening on its own. There was no one there. I could feel my pulse in my ears. I reached out with the bat and nudged the door. It swung open silently. I saw the empty hallway. The lights were dim. No one was out there. I took a step forward and stood in the doorway. I looked left and right. The hallway was empty, just the same faded wallpaper and old light fixtures. I looked at the hinges of my door. They seemed fine. I looked at the floor. It was flat and stable. I tried to pull the door shut. It closed normally. I locked it again. I slid the chain. I stepped back, still holding the bat. My heart was still hammering. I watched the door for another hour. It stayed closed. Eventually, I fell asleep in the chair. I woke up with a stiff neck and the bat still in my hand. The door was still closed, but all the locks were off again. The next day, I went through the footage on the laptop, frame by frame. I saw the exact moment the door opened. The chain flew back as if someone had moved it. The padlocks clicked open one by one. The deadbolt turned, but there was no one there. The outside camera showed nothing at all. The hallway was empty the whole night. I had proof, but what would I do with it? I called the landlord again and told him. He didn't believe me. I offered to show him the video. He said he didn't have time and that if I wanted to break my lease, I could, but he wouldn't give me back my deposit. He sounded tired of my complaints. I talked to a friend on the phone. He told me to leave. I considered it, but I didn't have much money. This place was cheap. Also, I couldn't wrap my head around it. I wanted to know what was going on. I tried another idea. I removed the chain and padlocks entirely and replaced them with a new latch I bought at the hardware store. I even screwed a sliding bolt into the frame. I tested it all. That night, I put the cameras back up. I tried to stay awake again, but at some point I dozed off. I woke up hours later to the sound of the door creaking. I jumped up, ran to it, and found it ajar again. The new latch was on the floor. The sliding bolt was undone. I felt a pain in my stomach that made me want to throw up. I didn't, but I felt shaky. I locked it again, but by now I knew it would never stay locked. The following night, I sat down on the floor in front of the door. I had a flashlight and a crowbar. I pressed my ear against the wood, hoping to hear something. I heard nothing. The building was quiet. A pipe rattled now and then. I whispered to myself, trying to calm down. I told myself I just needed a solution, but I didn't know what to do. There was no sign of forced entry. There were no marks on the wood. There was no damage to the locks. They just opened somehow. I ended up grabbing all my stuff and pushing it into the bedroom. I locked myself inside the bedroom and wedged the dresser against the door. The bedroom door had a simple lock, nothing special. I sat on the bed, waiting. I heard the front door open sometime in the early morning, but I didn't go out to check. I just sat there, holding my knees, breathing slowly, trying not to panic. My heart was beating fast, and my hands were sweating again. When morning came, I checked the front door. It was open again. The hallway was empty. I closed it without bothering to lock it. What was the point? It would open anyway. I picked up the phone and called a locksmith. He came by and looked at everything. He said it was fine. He installed another brand new lock, top quality. He charged me a lot for it. I paid because I didn't know what else to do. That night the door opened again. I watched it happen right in front of me. The locksmith's work made no difference. After that, I realized I couldn't fight it. I couldn't figure it out either. I stuffed a towel under the door so it wouldn't swing open all the way. That didn't help. The towel would be tossed aside by morning. I tried jamming a chair under the knob. I found the chair moved out of the way every time. I tried stacking boxes against the door. They would be pushed aside. It didn't matter what I did. The door would always open. I didn't sleep well. I felt tired and worn down. My appetite got worse. Every time I tried to relax, I thought about that door. I worried that maybe someone was coming in, but I never saw anyone. Nothing was ever stolen. I tried staying in the hallway at night, waiting for something, but nothing happened while I watched. It only happened when I was inside, half asleep or distracted. In the end, I decided to move out. I packed my things over a couple of days, looking over my shoulder at the door every few minutes. On my last night, I slept in my clothes. I left the door unlocked because it would have opened anyway. I kept one camera rolling, but I knew what I'd see. Nothing. Just that door opening by itself and no one there. The next morning, I carried my boxes downstairs. I looked at the building manager, who just gave me a bored shrug. I stepped out onto the street and started walking. I didn't know where I'd go next, but I knew I wasn't staying here. As I walked away, I could picture the door upstairs, slowly drifting open again with nobody around. I felt a chill on the back of my neck as I turned the corner. I didn't look back. I knew I wouldn't get any answers. I just wanted to get out of there. I was sitting in my home office around midnight, staring at my computer screen, trying to finish some reports for work. The lights in the room were on, but the rest of the house was dark. The street outside was quiet. I was alone at home, and I hadn't spoken to anyone in hours. The silence felt normal until I felt a slight tap on my shoulder. It was a light pressure, just one tap. I turned around fast, expecting to see someone standing there, but there was nothing. I stood up from my chair right after feeling that tap. I glanced behind me, checked my office door, and looked around at the empty space. There was my desk, my chair, the shelves with a few binders, and the small couch in the corner. The door was closed, and I hadn't heard it open. There was no one in the room. My house wasn't big, and I knew no one else was supposed to be inside. I double-checked the windows. They were all closed. I was a bit tense, but I didn't say anything out loud. I just tried to breathe normally. I rubbed my shoulder where I thought I felt that tap. There wasn't any pain, nothing felt strange on my skin. I looked around again. The air felt still. My office lamp was shining on the papers spread out in front of me. Nothing was unusual in my immediate view. I stepped out into the hallway. The hallway light was off, so I flipped the switch. The bulb came on, steady. The hallway looked clear. No furniture had moved. The doors were all closed like I left them. I walked down the hallway, checking each room. My bedroom door was closed. I pressed my ear against it. No sound. I opened it carefully. I looked inside. My bed, my dresser, my closet door shut as normal. Nothing out of place. I didn't smell anything odd. I didn't see any shadows moving. I closed the bedroom door and checked the guest room next. That door was also closed. I opened it, switched on the light, and looked around. Same situation. Everything in its place. My old bookshelf, the small desk with nothing on it, the window locked. Nothing strange. I moved to the living room. I turned on a lamp near the couch. The living room was quiet. My TV was off, and it reflected a bit of the lamplight. I stood there listening. The refrigerator in the kitchen made a low hum. I could hear that sound because everything else was silent. I walked into the kitchen, checked the back door. It was locked. I pulled on it to make sure, solid. I checked the window above the sink, locked. I touched the countertops, opened a couple of cabinets, just looking for anything that might explain what happened. Nothing. I returned to the hallway and then back to my office. I left the door open this time. I wanted to keep an eye on my surroundings. I sat down at my desk again, looked at my computer screen, and tried to focus on my work. I typed a few lines, but I was distracted. I kept feeling a slight chill on my neck. There was no draft. My office had no open windows and the heating was on, set to a normal temperature. I leaned back in my chair and listened. I could hear my own breathing, a soft hum from my computer tower, and the quiet electric buzz of the ceiling light. I tapped my fingers on the desk, thinking that maybe I imagined the tap on my shoulder. I considered that maybe I was just tired. It was late, and I had been sitting there for hours. Then I heard a faint sound in the hallway. It sounded like a soft scrape against the wall. I stood up again. I stepped into the hallway, looked around. The lights were on, so I could see the entire space. Nothing. I ran my hand along the wall where I thought the sound came from. The paint felt normal, smooth and cool. I stepped toward my bedroom again, opened the door. Still nothing out of place. I closed the door and stood in the hallway. My heart was beating faster. I pressed my lips together and tried to calm down. I decided to check the front door. I walked to the living room and looked at the door. It was locked. I looked through the peephole. The outside porch light showed the empty front step. No movement. The street was quiet. I did not see any cars going by. The neighbors' lights were off. Everything looked ordinary. I returned to the office. I pushed my chair aside and looked under the desk. Nothing there except the power strip and a few cables. I opened my closet. Inside were some boxes, old binders, and a couple of rolled-up posters. Everything was exactly how I left it. I closed it again and sat down. My skin felt a little sweaty under my shirt. I pressed my hand on my chest and felt my heartbeat. I tried to slow my breathing. I told myself I would just finish the reports quickly and then go to bed. I typed for a while, forcing myself to ignore the feeling that something was off. Then I heard another sound. This time it was a soft tapping. It came from behind me. Not on my shoulder, but on the wall. 3 soft taps, spaced out. I turned around in my chair. I looked at the wall. I got up and pressed my ear against it. I did not hear anything else. I tapped back with my knuckle. The wall felt solid. I waited a moment, but nothing happened. I left the office again and went to the guest room, which shared that wall. I turned on the light and checked the wall on that side. There was a small table and a lamp, both untouched. The window was still locked. I touched the wall. It felt just like any other wall. No vibration, no sound. I stood very still, holding my breath, listening. Nothing. I went back to the living room, sat down on the couch. I leaned forward, elbows on my knees, trying to think straight. I did not want to call anyone at this hour. It felt silly. I considered calling the police, but I had no real evidence of anyone else in my home. I decided to try a different approach. I took a flashlight from a kitchen drawer and decided to check every inch of the house. I started in the living room, under the couch, behind the TV stand, behind the curtains, all clear. I checked the kitchen, opened every cabinet, checked under the table, behind the fridge, in the pantry. Nothing. I moved to the bathroom. I pulled back the shower curtain. Empty tub. I checked under the sink. Only cleaning supplies. I checked the hallway closet. Coats, vacuum cleaner, a few boxes. Nothing unusual. I went into my bedroom again, opened the closet, moved the hangers aside. Nothing. I looked under the bed. A few storage boxes, nothing else. I stood there, flashlight in hand, just looking at my bed and dresser. Everything was normal. I felt a little embarrassed with myself. I was searching for something that probably wasn't there. I turned off the bedroom light and closed the door. I headed back toward my office. Just as I reached the doorway, I heard a creak behind me. It was the floorboard near the bathroom. I turned around quickly. The hallway light was still on. I saw nothing but the door frames and the floor. I stepped over to that spot, pressed my foot down. The floor creaked a bit under my weight. It was an old spot that sometimes made noise, but it usually creaked only when I stepped on it. I knelt down and pressed my hand on the floor. It made the same creak. I stood up and looked around. I listened, holding my breath again. I tried not to imagine anything. I wanted something solid, something I could see or hear clearly. But all I had was a feeling that I wasn't alone. I stepped back into my office and sat down at the desk. I reached for my phone. I considered calling a friend just to talk. I checked the phone's signal. It was normal. I scrolled through my contacts, but I didn't call anyone. I didn't know what I would say. I didn't want to sound paranoid. Instead, I locked my phone screen and placed it on the desk. I tried to focus on my work again, typing slowly, checking numbers, writing some notes. The silence settled back in. Then I heard a low sound from the living room. It was a quiet shuffle, like someone moving a piece of fabric. I stood up immediately, not even pushing my chair back, and walked quickly into the living room. The lamp was still on. The furniture was still in place. I touched the couch cushions. They were warm because I had sat there a few minutes before, but nothing else felt disturbed. I circled the coffee table, checked behind the armchair, looked at the curtains again. Everything was the same. I spoke out loud for the first time. I said, "Hello?" My voice sounded normal, maybe a bit tense. I waited. No answer. I walked around the house, calling out, "Is anyone here?" I kept my voice low, but loud enough that if someone was hiding, they would hear me. I got no response. I decided to check the locks again. Front door locked, back door locked, all windows locked. I tried to open a window just to hear the outside sound. It opened fine. I heard distant traffic. I closed it again. Nothing outside suggested anything unusual. It was just a normal night in my neighborhood. I returned to the office, left the door open, and turned the chair so I could see the hallway as I sat. I wanted to keep an eye on that space. I placed my phone on my lap and kept typing. After a few minutes, I noticed a faint scratch sound on the office door frame. I stood up again and walked over. I examined the wood. There were no fresh marks. I ran my finger along the frame. Smooth. I stepped back into the hallway. Silence. At that point, I felt my stomach tighten. I couldn't relax. My scalp felt tense and my heartbeat was heavy in my chest. I wiped sweat from my forehead. I was breathing through my mouth. I felt a dry sensation in my throat. I swallowed and decided I would not stay in that office any longer. I grabbed my laptop and my phone and went to the living room. I placed my laptop on the coffee table and sat on the couch. I turned the TV on for some background noise. News channel, low volume. Just something to break the silence. I watched the news anchor talk about something boring. I tried to pretend I was just staying up late. After a while, nothing else happened. I sat there for a good 15 minutes, listening to the TV, looking around the room. The lamp lit everything clearly. I tapped my foot on the floor a bit just to feel in control. I told myself that if there was someone inside, they would have revealed themselves by now. I got up, went to the kitchen, poured myself a glass of water. I drank it, placed the glass in the sink. I said again, "Hello?" Nothing. I leaned against the counter thinking about what to do next. It was well past midnight now. I felt a little stupid, but I also felt a steady fear. I didn't understand what I had felt on my shoulder. It was too real to dismiss. I decided to try something else. I turned off the living room lamp so the only light came from the TV screen. I stood by the wall, listening. If there was an intruder, maybe I could hear their steps in the dark. I waited in the darkened living room, letting my eyes adjust to the dim light from the TV. I heard the clock ticking in the hallway. I waited, breathing quietly. After a while, I heard a soft thump from the guest room. I moved slowly toward the hallway and flicked on the light. I walked to the guest room door, opened it, and turned on the light inside. Everything looked the same. I checked the closet, under the bed, behind the curtains. Nothing. I stood in the center of the room, feeling a slight tremble in my legs. I heard a faint click sound from the kitchen. I rushed out of the guest room and into the hallway. I moved quickly to the kitchen. The light was still on in there. Nothing had changed. I checked the back door lock again, still locked. Window lock still engaged. I pulled open a few drawers, checked if anything had moved. Everything in its place. My throat felt dry again. I drank another glass of water. I tried to calm my breathing. I walked through the house one more time, room by room, checking every spot. I found nothing. It was all normal. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept feeling small chills on my arms and neck. I returned to the couch. I sat with my back against the couch cushions, my eyes on the hallway. I forced myself to watch TV for a while. I changed channels a few times. I settled on some late-night show with people talking about sports. It felt normal and steady. I got up only to use the bathroom, then came back and stayed in the living room with all the lights on. I watched the clock. Hours passed slowly. By the time it was early morning, nothing else had happened. I never saw anyone. I never heard any more taps or scratches. I started to think that maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. I felt tired and tense. My shoulders hurt from sitting so stiffly. I stood up and stretched my arms. My body felt heavy. I decided to go back to my office. The hallway was quiet. My office door was still open. I went inside, sat down, and looked at the papers on my desk. Everything was exactly where I left it. The feeling that started this whole situation seemed distant now. I touched my shoulder, remembering that moment. The feeling had been very real, but I had found no one. I had searched my entire home, turned on every light, and waited for any sign. I got nothing. I saved my work on the computer and closed the documents. I turned off the computer monitor and listened. Just the low hum of the machine, the faint sound of the TV in the other room. My house was quiet. I got up, grabbed my phone, and went to the living room. I left the TV on and just sat there, waiting for the morning light to come through the windows. I felt safer with the TV's low voices. They felt human and ordinary. As I sat there, I looked toward the hallway one more time. No movement, no shadows, no sounds. Eventually, the sky outside started to lighten. I could see a faint gray through the curtains. I stood up and turned off the hallway light. I looked back at my office door and saw nothing but my desk and chair inside. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I felt my heart rate settle down. I spent the rest of that early morning on the couch, keeping quiet, half watching the TV, half listening to the silence. Nothing else happened. When the sun finally came up, I felt more grounded. I checked my doors and windows one last time before getting ready for the day. They were still locked. Everything was normal. I ended up leaving for work without any clear answers. But I know what I felt that night. I felt something tap my shoulder. I don't know what it was and I didn't see anyone, but I know what happened. It still bothers me, but I have no proof. I was alone, and there was nothing else I could do. I knew something was off on my first night in that new place. I remember sitting on the old couch in the living room, trying to relax after unpacking my kitchen boxes, when I noticed a low, steady sound coming from the end of the hallway. It sounded like a faint hum or chant. It was quiet. I could barely hear it. I stopped what I was doing to listen more closely. The sound was coming from the last bedroom at the end of the hall, the one I hadn't put anything in yet. The door was open, and the lights were off. It was just this empty room with bare walls and an uncovered window. There shouldn't have been any noise at all. I got up, walked slowly down the hall, and as soon as I reached the doorway, the sound stopped. There was nothing inside. The room was empty. I stood there for a moment. I looked at the corners, the ceiling, the wooden floor. I looked out the window. I saw the neighbor's fence and the dim lights of the houses across the street. I heard nothing but the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen behind me. I went back to the living room and tried to forget about it. I assumed I must have been hearing something outside. Maybe a radio from a nearby house or someone talking out on the sidewalk. But when I settled down again, maybe 10 minutes later, I heard that low hum again. It was the same tone, the same feeling of soft chanting or murmuring. I couldn't make out words. It just sounded like a human voice humming something repetitive and quiet, like someone trying not to be heard. I got up again, moving quietly this time. The hallway was dark because the only light on was the one in the living room. I walked slowly, my socks brushing the floor. I tried not to make any noise. As I approached the room, the sound kept going until I reached the threshold. The instant I stepped inside, the hum vanished. I turned on the ceiling light. I checked every corner. I looked behind the door and out the window again. Empty, silent. I was alone. I felt a prickling on my skin, like a light sweat forming on my forehead. There was no reason for that sound. The house was older, but not ancient. It had been renovated a few years back, according to the landlord. The walls were not thin. I didn't see any cracks or openings where someone outside could whisper through. I went to the other empty bedroom, opened its closet, checked under its window. I listened at the walls. Nothing. I tried to ignore it. That night I slept in my own bedroom with the door closed. My bedroom was next to the kitchen, far from that empty room. I kept thinking I would hear that sound again, but I was tired and eventually fell asleep without hearing anything else. The next day I worked on setting up my desk in my home office. I work from home, so I spent the afternoon arranging my computer and sorting out my internet connection. Everything felt normal during the day. It was actually a quiet neighborhood. No traffic noise, just a few birds outside, the buzz of my computer, and the occasional bark from a dog down the street. I went to that empty bedroom a few times during the day, trying to see if anything looked strange. It was just a normal room. The walls were painted white. The window faced the front yard. The floor was wooden and had no rugs yet. It was just an empty space. There were no hidden doors or loose floorboards. I tapped on the walls a bit, trying to see if there were hollow spots. Everything sounded solid. That night, after dinner, I sat in the living room again. I left the door of the empty bedroom open. I sat there, in silence with the TV off, just to see if I would hear it again. It took about an hour, but then I caught it. A low, steady humming sound, like a voice without words, coming from that room at the end of the hall. I felt a chill. My heart started beating faster. I stood up slowly. This time, I didn't walk straight there. I tried stepping lightly on the floor, making almost no sound. I wanted to catch it still humming. As I got closer, it kept going. I reached the doorway and I heard it more clearly. It was definitely a human voice. It was a calm, steady hum. The pitch was low. I tried to peer in without stepping inside. I leaned my head past the doorframe to see into the room, but there was no one. The window was shut. The floor was empty. Then I took one step in, and instantly, it stopped. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. I checked behind the door again. I looked at the ceiling. I even opened the window to see if someone was standing outside. Nothing. The street outside was empty, just a couple of parked cars and a dim porch light across the street. I closed the window and went back to the living room. I sat down again, thinking maybe I should record this. I took out my phone, opened a recording app, and waited. About 30 minutes later, I heard it again. This time I started recording immediately. I held my phone in my hand, got up slowly, and crept toward the room. I kept the phone aimed forward. The voice kept humming until I reached the doorway. The moment I leaned in, silence. I stopped the recording and played it back. Nothing. Just my own breathing and some background hiss. I didn't pick up the sound. I cursed under my breath and felt a tension in my neck. I paced around the hallway, flicking the hall light on and off. I tried standing outside the empty bedroom for a long time, listening. Nothing happened when I waited right outside. The sound only started when I went back to the living room or the kitchen. It was as if it needed some distance from me. That night I tried a different approach. I left my phone inside the empty bedroom with the recording app running, and I walked away. I went to my bedroom, closed the door, and waited. About an hour later, I walked back to retrieve the phone. I stopped at the doorway first to listen. Nothing. I stepped inside and it was silent. I grabbed the phone and checked the recording. I heard a faint hum in the background for a few seconds around the middle of the recording, but it was very quiet and cut off suddenly. No clear pattern, no voice that I could identify as male or female, just a low hum. I listened to it again and again, and it always sounded the same. Just a few seconds of humming, and then nothing. Over the next few days, I started feeling uneasy in my own home. I found myself avoiding the hallway at night. I tried to focus on my work and my daily routine. I made sure I had music playing during the evenings. Sometimes I wore headphones to distract myself, but sooner or later, when I turned off the music or tried to watch TV quietly, I would hear that humming coming from the empty bedroom. I tried knocking on the wall of the hallway while the humming was happening. It stopped immediately. I tried calling out, asking if anyone was there. No response. I checked the attic. Just an empty space with insulation and no sign of animals. I checked the crawl space under the house. I found some old pipes and wiring. Nothing unusual. I got a stepladder and looked closely at the ceiling of the empty bedroom. There were no vents, no hidden speakers. The electrical wiring was simple. The window frame was solid. The closet was just a shallow space with no secret panel. I started to sleep with the TV on in my bedroom so I wouldn't have to listen. It helped a bit. But some nights I turned the volume down on the TV just to see if the humming was still there. It always was. It never became louder, never changed pitch, just a steady low hum, stopping the second I tried to step inside that room. One night, I tried another experiment. I placed a cheap baby monitor set that I had bought a long time ago. I didn't have kids, I just thought it might be useful for security. Inside the empty bedroom, I put the receiver in the living room. At first, I heard only static. I waited. Eventually, the humming started. I leaned closer to the receiver, and I could hear it through the device. It was clearer now, like a voice humming a short sequence of notes. I rushed down the hallway with the receiver in my hand. The humming cut out before I got close. When I checked the transmitter device inside the room, it was untouched. I started feeling anxious whenever evening came. My appetite got worse. I felt tired and nervous. I thought about calling the landlord, but what would I say? That I was hearing some humming in the empty bedroom that vanished every time I checked? He'd think I was imagining things. I considered calling a friend over, but I was embarrassed. Plus, I didn't want to drag anyone else into this weird situation. I tried sleeping in the empty bedroom one night just to see what would happen. I put a sleeping bag on the floor. I turned off all the lights and lay there in the dark, waiting. The house was quiet. After a long time, I started to doze off. Then I heard the humming again. It sounded distant now, like it was coming from somewhere else, but it was definitely the same sound. I sat up. The humming stopped immediately. I waited, breathing hard, my skin damp with sweat. I could smell the dust of the wooden floor. The room felt cold. I waited for hours, but it didn't start again as long as I stayed inside. The next day, I felt drained. I was annoyed and angry. I tried talking out loud in the empty bedroom, saying that I didn't want any trouble, that I just wanted to live in peace. I didn't expect any answer, and I got none. It was still just a room, bare and quiet. After 2 weeks, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided I had to do something more drastic. I borrowed a friend's handheld tape recorder. It was an old device, something that could pick up sound differently than my phone. I set it up in the hallway outside the empty bedroom, recording nonstop, and I stayed in the living room. I kept the TV off and the lights dim. The humming started again. I could hear it clearly from where I sat. I waited a few minutes to make sure it was steady. Then I crept down the hallway and slowly moved the tape recorder closer. As soon as I got near the door, it stopped. When I played back the tape, I got a few seconds of the humming, but it was faint. I tried leaving the house late at night, standing in the front yard to see if I could hear it through the open window. I opened the window of the empty bedroom and stood outside with the baby monitor receiver. I heard nothing. Only when I went back inside and settled in the living room did it start again. The humming was always inside, always from that room, and always gone as soon as I approached. I felt stuck. I didn't want to move out again. I had just settled in, paid deposits, connected utilities, but I started avoiding nights in the living room. I spent more time in my bedroom with music playing. Still, I was curious. One evening, I tried sneaking up from the kitchen side, walking slowly, crouching low, trying not to cast a shadow. The humming continued until the moment I peeked inside. Then silence. I never got used to it. Every time I heard it, I felt my heart thump harder. My hands got clammy. My breathing turned shallow. I thought about putting furniture in that room, maybe turning it into a storage space or a guest room, but I didn't want to spend time in there. The thought of arranging furniture while that strange humming might start and stop behind my back made me feel sick. Eventually, I started wearing earplugs at night. I turned on a fan in my bedroom so I wouldn't hear it. Some nights I managed to ignore it. Other nights I gave in to my curiosity and stepped out into the hallway. It was always the same pattern. Hum when I'm away, silence when I get close. I never found a source. I never found a speaker or a hidden device. I never saw anyone inside the room. I tried calling out, if someone is there, say something. No words, just humming when I wasn't looking. I tried shining a flashlight through the doorway from a distance. I saw nothing. I moved in a small chair and placed it against the wall, facing the door, hoping to trick whoever or whatever it was. But it didn't help. In the end, I just learned to live with it. I avoided spending quiet evenings in the living room. I played music or kept the TV loud. Sometimes I left the house after dark, going for a drive just to avoid the tension. When I came back late, I went straight to my bedroom. In the morning, everything felt normal again. The empty room was just a room with four walls and a window. No stains, no marks, no strange smells. To this day, I don't know what caused that humming. I never caught it red-handed, so to speak. It was always careful, always silent when I was near. It never got louder. It never tried to scare me directly. It never showed any sign that it was aware of me as a person. It just existed in that empty space at night, humming softly, then disappearing the moment I tried to confront it. I still live here. The humming continues sometimes. I've stopped trying to explain it. I just keep my distance and live my life. That's all I can do. I sat down on my couch late in the evening after a long day. I needed to send a quick voice message to a friend. I picked up my phone, hit the record button, and spoke for maybe 20 seconds, just telling him that I was running late on something and would catch up tomorrow. There was nothing unusual in the room. My apartment was quiet. The windows were closed. I was alone, and it was just a quick message. When I played it back to check if my voice was clear enough, I noticed something strange behind my own words. There was another voice, very faint, whispering something I couldn't understand. I paused the playback and stared at the phone screen. I thought I must have picked up some random noise from the street, but I'd been sitting right in the middle of the living room, and everything was silent. The windows were shut. The TV was off. The ceiling fan was on low, making a slight hum, but that was it. I pressed play again and listened carefully. My voice sounded normal, a little tired, but behind it I heard this soft, low whisper, almost like a breathy mumble. It didn't sound like interference, it sounded like a voice, but I couldn't make out any words. I felt my face get warm. I held my breath and played it again. My own words were, "Hey man, I'm just checking in, I'll send you the details tomorrow." And over that faintly something like, I couldn't tell if it was male or female. It was too quiet. I tried increasing the volume. I heard my own voice get louder, but the whisper still stayed distant, like it was behind a wall. I listened maybe 5 times in a row. Each time I felt a small chill on the back of my neck. My apartment was still dead quiet. I glanced around. The kitchen light was off. The hallway was dim. No one else was there. I decided to record another message. I didn't say anything too meaningful, I just said, "testing," and then stayed silent for a few seconds before stopping the recording. I played it back. My voice came through, "testing," and then total silence. No whisper. I told myself I must have imagined it the first time. Then I went back to the original message. The whisper was still there. I tried sending it to my friend. I wrote a quick text telling him to listen and asked if he heard anything weird. He didn't reply right away, and I felt stupid sitting there waiting for him to say something. I got up, turned on the kitchen light, and walked around. I checked the windows. They were all closed. My apartment was on the 3rd floor, facing a quiet courtyard. No one should be outside whispering. My heart was beating a little faster for no good reason. I took a drink of water, leaning against the kitchen counter. I tried to think of a logical explanation. Maybe my phone microphone picked up some electronic interference. Maybe the phone's speaker was acting up. I decided to try another test. I made a new recording. This is a second test. I'm alone. I'm just testing my phone. I paused, then ended the recording. I played it back. Perfectly normal. No whisper. I sat down again on the couch, put my phone on the coffee table, and went back to the first recording. The whisper was still there. I took a pair of headphones out of the drawer and plugged them into the phone's jack. I listened through the headphones to be sure. This time with the headphones, the whisper seemed a bit clearer, but still impossible to understand. I could hear soft breaths, like someone standing just behind me, speaking too quietly to catch the words. I turned around. No one. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. I got up and checked the bedroom and bathroom. I opened the closet. Nothing. No sign of anyone. I don't live with anyone. There's no roommate. I was alone. I tried to ignore it. I went to the kitchen and made myself a quick snack. A sandwich. I didn't feel hungry, but I needed to do something normal. I ate standing up, looking around my quiet apartment. Everything seemed normal. The fridge hummed softly. The overhead light buzzed a little. Outside I couldn't hear much. Maybe a distant car, but no voices, no whispering. My phone buzzed. It was my friend. He sent me a text. I hear something weird in the background. What the hell is that? I felt my stomach tighten, so I wasn't imagining it. Someone else could hear it too. I typed back, I don't know. I was alone. He replied with a voice message. I played it. Dude, that's creepy. It sounds like someone is whispering. Are you sure no one was there? His voice was steady, but I could tell he was a bit freaked out too. I decided to try to replicate it again. I sat in the same spot, turned off the fan, and recorded the same phrase I said the first time. Hey man, I'm just checking in. I'll send you the details tomorrow. I tried to speak in the same tone. I pressed stop and played it. Nothing but my voice. Totally normal. I tried again. I repeated the phrase a third time. Just my voice. No whisper. I went back to the first recording and played it again. The whisper was still there. It hadn't gone away. It was as if it was burned into that first message. I tried editing the file on my phone, trying to isolate the sound. I replayed it over and over. I tried holding the phone against my ear. I could almost feel my pulse in my head as I listened, straining to catch a single word. It was just a soft hissing like, but it definitely sounded like speech, not static. I felt a drop of sweat run down my back. My shirt clung to my skin. I realized I was breathing a bit faster than normal. I walked over to the front door and looked through the peephole. The hallway outside was quiet. The faint glow of the corridor light was still. No sounds. I opened the door and stepped into the hallway. No one was around. I stood there for a moment, listening. Nothing but silence. I went back inside and locked the door. I checked every room again. I stood in the center of the bedroom looking at my phone. I recorded another message there, just saying something meaningless. Played it back. Nothing strange. I moved to the bathroom, tried the same test. Nothing strange. I ended up sitting at my desk in the corner of the living room, opening a sound editing app and loading that first voice message. I tried playing with the equalizer. If I increased the volume of the lower frequencies, I could hear a soft, raspy voice. If I increased the higher frequencies, it became more like a hiss. It never turned into clear words. I texted my friend the edited version. He wrote back, "This is messed up. Maybe your phone is broken." I grabbed an old phone from a drawer, a spare I kept for emergencies. I turned it on, recorded myself speaking the same phrase, and played it back. Nothing weird. I transferred the original voice message to that old phone just out of curiosity. I listened on the old device. The whisper was still there, so it wasn't the phone's hardware. The recording itself contained that voice. I couldn't explain it. I felt a pressure in my chest. I rubbed my eyes and took a deep breath. I needed to calm down. I tried calling my friend. I told him again that I was alone in the apartment when I recorded the message. He believed me, but he didn't have any explanation. He said it might be some weird audio glitch. I said that didn't make sense. He didn't know what else to say. We hung up, and I sat there alone again. I decided to record silence. I opened the recording app and hit record without speaking. I kept quiet for about 15 seconds. When I played it back, I heard nothing but silence. I tried it again, this time standing where I was originally sitting. Again, silence. I repeated the original message one more time. Again, it was normal. That whisper never appeared again in any new recording. It was only in that first one. I felt a mix of relief and confusion. If it wasn't happening again, maybe I could forget about it. I tried to move on. I turned on the TV, watched some random show, and tried to relax. But after a while, I kept picking up my phone and listening to that first voice message. I didn't know why I couldn't let it go. Something about it felt wrong. I turned the TV's volume off and listened again. The whisper sounded like it was behind my own voice, as if someone had leaned over my shoulder as I spoke. I got up and stood in that exact spot. I faced the direction I had been facing. I looked around. There was nothing special about that spot. Just my couch, my coffee table, and the TV stand. I paced around the apartment. I tried checking all my electronics. My laptop was in the bedroom, closed. My tablet was off. My smart speaker was unplugged. I wondered if some random radio frequency got caught in the recording, but I had never heard of something like that happening in such a realistic way. I stepped out onto my small balcony and recorded something, just a test. Outside, I could hear distant traffic. When I played it back, it sounded exactly as expected. No whisper, nothing strange. I stepped inside again and closed the balcony door. I pulled down the blinds. I recorded another test message in the living room. Totally normal. I looked at the clock. It was getting late. I couldn't shake off the nervous feeling. My throat felt dry. I turned on all the lights in the apartment. I walked from room to room, looking behind curtains, checking under the bed, opening cabinets. I felt silly, but I did it anyway. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. I was completely alone. I wondered if my apartment's walls were thin. Could I have picked up a neighbor's voice somehow? Maybe someone was whispering next door at that exact moment. I pressed my ear to the wall. I could hear a very faint TV sound from somewhere else in the building, but not close. I tapped the wall. Solid. I never heard my neighbors talk in a whisper before, at least not so clearly. And I didn't record for long. The timing would have had to be perfect. I sat down at my desk and wrote a note on a piece of paper. First recording, whisper present. Subsequent recordings, no whisper. Old phone test, whisper present on original file. Outside test, normal. Whisper never appeared again. I had no answers. I tapped my foot on the floor. My legs felt tense. I realized I was sweating again. My fingertips felt cold. Every time I played that file, the whisper gave me this uneasy feeling, like I wasn't alone, even though I was. I tried turning on some music for a while. I listened to a couple of songs, hoping to distract myself. It didn't help much. Eventually, I decided to try sleeping. I went to the bedroom, got ready for bed, and turned off the lights. The darkness made me feel uneasy. After a few minutes, I got up, turned the lights back on, and closed the bedroom door. I left the hallway light on. I didn't like the idea of lying in the dark alone, knowing that weird whisper existed on my phone. I sat in bed with the phone in my hand. I pressed play one last time. My voice. "Hey man, I'm just checking in. I'll send you the details tomorrow." And right after I said, "checking in," the whisper came through. It was so quiet I could barely hear it, but it was there. It sounded like someone breathing out a few syllables. Maybe it was saying my name, or maybe it was just nonsense. I couldn't tell. I tried covering my other ear to focus on the sound. It didn't help. It stayed incomprehensible. I closed my eyes and thought about what to do. I had no plan. I was just stuck with this weird recording. Maybe I could delete it and pretend it never happened, but I knew I'd never forget it. I decided to send the file to another friend, just to get a second opinion. He was offline, so he wouldn't reply right away. I sent it anyway. Then I plugged my phone in to charge and placed it on the nightstand. I got up and checked the front door lock one more time. I made sure the windows were secure. I looked behind the shower curtain. I felt stupid, but I just had to be sure. All clear. I finally turned off the hallway light and got back into bed. My body felt tense. My heart was beating a little faster than normal. I closed my eyes and tried to breathe slowly, thinking that I needed sleep. I couldn't sleep well. I kept thinking I heard something. I sat up a couple of times, holding my breath, listening for anything strange, but the apartment stayed quiet. Eventually, I got tired enough that I started drifting. My head felt heavy, and my eyelids were sore. I didn't hear anything in the room. Just the low hum of the fridge in the kitchen and the faint tick of the wall clock. I guess I managed to fall asleep at some point. When I woke up in the morning, the first thing I did was check my phone. I played the recording again. The whisper was still there, unchanged. I tried making a fresh recording in the morning light, just to see if anything weird happened now. It didn't. It was just my voice and silence. I ended up leaving my apartment for a while, going for a walk around the block. I grabbed a coffee and tried not to think about it. But the memory stuck with me. That one strange whisper on one random recording. I couldn't explain it. My friend didn't have any answers. No one did. It was just there, a piece of recorded sound I could not understand. When I got back to my place, everything looked the same, but I felt different. I kept my phone away for a while, not wanting to hear it again. I knew it was still there, waiting, but I didn't know what else to do, so I just went on with my day. I remember it started on a Monday night. It was about 2 a.m. when I first noticed the apartment next door. The door was closed as usual. There was no noise. I had just gotten up to get some water. Everything was quiet in my own place. My kitchen light was on low because I hate walking around in total darkness. As I passed my living room window, I saw a flicker in the apartment across the narrow courtyard. It was a quick series of flashes. It came from a window on the same floor, just one unit over. It looked like a lamp turning on and off in a strange, uneven pattern. I stood there watching, a bit confused but not too worried. Eventually it stopped, and I went back to bed. The next night I saw it again. Same time, same weird flickering of the lights. It didn't look like someone casually flipping a switch. It wasn't a steady rhythm. Sometimes it blinked twice, sometimes 3 times, then paused, then flashed again. I was curious, but I didn't want to bother anyone that late. Maybe the neighbor had some electrical problem or was testing something. I tried to fall asleep, telling myself it was none of my business. This went on for almost a week. Each night, around the same hour, the lights in that apartment would flicker. I could see it through the window that faced my living room. I never heard any voices. I never saw anyone's silhouette. I never caught a glimpse of anyone moving behind the glass. Just that strange pulsing glow, like someone was messing with the lights. My curiosity grew. I didn't know the neighbor well. Actually, I didn't know them at all. We weren't a friendly building. People here kept to themselves. I never ran into anyone from that unit in the hallway or the elevator. Still, I planned to ask around. On Saturday morning, I decided to talk to the landlord. I didn't want to go straight to the neighbor. I figured I should find out if someone actually lived there. Maybe it was a vacant unit. The building wasn't fully occupied. Some apartments stayed empty for months. The landlord's office was on the ground floor. I found him fixing a mailbox. I asked if he knew the person in apartment 304, the one next to mine on the opposite side of the courtyard. He looked at me and frowned. He said apartment 304 had been empty for a while. He was sure no one lived there. He told me the last tenant left 3 months ago. He said they were trying to find a new tenant, but no one had signed a lease yet. I told him that was strange because I'd been seeing lights at night. He shrugged. He said maybe it was a reflection from somewhere else or a malfunction in the wiring. He didn't seem worried. I asked if we could check the place. He sighed and said he didn't have time right now, but we could look into it next week. I left feeling uneasy. If no one lived there, who was turning the lights on and off? That night I stayed up on purpose. I turned off my TV and all the lights in my apartment except for a small lamp in my bedroom. I stood at my window and waited. Around 2 a.m., it started again. The apartment 304's window lit up with that strange flicker. I watched carefully. The pattern didn't look random this time. It paused now and then, as if waiting. My heart was beating fast. My mouth felt dry. I leaned forward, pressing my forehead against the glass. There was no other movement, just the flashes of light. I decided to do something. I put on some pants and a jacket and stepped out into the hallway. My apartment and 304 were separated by a few units. a small walk down the corridor. The hallway was quiet. The carpeted floor muffled my footsteps. The lights overhead were dim, as usual. I stood in front of 304's door. I could see light seeping from under it. It flickered and stopped, then flickered again. I felt a tightness in my chest. I reached out and knocked softly. There was no answer. I knocked again, harder this time. Nothing. The light continued to flash inside. I leaned close to the door. I didn't hear anything. No shuffling, no breathing, no music or TV. Nothing. Just silence, and that weird flicker visible under the door. I tried the handle. It was locked, of course. I stood there for a long moment, my heart pounding, feeling a cold sweat forming on my neck. Finally, I backed away and returned to my apartment. The light continued for another few minutes, then stopped. I hardly slept that night. The next day, I managed to catch the landlord in the afternoon. I told him about the flickering again and insisted we check the apartment together. He seemed irritated, but agreed to come with me. We took the elevator to the third floor. It was around noon. We stood outside 304 and he used his master key to open the door. Inside, the apartment was empty. No furniture, no lamps, no personal items. Just a bare living room, a kitchen with empty counters, and a bedroom without a bed. The overhead light was a standard ceiling fixture. The landlord flipped the switch. The light came on, steady and normal. No flickering. I looked around carefully. The floor was dusty in places. The windows were closed. The electrical outlets were empty. The landlord pointed at the ceiling light. He said it looked normal to him. The bulb was a regular bulb. He flicked it on and off a few times. Nothing strange. I tried to explain what I had seen. He said maybe I was seeing some reflection from the building next door. Maybe there was a sign or something outside, bouncing light around. I shook my head and told him the pattern came from inside this unit. He shrugged. We locked up and left. That night, I watched again from my apartment. At 2 a.m. the flicker was back. I could see it clearly. I knew no one was inside. I had been in there just hours before. I could feel my stomach knotting up. My hands shook a little. I tried to think logically. Maybe there was a short in the wiring that only happened late at night. Maybe a loose connection in the building's electrical system caused the bulb to flash. But why only that apartment? And why in such irregular patterns? I decided to try something else. I turned off all my lights and watched carefully. When the flicker started, I tried waving my hand in front of my eyes, tried moving side to side to see if it was some trick of the reflection. It always looked the same. A few flashes, a pause, a few more flashes, another pause. I pressed my ear against the wall that separated my living room from the hallway, then from there to 304. I couldn't hear anything unusual, just the faint hum of my refrigerator behind me and my own breathing. I felt sweat gathering under my arms. My neck felt stiff. My pulse was fast. I stepped away from the wall, paced around my apartment, and thought about calling the police. But what would I say? I saw flickering lights in an empty apartment. They would probably think I was imagining it. I tried another approach. The next morning, I asked a neighbor who lived a floor below if they'd noticed anything strange. They said no. They seemed a bit suspicious of my question. They didn't want to get involved. I didn't insist. That night, I placed a chair in my hallway right in front of my apartment door. I left my door slightly open so I could peek through the gap and see if anyone approached 304. It was a bit ridiculous, but I wanted to be sure. Around 1:30 a.m., I sat there quietly, listening. The hallway smelled like old carpet and cleaning chemicals. The overhead lights buzzed softly. No one passed by. Then at 2 a.m., I saw the light flicker under the door of 304 again. I felt my heart pounding. I swallowed hard and stood up. I took a few steps toward 304 and stopped. The light was still flickering inside. I tried the door handle again. Locked. I pressed my ear against it. No sound. Just that dim, uneven glow under the door. I felt a chill on my arms and a tightness in my throat. My breathing got faster. I turned and went back to my apartment. I closed and locked my door and stood with my back against it, breathing heavily. Eventually, I tried to sleep. For the next few nights, I didn't even look at the window. I tried to ignore it, but it kept happening. Every time I got up, I'd see that flicker in the corner of my eye. I couldn't relax. I felt like my apartment wasn't safe. I started jumping at small noises. I'd wake up sweating. My eyes were getting red from lack of sleep. I couldn't focus on normal things like reading or watching TV. My mind kept drifting back to that flicker. I decided to bring it up with the landlord again. We stood in the hallway outside 304 the next afternoon. I told him it happened every night. He looked annoyed. He said he'd call an electrician to check the wiring. The electrician came the following day in the late morning. They checked the fuse box, the wiring inside 304, and found nothing wrong. The electrician said everything looked standard. No faulty switches, no damaged fixtures, no strange power surges. I felt stupid standing there while they shrugged at me. That night, I tried filming it. I set up my phone at the window and pressed record. At 2 a.m., the flicker started. I watched it happen right in front of me. The flashes lit up the opposite window. After it stopped, I checked the footage. Nothing. Just darkness. The video didn't show any flicker at all. It was like the camera didn't pick it up. I tried turning my phone off and on. I tried again the next night with a different angle. Same result. The camera showed no flicker. This made my skin crawl. I saw it with my own eyes. Why couldn't I capture it on camera? My stomach felt tight all the time. My shoulders ached from tension. I gripped my armrests too hard when I sat down. My thoughts raced. I kept looking at the clock near midnight, dreading that 2 a.m. flicker. I tried earplugs even though the flicker was silent. I tried closing my blinds, but I knew it was still happening. Even if I didn't see it, I knew it was there. A week later, the landlord knocked on my door in the late afternoon. He asked if the flickering was still happening. I said yes. He sighed and said we should try checking the apartment at night. I agreed. I felt relieved that someone else wanted to see it. So at 1:50 a.m. that night, we met in the hallway. It was quiet and cold. I rubbed my arms. The landlord looked tired but determined. We waited. At exactly 2 a.m., we saw the flicker under the door. The landlord whispered that he would open the door. He used his master key. We stepped in. It was dark. The landlord flipped the ceiling light switch. The light came on steady. No flicker. The room was empty. I could smell dust in the air. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear my pulse in my ears. The landlord looked around, checked the bedroom, the bathroom. Nothing. No lamps, no devices, no sign of anyone. We turned off the light and stepped back into the hallway. After a few seconds, we saw a flicker again through the still open door. We rushed back in, turned on the light, and it was normal. No flicker. We stepped out and locked the door. The landlord wiped sweat from his forehead. He didn't say much. He looked pale. After that night, the landlord said he would have the wiring checked again. I never heard back about any results. A few days passed without any flickering. I almost relaxed. Then one night, it started again, but only for a brief moment. I didn't bother the landlord this time. I didn't try to film it. I just stood there and watched. It flickered a few times and stopped. Over the next several days, it appeared less and less. Some nights, nothing happened. Other nights, I'd catch a glimpse, but it would vanish as soon as I focused on it. I spent my evenings watching my clock, listening to my own breathing, waiting for something that sometimes didn't come. My hands were always tense. My eyes felt dry. I drank water constantly because my mouth felt sticky. A couple of weeks later, the flickering stopped completely. No more strange patterns. No more lights under the door. The apartment remained empty. The landlord didn't mention it again. The electrician never returned. The neighbors never brought it up. I slowly got back to normal. I started sleeping better. I still looked at that window at 2 a.m. sometimes, but everything stayed dark. I never figured it out. I don't know what caused that flickering or why it stopped. I don't know why it never showed up on camera or why the landlord and I saw it but couldn't find a cause. I still live here, and apartment 304 is still empty. When I pass by it, I remember that strange light. My heart still speeds up a little, and I hurry back to my own door. I guess some things happen and we never find out why. All I know is that I saw it, and it felt real, and I'm not going to forget it. I noticed something was off with the mirror on my second day in the boarding house. The bathroom here is shared by everyone on the same floor. There's a single mirror mounted above the two sinks near the showers. When I first used it, I didn't think much of it. It looked like an old mirror with a few dark spots on the edges. The surface was clean enough, and the frame was a dull metal. But the next morning, when I went in to wash my face, I paused. My eyes in the reflection didn't look right. They seemed spaced out just a little more than they should be. My jaw looked slightly narrower. Nothing huge, but enough that I stared at myself, wondering if I was just tired. I ran water over my face and looked again. My reflection shifted back to normal. I figured it was my imagination. A few days later, I was in the bathroom alone. The others who rent rooms here are often out at work or doing something else. It was around 7 in the evening. I turned on the faucet, splashed water on my face, and looked up. This time, my face in the mirror seemed longer. My nose looked crooked. My eyes appeared a shade darker. I leaned in, trying to see if the glass was dirty. As I did, I noticed something else. There was a shape over my right shoulder. I saw a slight movement, like a person standing right behind me. I turned around fast, and there was no one. The bathroom door was locked from inside. The shower curtains were open. There was nowhere a person could hide. I looked back at the mirror. The shape was gone. My reflection looked normal again. I didn't say anything to anyone. I thought maybe I was stressed or half asleep. Over the next week, I started paying more attention. Every time I went in there, I tried not to look directly at the mirror. I would just do what I needed to do and leave. But it's hard not to look. The mirror is right there. One morning, after breakfast, I went in to brush my teeth. The fluorescent light above the sinks flickered sometimes. While brushing, I glanced up. For a moment, I saw my face, but my eyes were too large. My cheeks looked hollow, and my neck looked thinner. I stopped brushing and spit out the toothpaste, then looked around me. Nothing. Just the same old bathroom smell, the damp towels on the hooks, and the sound of the faucet dripping. I looked back at the mirror. This time behind me, I saw that faint movement again, like a dark figure passing behind my back. I felt my heart beat faster. I turned, opening the shower curtains, checking the toilet stalls. Nothing. I could feel the hairs on my arms standing up. I rushed out and returned to my room. I live in a small room 2 doors down. It's just a bed, a desk, and a chair. The walls are thin. I can hear other tenants walking or opening doors. That evening, I tried to forget about the mirror. I read a bit, listened to some music through my phone's cheap earbuds. When I finally went to use the bathroom before sleeping, I hesitated. It was late. I knew no one would be in there at this hour. I turned on the light and stood in front of the sink. The mirror was right there. I saw my face. It looked normal. I reached out with my hand, just wanting to wipe the surface with my towel. Maybe there was dust or something on it. When my fingertips touched it, I pulled back instantly. It was colder than any surface I'd felt in a room that wasn't refrigerated. The temperature in the bathroom was normal, but the glass felt icy. I set my towel down and tried again, pressing my palm against it. It felt like I was touching a block of ice. My hand started trembling, not from fear, but from the shock of how cold it was. I stepped back. I turned around to see if there was some air vent blowing directly onto it. There wasn't. The vents were on the ceiling, not pointed at the mirror. I tried to push it from my mind. But over the next few days, it kept happening. I would catch glimpses of myself with features slightly off. If I stared long enough, my reflection would return to normal. But if I looked for even a few seconds too long, I'd notice something behind me in the glass. Just a faint shape, like a person standing still, watching me. I never saw it in the actual room. only in the reflection. Sometimes I'd think I heard soft footsteps behind me when I was alone. Other times I felt a slight chill on the back of my neck. Nothing else in the boarding house felt strange. The halls were normal. My room felt normal. The kitchen and living area were normal. It was only in that bathroom in front of that mirror. One afternoon, I decided to ask the landlord if there was something about the mirror. He was an older guy, usually found at the front desk. I caught him after lunch. I asked how long the mirror had been there. He looked at me like I was asking a weird question. He said it had been there since he bought the place years ago. He didn't remember replacing it. I asked if anyone had complained about it. He shook his head and said no, it was just a regular mirror. I didn't press further because I didn't want to sound crazy. I just said it looked old and maybe it needed replacing. He shrugged and said he would think about it. A few days later, I decided to clean the mirror myself. I brought a rag and some glass cleaner with me. I waited until I heard no one else moving around, probably late afternoon when most people were out. I stood in front of it and sprayed the cleaner. The liquid ran down in streaks. I reached up with the rag and started wiping. The glass stayed cold. I rubbed hard, but the surface never warmed. I felt the muscles in my forearm tighten. I wiped until the surface was spotless. When I finished, I stepped back and looked. My reflection stared at me. It looked normal at first glance. I turned off the faucet. As I did, I saw the reflection's mouth move. But I hadn't moved my own mouth. It was just a tiny movement, like it opened slightly, then closed. I leaned forward. I felt sweat on my forehead. My heart was beating fast. I moved my jaw slowly. The reflection matched my movement this time. I nodded my head. The reflection nodded. I raised one eyebrow, it did the same. I opened my mouth, it opened its mouth. I exhaled. Maybe I imagined that odd movement a second ago. I stared longer, not blinking. I wanted to catch it doing something else. My eyes began to tear up from not blinking. I finally blinked, and when I did, I thought I saw the figure behind me again. This time it looked closer. I spun around. Nothing there. My hand was shaking. I decided to leave. As I took a step back, the reflection seemed to lag just half a second behind my movement. I didn't wait any longer. I walked out, closed the door, and went back to my room. Over the next week, I tried to avoid the bathroom, but I couldn't forever. I needed to shower. I needed to brush my teeth. Every time I walked in, I felt a tightness in my chest. Sometimes I took quick glances in the mirror, and everything looked normal. Other times I saw small changes. Once my left ear looked bigger. Another time my chin was too pointed. These changes never lasted long. Always a few seconds, then back to normal. Once, while shaving, I heard a soft creaking sound. I froze and stared at the doorway behind me in the reflection. For a moment, I saw a tall, dark shape with no details. Just a shape. It was standing in the corner near the door. When I turned, nothing was there. The corner was empty. The door was still closed. After that, I felt a dryness in my mouth. I cut myself shaving. The cut stung and a small spot of blood ran down my chin. I rinsed it off and left as soon as I could. I started having trouble sleeping. I would lie in bed, thinking about that mirror. I would try to make sense of it. I knew I should just ignore it. I tried using the bathroom fast. I looked down at the sink when washing up, never directly into the glass. But the problem was I always ended up looking at it, even if just from the corner of my eye. My curiosity, or maybe my fear, made me check if something was still off. And it always was, at least some of the time. One night, I thought I heard someone trying to open my door. I got up and checked. It was locked. No one was there. I walked down the hall to see if someone else was awake. No one was around. The hall was quiet. The floorboards creaked under my feet. I stood at the bathroom door. I could feel my heart thumping in my chest. I listened. No sound. I turned the knob and stepped inside. The light was off. I reached for the switch. It clicked, and the lights came on. The mirror caught my eye right away. My reflection's eyes looked off again. I felt a shiver in my legs. I wanted to check if the surface was still cold. I reached out my hand slowly. I touched it with my fingertips. It felt freezing. My hand trembled a bit. I pressed my palm against it. The reflection's hand matched mine exactly. I leaned in closer, just a few inches from the glass. I could see the pores on my nose. Everything looked normal except for a slight twist in my right eyebrow. I focused on that. I tried to smooth my own eyebrow with my finger. The reflection did the same, but a fraction of a second after I did it. My reflection's timing was just a bit off, like a delayed video feed. I pulled my hand back and rubbed my arm. The room felt colder than normal. I looked behind me. Nothing there. When I looked back at the mirror, I could have sworn I saw the reflection's arms move up toward me, but I was standing still. It was so fast that I couldn't be sure. I stepped back until I was against the far wall, never taking my eyes off the mirror. The reflection got smaller as I moved away, but I swore its eyes were locked on mine. After a few moments, I left. The next day, I tried talking to another tenant about the bathroom. He was a guy my age, always wearing headphones. I asked if he ever noticed anything strange about the mirror. He looked at me confused, said it was just an old mirror. I asked if he ever saw anything weird in it. He just shrugged and shook his head, telling me I was probably seeing things. I didn't try asking anyone else after that. I felt stupid, but I knew what I had seen. I decided I had to do something more direct. Late that night, I went back into the bathroom with a small hammer. I closed the door and locked it. I was shaking, not from the cold, but from adrenaline. I didn't want to cause trouble by breaking property, but I needed to know. I needed to see what would happen if the mirror broke. Maybe I'd find a normal wall behind it. Maybe I'd prove it was just old glass. I stood in front of it and raised the hammer. The reflection showed me raising the hammer. I waited. I breathed loudly through my nose. My heart was pounding in my ears. I lowered the hammer and pressed my free hand against the glass, still cold as ice. I pulled my hand back and tried to see if there was any gap between the mirror and the wall. The mirror seemed mounted firmly, no screws visible on the front. I stepped back, holding the hammer at my side. I felt sweat on my neck. As I stood there, the reflection looked normal again. I saw my own tired face, the circles under my eyes, the tense set of my jaw. Nothing strange. I didn't see any figure behind me. I didn't see any distortion. It looked perfectly normal. I reached out and touched it again. Still cold. I raised the hammer slowly. My elbow locked. I aimed at the lower corner of the mirror, a spot where maybe I could chip it without making a huge noise. I tried to do it gently. I tapped the hammer once. The metal connected with a dull sound. Nothing cracked. I tapped it again a bit harder. The mirror vibrated slightly. My reflection trembled. I saw a tiny chip in the corner. A small piece of glass fell into the sink. At that moment, I caught a movement in the reflection. My reflection's eyes widened. My own eyes were focused and steady. I realized the reflection's expression didn't match mine. I froze. The reflection's mouth opened slightly. My mouth stayed closed. My breathing stopped for a second. I tapped the hammer again on the corner. Another small chip. This time, I heard a soft scraping sound. I looked down at the sink. The chipped bits of glass were there. I looked back up. The reflection's face looked angry, or maybe frustrated. Its eyebrows were drawn inward. Mine weren't. I tried to raise my eyebrows. The reflection raised them too, but too late. I could see it lagging behind. I moved my right hand slowly. The reflection followed, but with a tiny delay. I stepped back, putting the hammer on the counter. The reflection gripped an invisible hammer in its own hand, but a fraction of a second after me. It was like it was trying to copy my actions, but was always late. I reached for the doorknob. I wanted to leave. As I touched the knob, I heard a light tap on the glass behind me. I turned around. The reflection looked normal again, mirroring my movements correctly. I unlocked the door and left the bathroom. I walked back to my room and shut the door. I didn't sleep well. The next morning, I gathered my things and decided to move out. I didn't tell the landlord why. I said I found another place closer to work. He didn't ask many questions. I left that same day. As I carried my suitcase down the hall, I glanced once at the bathroom door. It was closed. I could hear faint water dripping inside. I didn't look back again. I didn't tell anyone else what happened. I just left, relieved to be gone. I never saw that mirror again. I remember the day I first took the bells out of the box. I had just come home from my cousin's place where they handed me this old wooden crate. It had been sitting in my family's attic for decades. My cousin said it belonged to our grandfather and that I should take it. I had no reason to refuse. It looked solid, no strange smells, no damage I could see. I brought it home, set it on my kitchen table, and opened it. Inside I found a set of old metal bells, each about the size of my fist. There were 5 bells in total, each attached to a small metal loop. They were tarnished but not broken, and they looked handmade. I decided to hang them on my living room wall. I wasn't sure why I did that. I guess I just wanted to show them off, or maybe I thought they would look interesting. I put them up on a strong nail, making sure they wouldn't fall. Then I went to bed and slept without any problem. The first night they rang at midnight, I woke up confused. I had been asleep maybe for a few hours. I heard a faint metal sound. I got out of bed, walked into the living room, and stood there in the dark. I listened. The bells shook slightly on the wall. They weren't blowing in any draft. There was no open window. I didn't see any insects or small animals. Yet they made a quiet, uneven ringing. I stood in front of them and watched them. They moved a bit, back and forth, tapping against the wall. They weren't swinging wildly, just enough to produce a slow, irregular ringing. I stood there for maybe a minute, and then it stopped. I felt a chill in my back. I reached out and touched them. They felt cold. I put my ear close, and I swear I heard a faint whisper inside the bell's surface, like a thin, scraping sound. But I thought maybe I was just half asleep. I went back to bed. The next day, I barely thought about it. The second night, it happened again at midnight. The bells rang a bit louder. They woke me up, and this time I turned on the living room light. I saw them swinging a little more, and I could hear a pattern in the ringing. The pattern was not melodic, not pleasant. It sounded clumsy, as if something was trying to play a tune but couldn't get it right. After about 30 seconds, the sound stopped again. I waited to see if it would start again, but it didn't. I touched them again, and I looked closely at their surface. I noticed that each bell had small markings. I couldn't make them out. They were very tiny, like scratches or engravings. I tried to rub them off with my thumb, but nothing happened. I got a magnifying glass from a drawer and looked closely. The lines looked like some kind of symbols. They were arranged in small rows around each bell, very thin, almost invisible. I had never seen anything like it. I felt uneasy. I put the magnifying glass back and turned off the light. I couldn't sleep well the rest of the night. The next morning, I took the bells down and placed them on my dining table. I inspected them again in the sunlight. The symbols were still there. They looked like small runes or letters I had never seen before. They weren't random scratches. They seemed deliberate. They formed consistent shapes and patterns on each bell's surface. I felt a kind of tension in my neck and shoulders. I didn't know what to do. I decided to leave them off the wall. I put them in a cabinet under the TV. I locked the cabinet and left the apartment to run some errands. That night, just before midnight, I sat in my living room with the TV off, lights off, and listened. I waited, breathing slowly, trying to calm myself. Right as my phone showed midnight, I heard them again. They rang inside the locked cabinet. I froze. The cabinet door vibrated slightly. I got up and opened it. The bells were there, lying on their side, ringing softly. I leaned in and listened carefully. The room was quiet except for them. Then, under the ringing, I heard a low whisper. It sounded like my own name. It was not loud. It was more like a dry voice forming the syllables. I felt a sudden wave of heat in my face. My hands shook a bit. I pulled the bells out and placed them on the coffee table. They stopped moving as soon as I removed them from the cabinet. I took a step back. My breathing was quick. I looked around my apartment. Everything else was normal. The walls, the furniture, the closed windows. Only these bells seemed alive. I didn't know what to do. I turned on the TV for some background noise. I didn't sleep until morning. For the next few days, I tried several things. I took the bells and placed them in different spots. One night, I wrapped them in towels and placed them inside a metal toolbox in my closet. At midnight, they rang again, muffled by the towels, but still audible. Another night, I put them out in the hallway of my building, inside a cardboard box. I sat in my living room with the door closed and listened. At midnight, I heard the faint ringing coming from outside the door. They were always active at that exact time. Another time, I tried to hold them down with my hands at midnight to see if something physically moved them. I felt a slight vibration. My fingers tingled. My palms got sweaty. I heard that whisper again. It sounded like my name, repeated quietly but firmly over and over. I decided I should try to identify the symbols on their surface. I borrowed a better magnifying glass from a neighbor. I sat at my dining table in the late afternoon, the bells in front of me, and examined each symbol. They were intricate, with tiny straight lines and angles. Some looked like small triangles with lines inside. Others looked like squares with a diagonal slash. They weren't random. They formed sequences, repeated patterns, wrapping around each bell in neat rows. I wrote them down on a piece of paper, copying them as best as I could. I tried to search online for similar runes or symbols. I looked at old alphabets, ancient scripts, carvings from different cultures. Nothing matched exactly. I spent hours on this, sweating and feeling frustrated. I felt a pressure in my chest. The bells lay there, silent, waiting. As midnight approached that day, I felt dread. I knew what would happen. I tried to prepare. I turned off all the lights, sat in my armchair, and held a flashlight in my hand. When the bells started ringing, I would shine the light on them and watch carefully. I sat there waiting. My mouth was dry. At midnight, the bells began. They shook on the coffee table. The sound was sharper tonight, louder. I saw them lift slightly off the surface, just a fraction of an inch. My flashlight beam caught them at an angle. They seemed to vibrate in a way I couldn't explain. The whispering was clearer. I heard my name. It was not my voice. It was not a voice I recognized. It sounded neutral, calm, and forced. I saw no speaker. I saw only these 5 bells rattling in unison. I yelled at them, demanding they stop. I banged my fist on the table. They fell still. The ringing ceased. The whispering faded. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. I felt dizzy. I took a few deep breaths and wiped sweat from my forehead. The bells just lay there as if nothing happened. I picked one up. It felt heavy and cold. I shook it, but it didn't ring. It was silent, just a piece of metal. I put it back. I stayed up the rest of the night watching TV with the volume low, trying not to think. Over the next week, things got worse. The bells didn't just ring at midnight. They started at random times, always short bursts of sound. I would be in the kitchen washing dishes, and I would hear a light chime from the living room. I would come out, and the bells would be shifting slightly. Once, I was on the phone with a friend, and I heard them ring quietly behind me. My friend asked what that noise was. I said it was nothing important, just something old I inherited. I didn't want to explain. It sounded stupid. I tried to ignore them, but I couldn't. Every time they rang, I felt tense. My neck muscles got stiff. My stomach felt uneasy. I started to sleep less. I set my alarm for early morning so I could stay awake until after midnight, deal with them, and then pass out from exhaustion. This routine drained me. I tried removing them from my home. One afternoon, I put them in a bag and drove out of town. I planned to leave them at a friend's storage unit. I didn't say they were haunted or anything. I just said I needed a place to store some old family stuff. I parked my car near the friend's building. I opened the trunk and checked the bells. They were inside a canvas bag, not ringing, not moving. As I walked toward the storage unit, I heard a faint hum come from the bag. It was not midnight, it was about 6 p.m. I stopped and felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I was outside, in the open air. I looked around. No one else was nearby. The bells were humming, a steady low tone. I turned around and walked back to the car. I didn't know what I was doing. I sat in the driver's seat listening to the hum. After a minute, it stopped. I realized I didn't want to burden my friend with this. I knew something was wrong with these bells. I drove home feeling my hands tremble on the steering wheel. Back in my apartment, I placed the bells in a drawer. I paced around, rubbing my face, trying to think of something else. I decided to try a more direct approach. I tried to break one. I took a hammer from my toolbox and went to the kitchen sink. I pulled out one bell and placed it on a thick wooden cutting board. I lifted the hammer and brought it down hard. The hammer bounced off. The bell didn't dent, didn't scratch. I hit it again. Same result. I tried a screwdriver, wedging it inside to see if I could pry anything loose. Nothing. The metal wouldn't bend. I got frustrated and started breathing hard. My face grew hot. I put the tools away and gripped the edge of the sink, trying to calm down. The bell lay there, as if mocking me. Later that night, I tried recording the sound. At midnight, I turned on my voice recorder app on my phone and placed it next to the bells. They rang for about 20 seconds, then stopped. I played back the recording. It picked up the ringing, but not the whisper. On playback, there was no voice calling my name. It was just the bell sounds, distorted and uneven. I tried again the next night with a different recorder. Same result. The whispering only happened when I was listening live. It never showed up on a recording. I felt like I was losing control of the situation. I decided to bring the bells to an antique shop. Maybe someone would recognize their style. I packed them into a box and took them downtown. I went inside a small shop where they sold old lamps, clocks, and various old items. The owner, an older man with glasses, examined the bells. He said they looked old, handmade, and probably came from some small foundry decades ago. He said he had never seen symbols like that. He tried ringing one by hand. It sounded normal. He said they might be collector's items. He didn't offer to buy them. He said he wasn't sure of their value. I left feeling disappointed and tired. Back home, the bells continued their behavior. Now, every time I got close to midnight, I felt a tightness in my chest. I would sit on my couch staring at them. They would start ringing. I would listen to that whisper of my name, feel my scalp prickle, and want to run out of the room. But I stayed. I touched them once while they rang. They vibrated under my fingertips. They were cold and smooth. I felt a slight static-like sensation. My arm hair stood up. I stopped inviting anyone over. I tried to hide the bells. I put them in the basement storage area of my building. At midnight, I went down there, unlocked the door, and listened. They rang, echoing off the concrete walls. It sounded louder down there with no furniture or soft surfaces to absorb the sound. The whisper was clearer. I stood alone in that dim space, sweating, my heartbeat pounding, listening to them say my name. I spoke back quietly, asking what they wanted. I received no answer, just more ringing, more whispering. In the following weeks, I just endured it. I tried wearing earplugs at midnight, but I could still feel the vibration. I tried turning on loud music, but I could still detect the bells underneath. The ringing was part of my nightly routine now. I woke up, went about my day, worked, ate, tried to relax, then waited for midnight and dealt with the bells. Sometimes they rang for a few seconds, sometimes a whole minute. Sometimes the whisper repeated my name once, sometimes several times. I never heard any other words. I grew used to the tension. My chest still tightened at midnight, but I expected it. My throat felt dry, but I kept a glass of water on the table. I watched the bells with a steady stare, waiting for them to stop. After they finished, I would pick them up, move them to another place, and try to sleep. They never seemed to care where I placed them. They would always ring at midnight. Always. I don't know what the symbols mean. I don't know why they say my name. I can't break them. I can't discard them. I can't make them stop. They just exist in my life now. Every day I wonder if tonight they will do something different. But they haven't. They ring, whisper, and stop. It's always the same. I wish I could give a reason, but I have none. They are just old bells that my family kept, and now I have them. I hear them every night. I know they will never leave me. I know I will never understand them. So I wait, listening to those uneven tones and that quiet, steady voice. I started this job about 3 months ago. I work as a night watchman on a quiet street that doesn't see much movement after midnight. It's not a big deal. I walk from one end to the other, check a few warehouses, make sure no one is breaking in. I don't carry a gun, just a flashlight and a radio. I started because I needed something steady and I didn't want to deal with customers anymore. The pay is fine, the hours suck, but I thought I could handle it. For the first few weeks it was uneventful. I tried to stay awake by counting steps or humming quietly. I sometimes sipped coffee from a thermos. The only thing that stood out was an old phone booth at the end of the street, near an abandoned lot with cracked pavement and rusted fencing. The phone booth is small, with dirty glass and chipped paint. The door doesn't close right. The receiver is scratched, the cord twisted. I've never seen anyone use it. There's no light inside. It's just there. One night around 3 in the morning, I was passing by that booth. It was my second month on the job. I had stopped about 10 feet away because I thought I heard a noise. I stood there, listened for a second, and then I heard a faint ringing. It sounded like a telephone ring, but not clear. It was uneven, like something was wrong with the bell. I looked around, saw no one, no cars. The sound was coming from the booth. I stepped closer and pressed my ear to the door. The phone was ringing. I tried to remember if that booth was even connected to anything. I'd never seen a phone company truck come by. It looked abandoned. I waited. The ringing kept going. It didn't stop. I felt a pressure in my chest. I didn't want to pick it up, but I also didn't want it to keep ringing. I imagined some drunk guy inside, maybe hiding, but I saw no one. I slid the door open. It made a scraping noise. Inside, it smelled like dust and old metal. The receiver was hanging. I picked it up. I said, "Hello?" I heard something on the other end, but it wasn't clear. It sounded like a whisper, but too soft and broken. I said hello again, louder. No words came through, just this muffled sound like someone breathing too close to the mouthpiece. I stood there holding the phone, trying to make sense of it. Then I heard a few words. They were spoken in a low tone. They sounded like someone trying to speak with their mouth covered. I couldn't catch the meaning, but the voice felt familiar in a strange way. My hand holding the receiver started to sweat. I shook my head, said, "I can't hear you." The whispering continued, but it never got louder. I hung up. The booth fell silent. I looked around outside. Nobody, no movement, just the distant hum of a street lamp. I told myself it was just a weird glitch. Maybe the phone line was still connected to something old, maybe picking up radio interference. I tried to forget about it and continued my patrol. I didn't tell my supervisor. I didn't see the point. The next night, I didn't pass by the booth until about 3 o'clock again. I was trying not to think about it, but when I got close, I slowed down. Everything was quiet. Then the phone rang again. Same broken sound, like a weak bell. I didn't want to answer, but I also didn't want to leave it ringing. I stepped inside and picked up the receiver. "Hello?" The whispering was back. It sounded distorted. I listened carefully. I could make out a few words this time. It sounded like my name, said very quietly. I heard "you" and something that sounded like "remember." I asked who it was. No response, just more faint whispers. I felt my stomach tighten. I hung up again. Over the next few nights, the pattern repeated. At 3 in the morning, the phone rang in that old booth. I couldn't ignore it. It got under my skin. I started approaching the booth more carefully. Some nights I considered not answering, but the ringing wouldn't stop. I tried waiting once. I stood there across the street watching the booth. The ringing continued without any pause. It sounded muffled, but it was consistent. After a few minutes, I gave in. I answered. The whispers greeted me, always barely audible, always broken and low. I noticed that sometimes it sounded like multiple voices at once. Sometimes I could swear I heard my own voice in there like an echo. It didn't make sense. I checked the phone cord. It was worn but still attached. I looked for any cables leading to the booth. I found none. I pulled open a small panel at the base of the booth, expecting to see a phone line. There was nothing, just an empty metal cavity. I started feeling uneasy before my shift even began. I knew I'd have to pass that booth at some point. The third week of this happening, the whispering got more personal. On one call, I heard something that sounded like, "You think no one knows." Another time I heard, "She left because of you." My throat got dry. I tried to speak back, to demand explanations, but the voices never answered direct questions. They only whispered in fragments. I felt sweat on my back whenever I approached that spot. It was late October. The nights were getting colder, but I was always warm and tense near the booth. I would feel my heartbeat in my ears. I caught myself avoiding my reflection in the booth's glass. I kept looking around to see if anyone was watching. I never saw a soul. I tried to record it once. I brought a small tape recorder and held it near the receiver. Later, I played it back in the guard office. I heard static, some faint crackling sounds, but no clear voices. It was useless. I thought about telling someone, but what would I say? That a dead phone line rings at 3 in the morning and whispers strange things that sound like they know my past? They'd think I was losing it. I needed this job, so I kept quiet. The calls got more intense after a while. One night I answered, and before I could say anything, I heard heavy breathing and a long moan, followed by a whisper that sounded like my old boss's name. I hadn't thought about that guy in years. I had left that job on bad terms. Another time, the voice mentioned details about a fight I'd had with an ex-girlfriend. It knew the exact words I had yelled. Hearing that made me feel cold sweat on my forehead. My hands shook. I hung up quickly and stood outside the booth, staring at it, breathing hard. How the hell did this thing know these details? I tried ignoring it for a few nights. I'd stay as far as I could from that end of the street until after 3. But I still had to check all my points. One night I approached the booth at 3:15 thinking maybe I missed the call. It rang the moment I got there, like it had been waiting. I picked it up, furious. I said, "Who are you?" I tried to sound calm, but my voice came out strained. The response was a series of whispers that sounded like laughter, then a few words I couldn't understand. My chest felt tight. My breathing was shallow. I wanted to yank the phone out of the booth, but I worried someone might notice and ask questions. Besides, I wasn't sure if it would stop anything. I tried covering the receiver while it whispered, thinking maybe I'd hear something behind me. Maybe someone was nearby with a hidden device. I heard nothing but my own breathing and distant traffic noises. No footsteps, no other voices. Just me, the booth, and that soft, broken whisper. As nights passed, I started feeling jumpy at work. I reacted to small sounds. My radio crackling made me flinch. I caught myself walking faster between checks, glancing over my shoulder. I rubbed the back of my neck constantly. The whispering started focusing on my fears. It would mention things I never told anyone. It described moments when I was alone in my apartment, pacing around, worried about bills or about getting fired. It said things like, "You're not good enough." It said, "They know about your lies." It reminded me of times I messed up on the job, things I tried to forget. I clenched my jaw so hard I got headaches. I could feel my pulse in my temples. My shoulders ached from being tense all night. One night I decided to unplug the phone. I brought a small toolkit. Around 3, the call came. I answered just to confirm it was still happening. The whispering started. I let it go on for a moment, then I hung up, crouched down, and unscrewed the panel under the phone. I grabbed the cord inside and pulled. It came loose easily. There was no wiring going out. The phone was disconnected from everything. I checked the main cable. Nothing led to the street. No line. I stared at that disconnected wire in my hand. It was just a loose piece of cable frayed at the ends. No way this booth had a working line. I stood there holding that useless wire, my heart pounding. I heard the phone ring again behind me. I turned and saw the receiver shaking slightly on its cradle. I picked it up, more angry than scared now. I said nothing. I listened. The whispering was still there, unaffected. My chest felt like it was full of stones. My throat was dry. I hung up and backed out of the booth, leaving my toolkit behind. I had to breathe slowly to keep calm. It made no sense. I was wide awake. I walked away and returned to my route, but my mind stayed there. I had no way to explain it. The next night I brought my phone and tried to call someone at 3 a.m. I planned to let them hear it. But when the time came, as I reached the booth, I tried to call my buddy from my cell. The signal cut out. I got static. I tried stepping away, but my phone froze. Then the booth rang. My hand shook as I answered. I tried to hold my cell phone's speaker to the booth's receiver. I got nothing on playback later. I felt trapped. I couldn't prove it. I couldn't stop it. Every night it rang. Every night the whispers got more personal, more uncomfortable. It talked about my fears of losing my job. It mentioned times I got angry and broke things in my apartment, times I never told anyone about. It commented on how I avoided calling my mother because I didn't want to answer her questions about my life. It said things that made me feel exposed. I scratched my arms until they were red. The physical reaction was immediate every time now. I sweated through my shirt. My breathing was short and rough. My legs felt weak. My eyes darted around for someone to blame. I even tried staying inside one of the warehouses until after 3, but I had to pass that booth eventually. It always rang when I was nearby, always at that exact time. If I approached at 3:30, it waited until I got close, then started ringing. If I came early, it stayed silent until the clock hit 3. Then it rang. I considered quitting, but I needed this job. I told myself I could handle it. They were just voices, just sounds. They couldn't hurt me. But they knew too much. I couldn't block out what they said. Each time I answered, I gripped the receiver tight and tried to stay calm. I said nothing. Sometimes I tried to yell at them, but they never reacted. They just kept whispering. Sometimes I thought I recognized a friend's voice or someone from my past, but it never lasted long enough to be sure. It was like multiple voices layered on top of each other, fading in and out. Sometimes they sounded angry, sometimes amused, sometimes just sad. My shift started feeling endless. I began dreading that single moment of the night. Everything else was fine. No break-ins, no trouble. Just that booth and its impossible call. One night I came prepared with a hammer. I reached the booth before 3. I looked around. The street was empty. I opened the door and took the hammer to the receiver. I hit it a few times until the plastic cracked. I hit the cradle. I hit the walls. The glass shook. I tore the cord off the receiver completely. I dropped the pieces to the ground. I felt my heart pounding. My palms were wet. I stood there breathing hard, looking at the broken phone. It was in pieces. The receiver was cracked open, the internal parts exposed. No one would ever use it again. I stepped outside and looked at my watch. It was 3 on the dot. A scratching noise came from inside the booth. I froze. I leaned inside. The broken receiver twitched on the floor. I heard a faint whisper from the twisted speaker inside it. I didn't understand the words. It sounded weaker than before, but it was still there. I backed away, pressing my back against the fence. I stood there, not sure what to do. The whispers continued for a full minute, then stopped. I left the pieces there and finished my shift without going near it again. For the next few nights, I tried not to look at the booth. The phone was broken. There was no ringing. I hoped it would stay silent, but I still felt uneasy passing that spot. On the fourth night after I smashed it, I noticed that the booth's door was closed again. I looked inside. The phone was back on the hook, intact. The glass was still dirty, the paint still chipped, but the phone looked untouched. The cord was back in place. The receiver looked whole. I stepped inside, not believing my eyes. I touched the receiver. No cracks, no damage. It was as if I never touched it. I felt a heavy pressure in my chest. I stood there breathing fast. I checked my watch. 3 minutes to 3. I ran out of the booth and stood on the sidewalk, my fists clenched. I waited. At 3, it rang again. It sounded exactly the same, that weak, broken ring. I walked away. I forced myself not to answer. I kept walking until I couldn't hear it anymore. It kept ringing faintly behind me, but I did not turn back. I finished my shift, ignoring the booth completely. The next night, I tried the same. When it rang, I just kept walking. It rang and rang, but I did not answer. I felt sweat under my arms, my stomach tight, but I forced myself to keep going. On the third night of ignoring it, it began ringing earlier at 2:50, then at 2:45 the next day, as if trying to catch me off guard. I refused to answer. I noticed that without answering, the whispering never reached me. I didn't have to hear its words. It bothered me to know it was still there, but at least I didn't have to listen. I continued my rounds like that for weeks. The booth kept ringing at odd times. Sometimes at 3, sometimes earlier or later, sometimes right when I passed by. I never answered again. The tension remained, but I kept walking, hands shaking, jaw clenched, breathing carefully. Every night was a test, but as long as I ignored the calls, I didn't have to hear what it said. The phone still rings. I still pass by that booth every night. It's still there with its dirty glass and chipped paint. I don't answer anymore. I keep my head down, do my job, and keep moving. I don't tell anyone about it. I don't try to break it again. I just accept that it's there, ringing, whispering with no one listening. If I don't pick up, it can't get inside my head again. It can't force me to hear those voices. So I keep walking. It rings, I walk, and that's it. I go home in the morning tired and uneasy, but I'm still here. No one else knows. And that's how it stays. I remember the day I first hung that old oil portrait in my office. I had found it at a small antique store. It was cheap, and I needed something to fill the bare wall behind my desk. The painting showed a man I did not know, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, his eyes painted dark and cold. He did not smile. He looked straight ahead, almost as if he were sizing me up. His face had hard lines. His hair looked tidy, his shoulders stiff. At the time, I shrugged and placed him there without thinking much about it. It was just a decoration, something to cover empty space. I had no strong feelings about it. That changed a few days later. I was sitting at my desk, working through some paperwork. My office is quiet most of the time. There's no chatter, no background music. I work alone. My routine is simple. I arrive, turn on the lights, sit, and work until evening. I drink a cup of coffee around midday and eat lunch outside. Then I come back, finish my tasks, and leave. Nothing strange ever happened in that room until I hung that portrait. On the third day after putting it up, I noticed something that made my stomach feel tight. The portrait seemed slightly tilted. I always hang frames straight. I do not leave them crooked. The line of the top edge was off by a tiny margin, maybe only a few millimeters, but it was enough to catch my eye. I got up, stood on a chair, and adjusted it. I pressed it against the wall and checked with my eyes. It looked straight. I stepped down and returned to my desk. When I looked up again, the man's gaze seemed different. He appeared to be looking more to the left than straight ahead. I stared at the painting for a while, trying to see if I was imagining things. The pupils seemed shifted, as if the painter had caught the man in the middle of a glance. I told myself that the painting was old. Maybe the paint had worn unevenly. Maybe it always looked like that, and I just had not noticed before. I went back to work. A few hours later, I left the office to use the restroom. When I came back, the portrait looked off-center again. It was now slanted the other way. It was not a big movement. Someone else might not have noticed it, but I pay attention to details. My job requires it. I walked over and straightened it again. As I fixed it, I felt a strange chill on the back of my neck. The frame was smooth and the nail in the wall was solid. There was no breeze, no vibration from outside. There was no reason for it to move on its own. I said nothing, but I felt uneasy. Over the next few days, I kept noticing small changes. The man's head seemed to turn slightly from one day to the next. Sometimes he looked as if he were leaning forward in the frame. Other times, I would have sworn he had pulled back. His eyes seemed to follow me in a way that felt too direct. Paintings sometimes give an impression of following a person's movements, but this felt different. I began avoiding direct eye contact with the portrait. I would leave the office and come back, hoping not to see a change, but I always found something off. Sometimes the entire frame would be a few centimeters to one side, as if it had inched along the wall. Other times, the corners of the canvas seemed to stretch outward slightly. At night, when I worked late, I began to hear sounds. They were faint. A soft scratching noise seemed to come from behind the painting. It sounded like nails scraping against a hard surface. I put my ear close to the wall, holding my breath. The scratching paused, then started again, slow and careful. My heart pounded. I did not know what to do. I thought about taking the painting down, but something about it made me hesitate. I did not like touching it. The frame felt odd in my hands, as if it resisted my grip. I decided to ignore it for a while. I tried to focus on my work, but I kept looking up at that stern face. The man's eyes looked darker, his lips pressed tighter. I had the impression he was judging me. It felt ridiculous to think that way. It was just paint on canvas. But the sensation was too strong. I found myself checking behind me, looking at the corners of the room, making sure I was alone. I turned on an extra lamp and kept the lights bright. One afternoon I got frustrated. I grabbed the painting and took it down from the wall. I carried it to a closet in the hallway. I planned to store it there and forget about it. The frame felt heavier than it should. It strained my arms. I opened the closet door, placed it inside, and closed the door quickly. I dusted off my hands and returned to my office. Without the painting, the wall looked empty and harmless. I felt relieved. The next morning, I came back to the office feeling better. I was sure that the strange sensations would be gone. But when I entered the room, I froze. The painting was back on the wall. It hung in the exact same place as before. I felt my throat tighten. I could barely swallow. There was no one else with a key to my office. I always lock the door. I checked the lock and it was intact. I stood there in silence, staring at the painting. The man's eyes seemed to meet mine. He looked even more severe now. I could see more detail in his face. His eyebrows were sharper, his cheeks more pronounced. The corners of his mouth bent downward, as if he was disappointed in me. I tried to speak, but I had nothing to say. I paced around the room, checking for signs of a break-in. Nothing else was out of place. Just the painting hanging there as if I had never moved it. I approached it slowly. I touched the frame. It felt warm. I pulled my hand back. I felt sweat on my palms. I did not bother trying to remove it this time. Instead, I opened the door and stepped out into the hallway. I needed to calm down. I went to the restroom and splashed water on my face. The cold water felt good. I took a few deep breaths and then returned to my office. This time the painting was slightly tilted again. The man seemed to be leaning forward, closer to the glass surface of the frame. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. My chair squeaked as I sat down. I tried to work, but my eyes kept drifting to that face. I read the same line of my document over and over, not absorbing the words. That night, I stayed late. I do not know why. I think I wanted to face whatever was happening. I turned off the overhead light and turned on my desk lamp. The rest of the room fell into shadow. The painting was on the opposite wall, lit only by a small angle of light. I could see the shine of the painted eyes. I sat very still, waiting. The building was quiet. I heard the distant hum of something mechanical, maybe the heating system. My breathing sounded too loud. My throat felt dry. I considered leaving, but I stayed. Around midnight, the scratching started again. At first, it was a soft tap, tap, tap sound. Then it became a slow scrape, like a sharp object dragged across the wall. I stood up. My legs felt weak. I held my desk lamp in one hand and moved closer. The scratching stopped as I approached. I reached out and touched the frame lightly with my fingertips. The wood vibrated under my touch. It felt as if something inside the wall was pushing against it. I pulled my hand back. I stepped away and tried to think clearly. I decided to remove the painting again, but this time do something different. I took it off the wall carefully. The room felt colder immediately. I looked at the back of the canvas. There were old nails holding it in place. The wood backing looked normal. I ran my hand along it. It felt solid, no hidden compartments, no strange stains. I walked down the hallway with the painting in my hands. I reached the building's storage room. I grabbed an old blanket from a shelf and wrapped the painting in it. Then I slid it into a cardboard box and taped it shut. I wrote on the box with a marker, "Do not open." I carried the box down the stairs to the basement. The basement was cold and dim, lit by a single bulb. There were metal shelves full of old files and furniture. I placed the box in a dark corner behind some old chairs. I stood there for a few moments, breathing hard, feeling the concrete floor under my feet. I thought that would be the end of it. The next day I came into my office late. I felt nervous about what I might find. The wall was empty. There was no painting. I almost laughed with relief. I sat down at my desk and started to work. By lunchtime, I had relaxed enough to feel hungry. I ate a sandwich, drank coffee, and checked some emails. The day passed with no strange events. I went home feeling tired but calmer. A few days went by without incident. I started to believe I had solved the problem. Then on a Friday night, I decided to stay late again to finish some paperwork. Around 10 in the evening, I heard a noise in the hallway. It sounded like something heavy scraping along the floor. I froze and listened. The sound moved closer. I turned off my desk lamp. I listened to my own heartbeat. The door to my office was shut. I saw the doorknob move slightly. It jiggled, then stopped. The scraping sound continued, passing by my door, heading toward the storage room. After a while, it faded. I waited a long time before opening the door. The hallway was empty. The storage room door was open. I know I had closed it. I walked over, holding my breath. Inside, I found old files scattered on the floor. The cardboard box that held the painting was torn open. The blanket lay on the ground, shredded at the edges. The painting was gone. I checked everywhere and found no trace of it. My body felt heavy. I went back to my office and locked the door. I spent a few minutes sitting in my chair, staring at the empty wall where the painting had once hung. I thought about leaving the building right then, but I wanted to understand what was happening. I did not want to just run away. I pulled my desk away from the wall and inspected the spot where I had hung the painting. The nail was still there, firmly anchored. The wall felt smooth and solid. I knocked on it, expecting some hollow sound, but it was just a normal wall. I sat back down and turned on all the lights. My eyes stung from the brightness. I checked the closet, the restroom, the hallway. Nothing. I decided to bring my laptop and work from home for a while. I packed my briefcase and left the building, double-checking that I locked the office door. Over the next week, I did not return. I sent emails to colleagues and handled business from home. I tried to think of a logical explanation. Maybe someone was playing a prank. Maybe I was mistaken. But I could not explain what I had seen. Finally, after days of restless sleep, I decided to go back during daylight. It was a bright afternoon when I stepped inside the office again. I was sweating before I even reached the door. My hands were shaking a little. I unlocked the door and entered. The painting was back. It hung exactly where it had been before. The man's eyes looked straight at me. He looked closer to the glass surface now, as if he had moved forward. I could see tiny cracks in the paint, tiny details in his pupils. I backed away until I felt the doorknob against my spine. I considered leaving right then and never coming back. But this was my office. I needed to work. I walked slowly up to the painting. I pressed my palm against the frame. It felt warm again. I put my ear close to the surface. I listened. I heard a faint tapping sound coming from inside the wall. It was steady and slow. I pulled back and ran my fingers through my hair. My mouth felt dry. I tried to speak. I said, "Stop." My voice sounded weak and nervous. I tried again, louder. "Stop it. I'm not afraid of you." I heard only silence in return. I grabbed a chair and stood on it, reaching for the top of the painting. I tried to lift it off the nail again. As I touched it, I felt resistance. It would not budge. I pulled harder, using my weight. Eventually, it came loose, nearly knocking me off the chair. I climbed down and carried it out of the room. It felt heavy in my arms. I walked down the hallway and opened the door to an unused supply closet. There was no lock on this door. I placed the painting inside, face against the wall. Then I blocked it with a small cabinet. I backed out of the closet and closed the door. I returned to my office, breathing heavily. The wall was empty again. I felt a strange relief. I sat at my desk and stared at my screen, forcing myself to read emails, to write replies, to type numbers into a spreadsheet. Every few minutes I glanced at the door, expecting it to open, expecting to see that painting slide back in. But nothing happened. Hours passed. I left the office at dusk, checking behind me as I walked down the hallway. Everything seemed normal. That night, I slept better. I did not hear scratching in my dreams. I still felt tense, but at least I had locked the building behind me. In the morning, I will go back and I will see if the painting is still in that closet, facing the wall. Maybe it will be gone again, maybe not. I do not know. All I know is that I have done what I can. I have tried to remove it, to lock it away. If it returns, I will do it again. I will not let it hang there, staring at me, making me feel trapped. I will not allow it to move freely. I will keep trying to contain it no matter how many times it comes back. If I can't, I'll leave this office and never return. I don't want to see that face again. I don't want to feel those eyes on me. I just want to work in peace. I stand at the top of the basement stairs with my flashlight aimed downward. The single bulb overhead is weak and flickers sometimes. I moved into this place last week. I signed the lease and got the keys from a landlord who barely spoke. When I first opened the basement door, I noticed old paint chips on the steps and a damp smell. But I didn't spend time down here. I left a few boxes and went back upstairs. That changed tonight when I heard noises. I'm standing here now because I can't ignore what I've heard for the past 2 nights. It's after midnight. I'm still dressed in my jeans and a long-sleeve shirt from earlier in the day. I hold a flashlight because the basement light is too dim and I want something brighter. I take a step down, then another. The steps creak. I smell that damp, musty odor from before, but tonight there's something else. It's a bitter smell, like metal and dirt. My throat feels dry and my hands feel slightly cold. I keep going down until I reach the bottom. Down here, the air is heavier. The concrete floor is uneven. On my left, there's an old shelf with paint cans and rusty tools. On my right, a stack of old wood planks. Directly ahead is the door. It's not just any door. It looks thick and has reinforced hinges. Heavy metal chains run across it, and there are at least 2 padlocks. The chain links are not fresh and shiny. They have a dark brown color and the metal edges look rough. The door frame has scratches as if someone tried to force it at some point. I notice splinters around the edges. I stand a few feet back and aim my flashlight at the door. Nothing moves. The sound I heard last night was faint. It came through the floorboards while I was trying to sleep. It sounded like a scraping noise, followed by something soft, like a muffled voice. I ignored it. This evening I heard it again, but louder. This time I thought I heard breathing, a slow, rough breathing. I waited, thinking maybe it was a pipe or an animal, but I could not shake the feeling that someone or something was down here. I walk closer to the door. I move slowly. My breath feels shallow. My heart beats hard in my chest, and my stomach feels tight. I raise the flashlight and let the beam run across the chains. I see small bits of rust flaking off. The smell gets stronger as I approach. It's like old iron and wet soil. I notice the floor near the door is slightly damp. I shift my footing and feel a slight stickiness. I look at the ground. The surface is uneven and has a brownish discoloration. I can't tell what it is. It doesn't look like paint. It's dry on the surface but smells foul. I listen. I stay quiet for several seconds, focusing my hearing on whatever might be behind that door. I pick up a faint sound. It's like something dragging lightly against wood. It stops, then starts again. Then I hear a low, guttural exhale. It's not loud, but it's there. I can feel my skin tightening at the back of my neck. My jaw clenches. The door itself looks thick, made of some kind of old hardwood. The metal plating on it is dull. The padlocks are large. I don't have keys for them. The landlord never mentioned this door. I never asked. I just assumed it was a storage area, or maybe it led to some old sub-basement. But now I see no sign of a normal latch or knob, just heavy hardware. I place my free hand on one of the chains. It's cold and rough. When I give it a slight push, the chain rattles. At the same time, I hear a sudden scratch from behind the door. It happens right as the chain rattles. I freeze. I feel a cold sweat on my forehead. I don't move the chain anymore, and the noise stops. I notice my breathing is louder now. I force myself to stay calm and quiet. I move the flashlight beam along the edges of the door, looking for gaps or holes. I see a small crack near the top hinge, but it's too dark inside to see anything. I smell the same foul odor through that crack. My eyes water a bit. I wonder if the landlord knows about this. I think about leaving it alone and going back upstairs. But I'm here now, and the noise won't let me rest. I shift my weight and run my hand along the edges of the doorframe. There's a slight vibration in the wood, as if something behind it is pressing or leaning against it. It's subtle, but real. I whisper a few words to myself, saying that I just need to know what's inside. I don't want to break anything yet. I look around the basement again, aiming the flashlight at the shelves in the corners. I see old boxes, some pipes along the ceiling, and a toolbox on the floor. I approach the toolbox. It's dented with chipped paint. Inside I find a few tools. A hammer with a worn handle, a flathead screwdriver, pliers, and a heavy-duty crowbar. The crowbar catches my attention. I lift it out of the box. It feels solid. I think about using it on the door. The locks are old. Maybe I can pry the chain anchor loose or break the hinge. But I need to be careful. I don't know what's on the other side. I consider calling someone. But who would I call at this hour? And what would I say? I can't think of anyone I trust enough to explain this strange problem. I feel a bit uneasy asking the landlord about it. He seemed distant and uninterested when I moved in. The scratching returns, this time more rhythmic. It's a steady scrape, pause, scrape, pause, followed by a rough, quiet grunt. I clear my throat. My mouth feels dry. I take a step toward the door again. I tap the crowbar lightly against my leg, thinking. The locks look sturdy, but the door frame looks old. I might not even need to break the locks if I can wedge the crowbar in where the door meets the frame and pry it open. The chain is wrapped through some metal brackets on the frame, but maybe the wood is weak. I kneel down and press my ear near the lower part of the door. The smell hits me harder here. It's not fresh. It reminds me of old water and rusted metal. I can hear a soft scraping right against where my ear is placed. I feel my heart pound harder. I imagine a set of fingernails or claws on the other side. I can't see anything, but I picture something pressed against the wood. I want to back away, but I also want to solve this now. I feel a tension in my legs. They want to move. I'm sweating under my shirt. I stand up and grip the crowbar tightly. I slide the flat end between the door and the frame near the middle hinge. I push. The wood creaks a bit, but doesn't give. I try again, putting my weight into it. My arm muscles tighten. I hear a small crack. I stop and listen. The noise behind the door changes. I hear a low, rough sound, almost like something pushing back. The chains rattle slightly, even though I haven't touched them. I feel the crowbar slip a bit, scratching the surface. I adjust my grip and try again, focusing on the hinge area. This time I apply more pressure and feel the wood splintering slightly. I pause again. I have no idea what I'm about to set free, but I can't leave this door locked up without knowing. The tension is driving me crazy. I can't sleep upstairs while something is down here. I push the crowbar harder. The hinge area cracks again. Tiny splinters fall on the floor. My flashlight beam wavers as my arm moves. I reposition the crowbar near the top hinge. The metal scrapes loudly. From behind the door, something hits the wood. It's a dull thud. I jump back and hold the crowbar ready like a weapon. I wait. My breathing is loud. My chest feels tight. I shine the flashlight at the door. Nothing moves. I try to calm down and think. The door must have something heavy leaning against it. Maybe a large piece of furniture or something stored behind it. But I heard breathing. I heard a voice or something like it. Could it be an animal? A large dog trapped inside? The landlord never said anything about pets or anything locked away. But what if he left something down here and never told me? I grip the crowbar and go back in. I wedge it near the bottom hinge this time. I push with my legs and arms, straining. The wood around the hinge begins to tear. I feel the door shift slightly. The chains go tight and rattle. I hear a rough breathing from the other side. It sounds closer now. It sounds angry or desperate. I feel sweat on my forehead again. My hands feel clammy on the crowbar's handle. I push again and the hinge area cracks. I manage to loosen it enough so the door can move slightly, even with the chains on. I step back and try to look through the new gap. It's small, maybe an inch wide. I shine the flashlight through it. I see darkness and a shape that doesn't reflect much light. It looks like a rough surface, maybe fabric or dirty wood. I smell that foul odor again, stronger now. I try to shine the light at different angles. Suddenly I see something move in that gap. It's quick, I can't make out details. It might be a hand. It's pale and dirty. I see rough, thick fingernails. Then it disappears from the gap. I hear a low growl, deep and strained. My heart is pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. I lean back, holding the flashlight with one hand and the crowbar with the other. I think about what to do next. The door is still locked up by chains, but I've weakened one side. I can try to pry the chain mounts off the wall. I look at the brackets holding the chains. They are screwed into the concrete wall. That won't be easy to remove. I could try to break the padlocks with the crowbar, but that might take too long. I look around for something else. I see a heavy hammer on the shelf. I grab it. The handle is solid and the head looks heavy enough. I place the flashlight on the ground, angled so it lights up the door. I hold the hammer with one hand and the crowbar with the other. I try to hammer the crowbar into the gap near the latch area, hoping to break the door loose. Each hammer strike echoes in the basement. The door shakes. The chains pull tight. I hear frantic scratching from behind the door. The thing behind it is reacting to my attempts. It sounds upset, scraping faster and making rough breathing sounds. My throat is dry. My eyes sting from the smell. My back aches from the tension. I hit the crowbar again. The wood splinters more. A larger gap opens. I see movement inside. There is a figure. It looks human, but I can't be sure. The skin is pale, covered in dirt. The eyes reflect the flashlight beam. They are wide and dark. The figure pulls back. I see a hand reach out through the gap. The fingers are thick and calloused. The nails look cracked and dirty. The hand grasps the wood, pulling at it, trying to widen the gap. I feel panic rising in my chest. I hit the crowbar again, trying to knock it loose completely. The door shifts an inch or two inward. The chains hold. The figure inside pushes against the door, making it rattle. The padlocks strain, but they hold firm. I back away and pick up the flashlight again. I shine it at the gap. The figure backs away from the light, making a raspy sound. I look at the hinges I weakened. One hinge is nearly off. The other two are still in place but warped. If I can break another hinge, I might pull the door free even with the chains. I try to think if that's a good idea. If I open the door, I'm face to face with whatever is inside. If I leave it, I'll never know. But I can't sleep tonight if I leave this thing locked up and angry. I approach again and wedge the crowbar near the middle hinge. I strike it with the hammer. The wood cracks louder this time. The hinge bolts loosen. The door shifts again and the chains jolt. I hear that rasping noise from behind the door. It's frantic now. I see the hand again. It reaches through the gap, scratching at the air. I take a step back. The hand tries to reach me but can't. The gap is still too narrow. I see dirt under the nails and patches of dried mud on the knuckles. The fingers flex, then withdraw. I move the flashlight slightly to see more inside. I catch a glimpse of a shoulder covered in tattered cloth. The cloth looks old and stiff. I try to say something, but my throat is tight. I manage a few words, asking who is there. I get no response, just a rough grunt. I ask again. The figure only makes a dragging sound against the door. I think about the possibility that this is a person stuck inside. Maybe they have been trapped. But I don't see any clear sign of injuries or anything like that. They seem strong. The way they grab at the door suggests strength. The odor in the air makes me lightheaded. I just want to solve this. I decide to stop prying. I set the hammer down and step back, breathing hard. The figure behind the door has noticed I stopped. I hear quieter breathing now. I shine the flashlight at the door and see the gap I made. The door looks ready to come free if I apply more force. But I'm not sure I want to do that. I stand there for a moment, holding the crowbar. My hands ache from gripping it. My shoulders feel stiff. The figure inside makes another sound, softer this time. It sounds like a muffled attempt at speech, but I can't make out words. I consider leaving and calling the landlord in the morning. I consider calling someone else for help. But right now in this basement, with the door partially broken, I don't feel safe. I can't pretend this isn't happening. I know there's something inside, something that responds to my presence. It moves, it tries to reach me, it makes sounds that are neither friendly nor purely animal. I look around the basement one more time. I see no other doors, no windows, no signs that anyone else has been here recently. The dust on the shelves is thick. The floor is damp. The smell of rust and earth fills my nose. I hold the flashlight steady and watch the gap. The figure inside shifts position. I see a shoulder and part of a face now. The face is dirty with scruff along the jaw and tangled hair. The eyes are open wide, unfocused, reflecting light. The figure breathes through the mouth, making a harsh, uneven sound. I say hello again, louder. No reply. I try to push the door again, just a little. The chains pull tight, stopping me. The figure presses back and I feel resistance. I let go. I think about what to do next, but I can't decide. My heart is still pounding and I feel a drop of sweat run down my temple. The basement is silent except for the figure's breathing and the faint creaking of wood. I realize I've spent a long time down here. I'm exhausted and my mind is racing. I decide to back away, go upstairs, and think. I can block the basement door from my side. I can try to talk to the landlord in the morning. I step backward slowly. The figure inside doesn't reach out this time. I keep my flashlight on the door until I reach the bottom of the stairs. Then I turn and climb up, one step at a time. My legs feel shaky. When I reach the top, I close the basement door. I lock it and slide a heavy chair in front of it. I stand there in my hallway, breathing hard, staring at the closed door. I can still smell that odor on my clothes. I hold the crowbar and the flashlight in my hands. I haven't solved anything, but at least I know what's down there. Something, Someone. Alive. Waiting. I'll have to deal with it, but not right now. Not tonight. I first noticed the figure about 2 weeks ago, just after midnight, when I got up to get some water. I stood at my bedroom window, looking down at the yard, and saw someone tall in a dark cloak standing by the single tree out there. The street lamp near the fence was weak and flickered sometimes. Every time it flickered, the figure's head seemed to shift a few degrees, and it was always facing the window, but never in a way that let me see its face clearly. I remember feeling a strange heaviness in my chest and a dry sensation in my mouth. My shoulders were tense, and I wondered if I should call someone, but I just stared. The figure stayed until I gave up and went back to bed. The next night, I checked the window again around the same time. It stood there in the same spot. It did not move in any obvious way. It did not speak. It did not produce any sound. The air outside looked cold, and I could see that the grass had a slight sheen as if damp. I did not open the window. I stood behind the glass and watched. When the street lamp flickered, the figure seemed to shift its stance like it had moved its weight from one leg to the other. I tried to catch it in the act of moving, but the shift always happened in the instant of darkness when the lamp blinked. When the light came back, the figure's position had changed just a little bit. My pulse was a bit faster than usual. My neck felt stiff. On the third night, I did not want to look, but I did. It was there again. My stomach felt tight, and I noticed that I was taking shallow breaths. The floorboards under my feet were cold. I could see my reflection in the window. I looked tired. I felt a small twitch in my eyelids. I tried to open the window a crack to hear if there was anything outside. I heard nothing but a distant hum from the street. No cars were passing, no voices, no dogs, just a low hum of distant traffic many blocks away. The figure remained still. I closed the window again. That night I turned off all the lights in my room and watched in the dark. The figure still did not move in a normal way. It was always the flicker of the lamp. I tried to leave for a moment, hoping to catch it off guard. When I returned, it was still there, slightly closer to the tree trunk than before. My hands were sweating, and I wiped them on my pajama pants. I started to think about calling the police, but what would I say? That someone was standing in my yard, not doing anything, not breaking anything, not threatening me in a direct way. I decided to wait one more night. On the fourth night, I watched longer. I watched for nearly an hour. My legs got tired, and I dragged a small chair to the window. I sat and stared. The figure stood there the whole time. No changes except those tiny shifts during the lamp's flickering. I got a small flashlight from my nightstand. I tried shining it out the window. The figure's outline looked a bit clearer. I could see that it wore a long, dark garment, maybe a coat or a cloak. I could not see any details on the face. The head was tilted slightly downward, and the hood, or whatever it was wearing, cast a shadow. The shoulders were broad. The height was maybe around 6 feet or a bit more. I turned off the flashlight. After a few minutes, the lamp flickered again. The figure's angle changed again, just a fraction. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I felt my heart rate pick up. I got up and went to the kitchen for a drink of water. My throat felt dry and tight. I decided to call a friend the next day. I told him what I saw, and he said maybe it was just some neighbor messing around. Maybe I should ignore it. I thought about this, but I knew it was not normal. There was something off about the figure's stillness, the silence, the way it never let me see its face. My friend said he would come over that night. We agreed that he would arrive around midnight and we would both look. I felt relieved. Maybe with someone else there, I would feel less nervous. That night, I waited with my friend in my living room. I did not turn on many lights. We whispered to each other. When midnight came, we walked upstairs to my bedroom. I pointed to the window. The figure was there again. My friend looked at it. He mumbled something under his breath. He said it was strange. He tapped on the window lightly. No response. The figure remained still. My friend turned to me and shrugged. I told him about the flickering light. Just as I said it, the lamp outside flickered. We both stared. The figure's position changed slightly. My friend asked if I saw that. I nodded. He said this was too weird. He wanted to go outside and check. I told him I was not sure about that. I felt a tightness in my chest, but he insisted. He said he would just stand on the porch and see if the figure did anything. I followed him downstairs. We walked through the hallway and opened the front door. The air outside was cold. My friend stood near the door. He did not go into the yard. We could see the figure in the distance. It did not move. My friend called out, "Hey, what are you doing there?" No response. He called out again, louder. Nothing. My friend stepped a few feet onto the porch, holding his phone's flashlight. He aimed it at the figure. The light was weak at that distance. I stood behind him, my arms crossed, my stomach tense. The figure remained still. Then the street lamp flickered again. In that brief instant of darkness, I thought I heard a quiet rustling sound, like fabric moving. When the light came back, the figure had shifted again just a bit, facing us in a slightly different angle. My friend cursed under his breath and stepped back inside. We closed the door and locked it. My friend asked if I had any idea who that could be. I said no. He said maybe we should call the police. I agreed. I picked up my phone and dialed. The operator said a patrol car would swing by. We waited. About 20 minutes later, we saw a pair of headlights at the end of the street. A police car parked near my house. 2 officers got out. I watched from the window. I could see their flashlights shining around. I waited for them to come knock on my door, but they did not. They walked around the property line, shining their lights near the tree. They stayed there a few minutes. Then they came to the door. I answered. They said they saw nobody out there. They said there was no sign of trespassing. They asked if I had seen this person tonight. I said yes, I saw them just a half hour ago. My friend confirmed it. The officers seemed skeptical. They said the area was clear. I apologized. They left. After the police left, my friend and I went back to the window. The figure was back. It stood there as if it had never left. My friend's breathing sounded uneven. He said he did not like this. I felt sweat on my forehead. I felt a headache forming at the base of my skull. We decided to try to take a photo. I grabbed my phone and aimed it at the window. I zoomed in. The figure was too dark. I tried turning up the brightness. When I snapped a picture and looked at it, I could see the tree, the grass, the fence, but not the figure. It was just a dark blur. I tried again with my friend's phone. Same result. The figure did not show up clearly. It looked like a smudge or a shadow. My friend said he had to leave. He did not want to stay. He looked tired and on edge. I did not stop him. I watched from the window as he walked to his car. The figure did not move. My friend drove off. I locked all the doors, checked the windows, and pulled down the blinds. I sat on my couch. I tried to watch TV. I could not focus. My back was tense. My neck hurt. I got up and paced in the hallway. I heard the clock ticking. I stood by the front window for a while. Eventually, I went to bed, leaving the blinds in my bedroom down. I could not sleep well. I woke up a few times during the night, sweaty and uncomfortable. The next day, I felt tired. I had dark circles under my eyes. I felt nervous as the evening approached. I tried to keep busy, but I kept checking the clock. As midnight came closer, I went upstairs and lifted the blinds a few inches. The figure was there. I lowered the blinds again. I sat on the bed. My hands were shaking a little. I did not know what to do. I felt trapped in my own home. I breathed slowly, in and out, trying to stay calm. I could not hear anything unusual outside. No footsteps, no breathing, just silence. I got an idea. I decided to go out the back door, circle around quietly, and try to approach from behind. I wanted to see if I could catch the figure off guard. Maybe I could see its face or at least confirm if it was a real person or something else. I put on dark clothes, a jacket, and some shoes with soft soles. I turned off all the lights in the house. I waited until the clock showed midnight. Then I opened the back door slowly. The hinges made a slight creak. I winced. I stepped outside. It was cold. I could feel the chill on my cheeks and inside my nose. I moved along the side of the house, staying close to the wall. The grass felt damp under my shoes. I reached the corner of the house and peeked around toward the tree. I saw the figure's back. It looked like a human shape wrapped in dark clothing that hung straight down. It did not move. I took a few slow steps closer, holding my breath. The street lamp flickered. In that brief darkness, I heard a soft swishing noise. When the light came back, the figure had turned slightly, as if aware of my presence. I froze. My heart pounded hard. My chest felt tight. I considered running back inside, but I stayed still and watched. The figure did not come closer. It did not run away. It just stood there. I took one more step. I tried to speak, but my voice came out shaky. I asked what it wanted. No answer. I asked again. My throat felt sore, and I noticed I was breathing through my mouth. Nothing happened. I could not see a face, just a dark shape of a hooded head. My fingers felt cold and stiff. I stepped sideways, trying to get a better angle. The lamp flickered again. This time, the figure's arm position changed. It looked like one arm rose by an inch or two. I backed up, stumbling a little on uneven ground. I turned and went back inside. I locked the door. I checked all the windows again. My hands were shaking more now. I felt sweat on my lower back. I went upstairs and looked out the bedroom window. The figure was there, same place, same stance. I did not sleep well that night. The next morning, I felt pain in my shoulders and neck, probably from tension. Over the next few nights, I tried different things. I tried shining a stronger flashlight from the upstairs window. I tried talking loudly. I tried ignoring it and not looking for several hours. The figure was always there, every night, after midnight, standing by the tree. It never spoke, never made a sound besides that faint swish of fabric during the lamp flicker. It never approached the house, it never left any mark. The grass under the tree did not show any footprints that I could see. I checked one morning. Just damp grass, no clear impressions. The presence of this figure changed my routine. I stopped going out at night, I stopped spending time in my backyard. I felt anxious as soon as the sun began to set. I avoided the window, but eventually I always ended up checking, just to be sure it was still there. It always was. The tension in my chest never went away completely. My arms and legs felt sore in the mornings, as if I had been tensed up in my sleep. I considered moving out, but that would take time, money, and effort. I tried calling the police again, but they found nothing each time. I tried inviting more friends over, but no one had any better suggestions. Some of them hinted that maybe I was seeing things, but I knew what I saw. My friend who came that night saw it too. The figure was real, at least visually. Maybe it was some strange person who had a way of moving silently and avoiding detection by police. Maybe it was something else. But I did not want to think about that. All I know is that every night after midnight I see it there. It stands under the single tree in my yard, facing my window in a way that prevents me from seeing its face, shifting positions slightly whenever the street lamp flickers, not making a sound, not coming closer, not leaving any evidence. I feel colder when it is there. The air feels heavy, and I sweat without reason. I cannot find a way to make it go away, and it has not stopped appearing, night after night, always in the same spot, always silent, always there. I hear the first creak right after midnight. I'm in bed trying to fall asleep, but the noise pulls me out of that halfway state. I open my eyes and hold my breath. The sound is soft but clear. It comes from beneath the floorboards, right under my bed. I know that space down there is almost nothing. There's no crawl space. There's no way anyone could fit there. but I hear slow, light footsteps. I hear short, scraping sounds. I stay still, pressing my palms flat against the sheets. I listen, waiting for something else. I don't turn on the light at first. I lie in the dark, focusing on each small sound. I feel a tightness in my stomach. My throat is dry. I reach for my phone on the bedside table and click on its screen. The glow of it lights up my hand and the edge of the mattress. I listen again. The sound repeats. A soft step, a light scratch, then a gentle but clear creak. I slide my legs off the bed and place my feet on the floor. I press down with my toes and feel the wood. It's solid. My apartment is old, but not so old that it should make random noises like this. I hold the phone down near the floor. I see nothing but the smooth boards. I sit there, squinting, waiting for my eyes to adjust. Then I hear a low whisper. It's muffled. I can't make out words. It sounds like someone talking through thick cloth, but it comes from below. The voice is strange, quiet, and constant. It doesn't stop. It's like a faint murmur that never pauses to breathe. My heart beats faster. The muscles in my neck feel tense. I swallow, but my mouth is dry. I don't know what's going on, but it doesn't feel right. I tap the floor with my finger. I tap it twice, softly. The whisper stops for a moment. Then I hear a thin, airy sound, like breath passing through cracks in old wood. It's colder near the floor. The temperature on my face feels normal, but when I lower my ear close to the floor, I feel a cold draft. It's as if there's a tiny vent or a crack leading outside. I lie flat on my stomach now, pressing my ear against the floorboards. They feel smooth and old. I can smell a faint odor, like damp earth. I don't know if that's my imagination or if the wood is letting some scent through. I hold my phone out to the side, letting its light skim over the floor. The voice starts again. It's not English. It's not anything I've ever heard. It has clicks and breathy sounds mixed in with hushed vowels. It never rises in volume. It stays at a steady low level, as if reciting something to itself. My chest tightens more. I feel sweat forming at the back of my neck. I think about leaving the room, but I don't want to lose track of whatever this is. I consider hitting the floor harder, making noise, maybe scaring it away. But I don't know what it is. I try a different approach. I speak in a low voice. "Hello?" I say. My voice sounds too loud in the quiet room. The whispering stops again. There's a soft shuffling noise, like someone shifting positions. My hand rests on the floor. I feel a slight vibration, like something moving below. The boards are thick, though. This shouldn't be possible. I think about checking beneath the building. My apartment is on the ground floor, and there's only a thin gap before the solid ground outside. I know the building's foundation is old, maybe uneven, but there's no basement, no crawl space, just dirt and concrete. Nothing that can hold a person. Still, something is down there. The voice returns with more urgency, speaking faster now. I press my ear harder. The words come out as short bursts, separated by small gasps. I feel something like a cool breeze touching my ear, but I can't find where it's coming from. I get up slowly, feeling the stiffness in my knees. I'm still barefoot, wearing only a t-shirt and sweatpants. I walk quietly to the window and peek outside. The street is empty. It's a quiet neighborhood, and at this hour, nobody is around. I look at the floor near the edges of the room. Everything looks normal. I kneel down in one corner and run my fingertips along the baseboard. It's all sealed. No gaps large enough for any person. I tap lightly. Solid. I stand up and return to the bed. I decide to turn on the overhead light. The sudden brightness makes me squint. I examine the floor closely. The planks are old and a bit worn, but intact. No loose boards. Nothing that would let a hand or even a tool slip through. Still, the voice continues when I listen closely. I sit down, legs crossed, and place my hand flat on the floor again. The voice reacts. It grows a bit louder. I can't understand it. It might be a language. The sounds repeat in cycles. Maybe it's repeating phrases. My body feels tense. I feel a slight tremor in my hands. My chest feels tight. I clench my jaw. I don't like this situation. I think about calling someone, maybe the building manager, but what would I say? That I hear a voice under my floor at midnight? It sounds ridiculous. I'm alone here. I need to figure this out myself. I place my ear down again. The voice sounds like it's right on the other side of the wood, but how can that be? I consider prying up one of the boards, but I have no tools on hand. The kitchen might have something. I walk out into the hallway and grab a flashlight and a flathead screwdriver. The hallway is quiet. The rest of the apartment is normal. The living room is dark and still. The kitchen faucet drips a little. I turn it off, then return to the bedroom with the screwdriver. I pick a plank that looks slightly worn at the edges. I insert the screwdriver tip and try to lift it. The wood barely moves. It's nailed down tight. The whispering voice keeps going, never raising its volume beyond a muffled hush. I try another plank. Same thing. Solid. My heart pounds. I try harder, pressing until my knuckles whiten. Nothing. I curse under my breath. I put the tool aside and focus on the sounds again. I wonder if there's some trick here. Could it be pipes or air currents making weird noises? But I know pipes don't talk. This voice has patterns and rhythm. It sounds almost human, except for the strange language. It doesn't sound electronic. There's no hum, no static. It's too organic. I lean down one more time. This time I talk again. I can hear you, I say quietly. I don't understand you. Who are you? I wait. The whispering pauses. There's a rustling sound. I feel a slight vibration under the floor. It's like something tapping from below, but not with a tool, more like with fingertips. The tapping comes in sets of 3. Tap, tap, tap. Then silence. I hold my breath. The cold draft against my ear intensifies. It makes my ear canal feel numb. Then the voice returns, and now it sounds more strained, as if struggling to push each sound through a tight space. I don't want to panic, but I feel my heart racing. My forehead feels warm. My fingertips are cold. I sit back and press my hands together, trying to keep steady. I try to think of something simple. If there's a voice, maybe there's some kind of hidden gap. Maybe part of the floor was poorly installed. Maybe there's a small chamber under there. It's an old building, so maybe something got sealed off. I decide to check the exterior wall outside my bedroom. I leave the room and step outside through the front door, keeping it unlocked. Outside, the night air is still. I use my flashlight on the ground. There's a thin strip of space between the building's foundation and the earth. It's maybe 2 or 3 inches high, not enough for a human head, let alone a whole body. I crouch down and shine the light. I see soil and some stones. Nothing unusual. I walk along the perimeter of my apartment, shining the light at every possible gap. I see nothing that explains the voice. I go back inside. I lock the door behind me. I feel a bit foolish now, but I still hear it. When I step into the bedroom, I notice the voice has changed its pattern again. Now it's slower, with longer pauses. I try to record it. I grab my phone, open the voice recorder, and hold it near the floor. I let it run for a minute. The voice continues. I stop the recording and play it back. I hear my own breathing, a slight crackle, and then a faint whisper. It's too soft to pick out the details, but it's there. This is not my imagination. I move to another part of the room and try listening there. Near the closet, the voice is weaker. Near the bed, it's strongest. I push the bed aside, sliding it a few feet away. The noise stays strongest in the same spot where the bed was. The floor looks uniform, though. I trace my fingertips along the edges of each plank, feeling for a gap. Nothing. I kneel and apply pressure, pushing down. The wood doesn't give much. The whispering continues, steady and calm now, as if reciting something that never ends. I speak again, a little louder this time. I can't understand you, I say, trying to keep my voice even. If you can hear me, give me a sign. I wait. This time, I feel a slight shift. The whispering stops, and there's a scratching sound, like nails on wood, light and careful. My shoulders tense. I grip the flashlight tighter. I keep looking at the same spot. If I had a crowbar or something stronger, I might try prying the plank up, but I worry about damaging the floor. I also don't know what I'd do if I open it and actually find something. I look at the time on my phone. It's past 1 a.m. The sound doesn't go away. I can't sleep through this. I sit against the wall, facing the spot on the floor. I try staying quiet for a while, just listening. After about 10 minutes, the whispering starts repeating certain sequences more often. It sounds like a chant. I feel myself getting frustrated. My breathing quickens. My throat feels tight. I can't relax with this happening. I try knocking on the floor 3 times, hoping to establish some kind of basic communication. I knock 3 times. The voice stops. After a pause, I hear 3 soft taps in return from below. My chest tightens more. I knock twice. It returns 2 soft taps. I feel sweat on my palms. There is something under the floor that hears me and responds. I don't know what it wants. I try a different pattern of knocks, something random. 4 knocks, then a pause, then 2 knocks. It pauses for a long moment before responding, but it responds with the exact same pattern. 4, pause, 2. I feel my stomach twist. This thing can understand simple signals. I speak again, voice shaky. Who are you? I ask. The whispering resumes, ignoring my question. It sticks to its strange language. I get closer to the floor and whisper, I don't understand, I don't speak your language. I wait. The whispering slows, and then stops. The air feels colder. I press my ear down. I hear soft breathing now. Nothing else. It's as if the thing is right there, with only a thin wooden board between us. My mind races. I consider calling the police, but what would I tell them? That I hear a voice under my floor. They might come, but what would they find? If they break the floor open and find nothing, I'll look crazy. If they do find something, what then? But I can't just sit here all night. I decide to push it further. I say, I'm going to open the floor. My voice is firm, though I don't feel firm inside. I press the screwdriver into the plank again. The wood creaks slightly. The whispering gets louder, more urgent. I feel vibrations under my hand. I push harder, but the plank won't budge. I get up and look for something stronger in the apartment. I find a small hammer. Back in the bedroom, I wedge the screwdriver into a tiny seam and tap it with the hammer. The plank lifts a fraction of an inch. The whispering turns into a hiss, then stops. The air from below feels colder, almost like standing next to an open freezer. I try to lift the plank more, but it's secured with nails that don't come out easily. I lean in, pressing my knee down for leverage. The plank lifts another inch. I shine the flashlight into the gap. I see darkness and something like packed earth. There's barely any space down there. The whispering doesn't return. I listen carefully. I hear soft breathing. It's very close. My throat closes up. I can't see anything that looks like a person or an animal, just dark soil and a hairline gap. I try to speak again. I don't mean harm, I say. I'm just trying to understand. No response. I think about pushing the plank further, but I worry about cracking it. I sit back, breathing hard. My hands shake. The presence below is silent now. I wait a full 5 minutes, listening. Nothing. I only feel the cold air and smell that damp earth scent. I put down the hammer and screwdriver and lower the plank carefully, letting it settle back into place. The room is quiet except for my breathing. I wonder if I scared it away or if it's waiting for me to leave. I turn off the overhead light, leaving only the flashlight. I listen again. Nothing. I whisper softly, "Are you there?" Silence. I lean down, pressing my ear to the floor. After a long pause, I hear a single faint tap from below. My stomach turns. I whisper, "I'm here." Another tap. Softer. I close my eyes and try to steady my breathing. It's too late to call anyone now. I feel that I should leave the room, let this thing be, but I also want to know what's going on. I stay there listening for any more words. Nothing comes, just that faint cold draft and the sound of my own pulse in my ears. I move my bed back to where it was, slow and careful. The floor squeaks a bit. Once the bed is in place, I stand still. The whispering doesn't return. I wait another 10 minutes standing in the dark. The silence makes me feel like I'm being watched. I can't shake off the feeling that if I lie down, the voice will start again. I don't want to lie on top of it. I decide to sleep in the living room tonight. I walk out quietly, taking my phone and flashlight. In the living room, I settle on the couch, covering myself with a blanket. I keep the flashlight in my hand. I try not to think too much. My body is tired. My eyes burn a bit from lack of sleep. I stay awake, listening for any sound from the bedroom. I hear nothing. The apartment is silent now. I don't feel safe, but I'm too exhausted to think of a better plan. I just lie there, tense and alert, until my eyelids grow heavy. Before I drift off, I think I hear a faint whisper again, but it might be my imagination. I clutch the flashlight and try to calm my breathing. I feel no warmth, no comfort, just the thin cushion under me and the vague scent of the night air through the window. Eventually, I can't keep my eyes open. I fall into a restless sleep, knowing that something impossible is right there under my floor waiting for me to return. I remember that night was quiet. It was after regular working hours. There were only a few people left in the building. I had been sitting at my desk for several hours. I was tired and my eyes felt heavy. I needed a break, so I stood up and stretched my legs. The fluorescent lights were still on, but most offices were dark. My floor was almost empty. I could hear only the hum of the air conditioning and the distant sound of someone typing. I decided to use the emergency stairs to go up one floor. I sometimes did that when I needed a quick change of scenery before finishing my tasks. There was nothing special about these stairs. They were bland and a bit dusty, and I never saw anyone else using them. That night I pushed open the heavy metal door marked stairs on my floor and stepped inside. The light in the stairwell was dim. It always had fewer bulbs than the main halls. It smelled like stale air and cheap paint. My shoes made a dull sound against the concrete steps. I climbed slowly, one floor at a time. I wasn't rushing. I just wanted to clear my head. At that hour, the building was calm. I could hear my own breathing, steady and quiet. After I reached what I assumed was the next floor, I opened the door. I expected the usual corridor with a few vending machines, a copy room, and a small lounge area. That was the standard layout. Instead, I saw something else. The hallway I stepped into was darker and had walls painted in a different shade. They looked older with more cracks. The floor felt uneven beneath my shoes. The air smelled moldy, like something left too long without ventilation. The overhead lights were weak and yellowish. There were no signs of the familiar furniture or doors I knew should be there. I stood still for a moment and blinked. I thought I must have climbed one floor too many or made a mistake. I turned around to go back into the stairwell. The door I came through had no sign on it. The knob felt colder than before. I stepped back into the stairwell and started walking down to return to my original floor. I felt uneasy. My stomach was tight. My breathing grew shallow. I tried to ignore it and focus on counting steps. When I reached the floor below, I pushed the door open. I expected to find my floor. Instead, I faced a corridor that was completely unfamiliar. The lights flickered. There were small puddles of dirty water on the floor. The paint on the walls was peeling. There were exposed pipes near the ceiling, and some of them dripped. I could smell something bitter, maybe cleaning chemicals or old dust. I heard a slight buzzing sound from somewhere behind the walls. I closed the door behind me and checked my phone. It showed no signal. The time was still correct. I tried my flashlight app. The corridor was still there, looking the same, just a bit brighter under the phone's light. I looked around. There were no clear room numbers, no company signs, no carpeting like on my usual floors. I tried a door on the left side of the corridor. The handle felt rough, and when I turned it, it led into a small room with bare concrete floors. Inside were some scattered boxes and an overturned office chair with torn upholstery. The air inside that room smelled stale, like old cardboard. There was no window, no other exit. I stepped out and tried the opposite door. It was locked. I jiggled the handle, but it wouldn't budge. I knocked lightly and listened. There was no response, just a hollow sound. I went farther down the corridor. My footsteps sounded loud. I was alone. There were no voices, no phones ringing, no distant chatter like in a normal office building. My chest felt tight. My hands were starting to sweat. The air felt thick. I decided to return to the stairwell again and try a different direction. Maybe I missed something. I turned back and walked toward the stairwell door. It took me longer to reach it than I expected. It felt like the corridor had stretched. After a few more steps, I found the door and opened it. I moved down several flights of stairs, counting them carefully this time. I expected that after going down a few floors, I would return to the lobby or at least to a known level. I opened another door. The new floor looked different again. This time the corridor was narrower with a low ceiling and flickering fluorescent tubes. The walls were painted a dull green, and the paint was chipping away. The air smelled damp. I felt something sticky under my shoe. I leaned down and touched the floor with my finger. It felt like some kind of old adhesive tape or residue. I wiped my finger on my pant leg. I kept moving. I tried several doors at random. Most were locked. Some opened onto small rooms or empty offices without furniture. Each room I checked looked abandoned. I saw stains on the walls and floors. I saw old light switches that did nothing when I flicked them. There were some abandoned desks, broken chairs, and dusty shelves. No personal items, no computers, no papers, just empty spaces. I searched for windows. The windows were locked, and some were covered in thick grime. I tried pushing on a window frame. It didn't give. The glass felt solid. I looked outside through one of them. I saw darkness and maybe a faint reflection of my own face. No city lights, no street below, just darkness. My breathing got heavier. I could feel my heart beating harder. My throat felt dry. I took out my phone again. No service. The battery still had power, but no one was reachable. I thought about calling emergency services, but without a signal, it was useless. I tried walking back to the stairs again. The door to the stairwell was still there, but as I went down, I reached another floor with the same kind of dull corridors. I tried going up again. Maybe I could reach the roof and find a way out from there. I climbed a few floors up. I was sweating despite the cool temperature. My shirt stuck to my back, my legs felt a bit shaky. I kept one hand on the railing to steady myself. The metal railing felt slightly damp. After about 3 floors up, I tried a door. It didn't open. I tried another one floor above. It opened, but it led to another corridor, slightly different but still unfamiliar. This corridor had a low humming sound from the lights. They were the old kind of fluorescent lights that buzzed. The floor tiles were cracked. I stepped carefully. I looked for a sign or a map on the wall. There was none. I found a door that was slightly ajar. I pushed it open slowly. Inside, there was a small room with a single folding chair and a box of old cables. The smell in there was stale and dusty. I closed the door and moved on. I tried to stay calm. I forced myself to breathe slowly. I wiped my forehead with my sleeve. I tried to think about a logical explanation. Maybe I took the wrong set of stairs. Maybe this was a section under renovation. Still, the scale of it was strange. Every corridor looked abandoned. There were no tools, no workers, no equipment. I decided to mark the door frames with something to see if I was going in circles. I took out my pen and drew a small X on the frame near the stairwell door on one floor. Then I climbed up one floor and tried again. After going up 2 floors and picking a random door, I ended up in a corridor very much like the others. I looked for my mark. There was no mark there. This was a different place, or at least it appeared to be. My stomach cramped. My hands were shaking. I could feel the tension in my neck. My eyes stung from the stale air. I coughed a couple of times. My footsteps echoed. I called out, just to hear something other than my own breathing. "Hello?" My voice sounded weak. No response. I shouted louder. Still nothing. I entered another room. It had a metal cabinet and a broken lamp on the floor. I searched the cabinet. Inside, I found a stack of old folders without labels. They were empty. Just blank pages inside. It made no sense. I backed out of the room and continued along the corridor. The corridor turned a corner, and I followed it. I found another stairwell door. I tried it. It led back into the stairs. These stairs looked the same as before. Bare concrete steps, dim lights, and old metal railings. I went down several floors. I counted each floor carefully. 1, 2, 3, 4. At the 4th floor down from that point, I opened the door. Another strange corridor similar to the others. I felt frustrated and a bit dizzy. I needed water. My mouth was dry. I looked around for a cooler or a fountain. I found none. I hoped to find at least a sink. Eventually, I came across a small bathroom sign. The door was plain and brown. Inside the bathroom, there were 2 stalls, a sink, and a mirror. The sink worked, but the water ran rusty for a moment before it cleared. I let it run, then cupped my hand and drank a bit. It tasted metallic, but it was better than nothing. I washed my face and looked at myself in the mirror. My eyes were red and tired. My hair was messy. I felt a slight tremor in my hands. I stepped back into the corridor and kept moving, trying doors and checking stairwells. I must have passed through at least 6 different corridors, some shorter, some longer. Some had old carpeting that smelled moldy. Others were bare concrete. All were dim and quiet. The quiet was the worst part. It made everything feel like a closed box. I tried to make some noise just to feel less alone. I tapped the wall with my knuckle. The sound was dull. I kicked a small piece of debris. It skittered along the floor. I dragged a chair out of a room into the corridor just to see if moving something around helped me feel less trapped. It didn't. I kept thinking about finding an exit sign or a door that led outside. I looked at the ceilings. Some panels were missing, showing pipes and cables. I tried pushing on one of these panels to see if I could climb up. It was too high, and even standing on a chair I couldn't get through. I didn't have tools. My phone was useless for calling out. I kept checking it. The battery was getting lower, but still had some charge. The time on the phone kept moving forward normally. I had been wandering for what felt like an hour or more. At some point, I decided to move in a single direction and keep going. Every time I hit a dead end, I would return and try another corridor. I hoped I would find a pattern or a clue. I came across a door that looked heavier than the others. It had a simple numeric keypad. I pressed a few numbers randomly. The keypad beeped but didn't open. I tried to pull the door, push it, but it wouldn't move. I hit it with my shoulder. It made a solid thump. No luck. I tried the stairs again, this time going all the way up. I climbed floor after floor until my legs burned. I must have climbed at least 10 floors. Every time I tried a door, I got a similar corridor. I couldn't see any identifying marks. The floor numbers on the stairwell walls were missing. The signs that usually said which floor we were on were blank or removed. The paint was old and chipped. Some lights hummed, some flickered. My breathing was loud. My heart felt heavy in my chest. I wiped sweat from my face with my sleeve. Eventually, I noticed a difference. One corridor had a small box on the wall that said, "Maintenance." I pried it open. Inside were some old keys, a screwdriver, and a flashlight that still worked, though it was dim. I took them with me, hoping they would help. I tried the keys on several locked doors. None opened. I used the screwdriver on a door hinge. It didn't help. The screws were worn and stuck. As I wandered, I came across a corridor with a slight draft. I could feel some air moving. It smelled slightly fresher. I followed that faint draft until I found a door that was slightly warped. I pushed hard. It creaked and opened onto a small storage room. Inside were some tarps, a broken ladder, and a window with a loose frame. I pushed the frame. It gave a little. I wedged the screwdriver into the side and pried. The frame started to shift. I pushed again, using the ladder as leverage. The frame popped out enough for me to see outside. I saw lights outside. They were faint, but they looked like city lights. I pushed the frame more. A piece of it fell off inside the room. I reached through the gap. I felt cool outside air. I could smell it. It smelled like the city at night, a mix of distant cars and damp pavement. I pushed more until I could fit my arm through. I pulled, trying to widen the gap. I kept working at it, ignoring the pain in my fingers and the strain in my arms. Eventually, I managed to create an opening big enough to squeeze my body through. I climbed onto the ledge and looked down. I saw a fire escape. I reached for it and grabbed the metal railing. I pulled myself out. I stepped onto the narrow landing and looked around. I saw the familiar alley behind my building. I heard distant traffic. I felt relief wash over me. My legs were shaky and my heart was still pounding, but at least I recognized where I was. I climbed down the fire escape slowly and reached the ground. I looked up at the window I had come through, but from down here it was hard to tell which one it was. The building looked normal from outside. The same concrete facade, the same rows of windows. The street lamps glowed orange. I stood there for a moment, breathing the fresh air and feeling my heart rate slow down. I felt sweat drying on my neck. I felt the slight breeze on my face. I checked my phone again. Now I had a signal. I considered calling someone, but what would I say? I just stared at my phone screen for a moment, then slipped it into my pocket. I walked to the front of the building, found the main door, and entered the lobby. The security guard at the front desk glanced up. He looked bored. He did not seem surprised to see me. The lobby looked normal. Polished floors, bright lights, the usual furniture. I took the elevator up to my floor. It worked as normal. I stepped out into the corridor I knew, with my office right there. My desk, my chair, my computer. Everything was in place. I sat down, feeling a slight tremor in my hands. I looked around. Everything seemed normal. The hum of the air conditioning was steady. I sighed and rubbed my eyes. I did not go back to those stairs that night. I just finished my work and left the building. From the outside, nothing had changed, but I remembered every detail of those corridors, the stale air, the locked doors, and the strange silence. I do not know what that place was. I only know that it was there, hidden behind those doors and stairs. I never saw it again. I never tried. That was enough. I step outside after lunch. The weather is calm. The air is cool. The trees behind my backyard don't move much. I see the small patch of forest about 30 yards behind my house. I feel a slight breeze against my arms and face. I have never paid much attention to that area. It's just a place with thin trees, a few patches of grass, some ferns on the ground, and a lot of dry leaves scattered around. It never seemed important. It's just a place behind my property line, a bit cramped, with branches crossing over each other and bushes that poke your ankles. There is a light wind passing through. I hear a low rustling. It doesn't seem strange at first. I take a few steps onto the uneven ground. The soil here is dark and moist. I hear the sound of my footsteps against some old leaves. The wind picks up a little bit. It's not loud. It's a gentle sound, a whispering sound. I don't think about it until I notice something odd. The wind is making a noise that sounds a bit like my name. It's not clear. It's like a few syllables that resemble it. My name is David. I keep hearing something like da-vid. It's not pronounced perfectly. It's more like wind passing through a narrow space, but I pick up those sounds. My heart beats a bit faster. I scratch the side of my neck and stand there, looking around. I don't see anyone. I can't see any birds that would mimic a voice. It's just the wind and the trees. The breeze moves across my face. The feeling is not just cold air. It's gentle and constant, like someone trying to get my attention by touching my cheek. I swallow hard. The temperature is not very low. It's not winter. Still, I feel a chill running down my back. My shoulders feel tense. My legs feel a bit stiff. I glance behind me. I can see the back of my house, the small wooden steps and the door I left open. Everything there is normal. I turn around again. The forest ahead looks calm. There are no large animals. I see no deer, no foxes, nothing that would explain these sounds. The branches on the trees are thin, and some of them bend slowly as the wind moves through. They seem to shift toward a certain direction, like arms pointing. I try not to think about that in any fancy way. I just notice that these branches lean in one direction. It's not random swaying, it looks more like a steady angle. I take another step forward. I feel a lump in my throat. My breathing is shallow. My hands feel slightly moist with sweat. I clench my fists to steady myself. The wind whispers again. It makes that same broken sound. It's not a clear voice. It's not a word. But it reminds me of my name, and that bothers me. I feel like something wants me to move deeper into these trees. I look down at my feet. There are small twigs on the ground, some broken branches, a cluster of leaves. The soil is soft in some spots. I try to stay on firmer ground, but it's all uneven. My left ankle twists a little and I step carefully afterward. I move further in. Every few yards I stop and look around. The wind continues to come and go. Sometimes it's soft, sometimes it's a bit stronger. Each time it picks up, I catch a sound that makes me uneasy. I can't describe it well. It's a breathy, rasping sound that forms a shape close to my name. I keep hearing it. I don't know why I'm following it. I think I'm curious. I also feel like I can't just turn around and pretend nothing happened. I keep going. My ears pick up small sounds, leaves scratching against each other, a distant rustle of something moving between shrubs. I hear my own breathing and my own heartbeat. I feel each breath hitting the back of my throat. I try to breathe through my nose to stay quiet and calm. My legs feel tense. The muscles in my neck are tight. My shoulders ache. There is no one else around. I know my neighbors are not close by. They wouldn't hide back here. They're not that kind of people. This area behind my house is usually empty. As I push a few low branches aside, I see that the trees are getting a bit denser ahead. There is less sunlight. The top branches form a sort of canopy. I see patches of sky, but not a lot. The ground is covered with damp leaves and some small mushrooms. I smell earth and something like old wood. The air is cooler here. My nose feels a bit runny from the chill. I wipe it with the back of my hand. I keep moving. The wind sounds come and go. Sometimes I hear that odd whisper once every few seconds. Other times I have to wait maybe half a minute. But it's still there. I wonder if I should turn around. My back itches. I feel a pulse in my temples. I'm not at ease. I'm not panicking, but I feel an increasing sense of tension in my body. My stomach is tight. My legs feel ready to run. I look over my shoulder again. My house is out of sight now. I see only tree trunks and bushes. I note a large tree with a twisted trunk to mark my way back. I try to memorize the spot. I notice a thick root that sticks out of the ground, forming a kind of hook shape. That might help me find my way if I need to return. I keep moving forward. The branches in front of me are thin and dry. They scrape against each other with a faint clicking sound. Some of them bend when I brush past. I notice that when the wind comes from behind me, the branches ahead seem to tilt in one direction. It's as if the forest is suggesting a path. I don't know what's ahead. I don't see any obvious landmark. Just more trees, more shrubs, and some rocks. The sound of the wind intensifies. I swallow again. At one point, I hear a short, sharp crack to my left. I freeze. I hold my breath. My body tenses up. I look around slowly. I see a broken branch on the ground. Maybe it fell just now. I don't see any animals. I listen for movement. I only hear the faint whisper. My name seems to be there again, but not in a clear way. My palms are sweaty. I rub them on my pants. I realize I'm breathing faster than normal. My chest is moving more than usual. I try to slow down my breathing to stay alert. I continue forward. The ground starts to slope downward slightly. I have to watch my step. Some stones are loose. My feet push them aside. The soil is softer here, and I almost slip once. I spread my arms to balance myself. The wind picks up for a moment. It rushes past my ears. I feel the cold air on the back of my neck. I hear the sound again, a bit louder. It's like, dup, fight, and then it fades. I grit my teeth and keep walking. After about 10 minutes of moving carefully among these trees, I notice something different. The trees seem more spaced out here. There are fewer low branches. I see a patch of ground that looks cleared, like someone removed some of the debris. The leaves are not as thick on the ground. The soil looks disturbed, like something was moved or dragged. I kneel down and touch it. The soil is damp and loose. I lift a small clump and let it crumble in my hand. It smells like fresh earth. I don't see footprints. I don't see any tools or trash. It's just a cleared spot. Maybe an animal's bedding area. I don't know. I stand up. My knees feel stiff. I hear the wind again, behind me, to my right and to my left. It seems to come from all directions now. My ears pick up a whispering sound that shifts around. I turn my head from side to side, trying to locate it. I can't. My breathing is fast and shallow. I try to slow it down. I feel sweat on my forehead. I wipe it off with my shirt sleeve. I feel a cold sensation where the sweat evaporates. My neck hair stands up. I look up at the branches. They are thin and black against the light gray sky. A few leaves move slightly. The wind is soft at this moment, but it's still present. I try to figure out where it wants me to go. I feel silly thinking that the wind wants anything, but I keep looking around for any sign. I notice a cluster of bushes to my right that seem to form a narrow path. The branches there are parted enough for a person to walk through. It's tight, but not blocked. I decide to go that way. I push through the bushes. They scratch my arms. I feel small twigs poke my sides. One branch hits my face and I blink hard. I swallow the taste of my own saliva, which feels thick and salty. On the other side of these bushes, I find a small clearing. It's not large, maybe a few yards across. The ground here is covered in soft moss. I step on it and feel my shoes sink slightly. It's quiet in this clearing. The wind is softer. The whispering sound is quieter now, more distant. I turn around and see that the trees form a sort of ring here, but not a perfect one. There's an old stump in the center. It's low and wide. There is some lichen on it and a few ants walking across the surface. I approach the stump. I don't know why. I'm just compelled to examine it. I run my hand over the surface. The wood is damp. My fingertips get a bit dirty. I flick off the dirt and small insects. I hear a gust of wind pass overhead. My shoulders tense up again. I look around the clearing. I can see no signs of people here. It's empty. Just trees, moss, a stump, and some bushes. No obvious reason for the whispering. No sign of anyone calling my name. Yet I keep feeling this strange sensation that I was led here. I stand there for a while. I shift my weight from one leg to another. My feet are getting tired. My knees feel a bit sore from crouching and stepping on uneven ground. I lick my dry lips. The wind hasn't stopped completely, but it's not making that voice-like sound as often now. I wonder if I should try calling out. I consider it. I'm alone, and it feels odd. I clear my throat. My voice feels a bit shaky. I say, "Hello?" I listen. Nothing answers. I only hear a faint rustle as a small breeze moves through some leaves behind me. I try again, a bit louder. "Hello?" My voice cracks. I feel my throat tighten. No response. I lower my head and look at the moss. I can see small bugs moving between the strands. I step back and hit a loose branch on the ground. It snaps under my shoe, making a dull sound. My heart jumps for a second. My nerves are on edge. My body feels tense all over. I rub my neck. I try to calm down by breathing slowly. I inhale through my nose and exhale through my mouth. My chest still feels tight. I decide to move around the clearing's perimeter. I walk slowly along the edge, pushing aside a few small branches. I see a rock that has a strange shape. It's just a rock with a chunk missing, not smooth, just rough. I tap it with my fingernail and hear a dull sound. Nothing unusual. I see another cluster of ferns. Their leaves are green and damp. I touch one leaf. Water collects on my fingertip. I rub it off on my pants. I keep walking. The whispering sound returns, very faint, like a distant voice calling, "Da, the." I can't tell if it's real or if I'm just imagining it now. I feel frustrated. I feel confused. There is nothing here. I feel watched, but I see no one. My stomach growls softly. I realize I haven't eaten since lunch and I've been out here longer than I planned. The light is still good, but the sky looks a bit dimmer than before. Maybe it's just the canopy above. My feet hurt. My shoulders ache. I think about heading back, but I'm not sure which way leads home. I remember the twisted trunk and the hooked root. I just need to retrace my steps carefully. I go back the way I came. I push through the bushes again. The branches scrape my arms. I mutter under my breath. I move past the disturbed soil. I recognize a few rocks and a patch of mushrooms I saw before. As I walk, I notice the wind is behind me now, pushing me slightly forward. I try to ignore it. I pick up my pace a bit. My breath is still uneven. My thighs feel sore and my lower back hurts. I step on a twig and it snaps loudly. I flinch at the sound. My nerves are raw. I keep looking around, expecting something to jump out, but nothing does. I find the hooked root and the twisted trunk. It takes me a few minutes, but I manage to spot them. I sigh with relief. I follow this landmark. I step around fallen branches and keep my eyes on where I'm going. The forest remains quiet except for the occasional whisper of the wind. It doesn't say my name anymore, or at least I don't hear it. I focus on getting out. I step over a low branch that crosses my path. I slip once, but I catch myself. My ankle hurts a bit, but I can still walk. After about 15 minutes, I see a brighter area ahead. I push aside a few more branches and step into a patch of ground with more sunlight. I look up and see the back of my house through the trees. It's still there, unchanged. I exhale and roll my shoulders to release some tension. My breathing slows down a bit. I step onto the grass behind my house. I feel calmer. I look back at the forest. The trees are quiet. The wind is light, just a normal breeze. I can't hear anything unusual now. I go inside, close the door, and lock it. I stand there in my kitchen, leaning on the counter. My heart rate slows. My arms feel tired. My legs feel heavy. I look out the window at the forest. It looks ordinary from here. The sky above it is clear. The branches barely move. I don't hear any voices or whispers. I just feel a dull ache in my muscles and a lingering tension in my neck. There is nothing else to see or hear. It's over. I sit down at my kitchen table and stare at my hands. They are a bit dirty from touching the soil. I rub them together. I feel the roughness of my skin. I wonder what I just experienced. I don't think about it too deeply. I just know I heard something strange. I felt something pushing me forward. I followed it. I didn't find anything. Now I'm back home, safe and tired. I open a bottle of water and drink. My throat still feels dry. I take a deep breath and look at the quiet backyard. There's a slight breeze, nothing more. It feels normal again. I noticed the problem right when I got home and walked toward my front door under the porch light. I had just finished parking my car on the driveway. It was late. The sky was clear, and there was a single old lamp mounted beside my front door. It gave off a weak yellowish light. I stepped toward it and saw my own figure stretch across the concrete. I saw my shoes, my legs, my torso, my arms, and my head. I stopped walking because something looked off. I blinked a few times and looked straight down at my shadow. It moved, but not the way I moved. It pulled its left arm up a bit while I stood completely still. It bent its head slightly to the left while my head stayed steady. I noticed my jaw clench. I took a slow breath. I forced myself to keep looking. I expected some kind of trick of the light. I thought maybe something was reflecting from a passing car or maybe an object behind me. I looked behind me. I saw no one, no cars, no movement. Just my yard, a low fence and a short bush. Nothing was moving. The lamp above was steady and quiet. I turned back and looked at my shadow again. It was just a black shape on the ground. I raised my right hand slowly. My shadow also raised a hand, but I saw a slight delay, as if it waited for me to finish before it copied me. When I lowered my hand, it lowered its hand a moment too late. My stomach felt tight. I looked down at my feet. I shifted my weight. My shadow did the same, but again a fraction of a second off. My forehead felt damp. My breathing was shallow. I stood there for about a minute, testing small movements. I lifted my arm, rolled my shoulders, tilted my head, took a small step forward, took a step back. The shadow always followed, but with a delay and sometimes an extra movement that didn't match what I was doing. Once I stood perfectly still and I saw my shadow move its head as if it was looking somewhere else. I didn't say a word. I just kept staring. My heart was beating fast. I wiped sweat from my palms on my pants. The air felt cool, but I felt heat rising in my chest. I decided to step back from the door and walk around the small front yard to see if maybe the angle of the light was causing something strange. I walked to the left side, and my shadow stretched across the concrete path. I stopped and saw it again tilt its head without me tilting mine. I stepped to the right side, and it somehow lifted what looked like a shoulder. I hadn't moved my shoulder. I couldn't understand it. I didn't think about it in any complicated way. I just felt a rising fear, like something was very wrong. My body felt tense. My knees felt weak. The hair on my arms stood up. I cleared my throat and walked closer to the door again. I wanted to go inside and turn on the hallway light. I stepped under the lamp, pulled my keys from my pocket, and looked down at my shadow. It was right beneath me. It moved slightly as I moved, but again the timing felt off. I tried to open the door. I held the doorknob with one hand and fit the key in with the other. I noticed my shadow's arm position. It didn't match mine. I was holding my key out in front of me. My shadow's arm looked bent at a different angle. It felt like watching someone stand under me, imitating what I did, but badly. I turned the key, opened the door, and stepped inside. The hallway light was off. I reached for the switch. The hallway lamp turned on, and I looked down. My shadow now stretched along the wooden floor. It was still there, obviously, but it behaved the same. I took a step forward and saw it follow. It was attached to me, but not perfectly synchronized. I watched its shape shift as I moved. It was my outline, but slightly distorted. I raised both arms in front of me. It did it too, but one arm was higher than the other, and I didn't raise them unevenly. I lowered them. It lowered them too, but again with a small delay. My mouth felt dry. My chest felt tight. I bit the inside of my cheek. I turned around and looked at the wall. I saw my shadow shift along the floor and stretch up the wall, but it never settled down. It seemed to adjust itself constantly, as if it was trying to find the correct position. I tried to speak, but I stopped. I didn't want to say anything. I moved into the living room. I turned on the lamp next to the couch. I looked at my shadow on the carpet. Its head shape seemed to bend forward. I didn't bend my head. I checked behind me to see if there was another light source that could cause some weird overlap. There was nothing new. Just my lamp and the overhead ceiling light. I tried to see if it would disappear if I turned off all lights. I walked over to the switches and turned everything off. The room went dark. I couldn't see much, just some faint shapes. There was some outside light from a distant street lamp filtering through the window blinds. In that faint light, my shadow reappeared on the carpet. It was weaker, but still visible. I moved my arm slowly, and it followed. This time it didn't just follow. It seemed to pause in mid-motion and then jerk into place. I felt a chill run down my back. I was standing there in the dark living room, with just a thin glow from outside. I tried to approach a corner of the room that was very dark, thinking the shadow would vanish completely if there was no light at all. I stepped into that corner. I leaned against the wall. The darkness was deep there. I looked down. I could still make out a faint shape of my shadow. It shouldn't have been possible. There was almost no light in that corner. Yet it was there, pressed close to me as if glued to my body but refusing to match my posture. I felt my hands tremble. I touched my face with one hand. My skin felt cold and slightly damp. I pressed my back against the wall. I wanted to understand what was happening. I decided to try something else. I grabbed my phone from my pocket and turned on the flashlight. I aimed it at the floor. A strong white beam lit the wooden boards. I saw my shadow in sharp detail. It was a dark shape on the floor, but as I moved the flashlight around, it kept shifting and twisting. When I aimed the flashlight at different angles, the shadow contorted into strange outlines. I raised the flashlight up and my shadow stretched tall, but as I tried to keep my arm steady, my shadow's arm on the floor looked like it was twitching. I turned off the phone's flashlight. I swallowed hard. I wanted to sit down and think, but I also didn't want to lose track of this thing. I turned on the living room ceiling light again. The sudden brightness made me blink. I checked the shadow. Under the clear overhead light, it looked normal at first glance. It was just a silhouette under me. But when I took a deep breath and raised my arm again, I saw the same delay. I raised my left arm quickly. The shadow raised its left arm a second later. I lowered my arm. The shadow kept its arm raised for a moment before lowering it. I clenched my fists. My heart was pounding. My legs felt shaky. I stepped into the hallway and made my way to the bathroom. I turned on the bathroom light and stood in front of the mirror. I wanted to see if maybe I was imagining things. In the mirror, I could see myself in the bathroom behind me. I looked down at the floor. My shadow was there, cast by the overhead light. As I watched, it lifted its head shape before I did. I could see it on the floor. My actual head didn't move. It was like a glitch in reality. I gripped the sink with both hands, looked up at my reflection. I looked normal. The room looked normal. I turned my head to the right very quickly and then back to the mirror. My shadow on the floor responded after a delay. It turned its head shape when I had already stopped moving mine. I felt sweat trickle down my back. My throat felt tight. I stepped out of the bathroom and went into the kitchen. I turned on the kitchen light. I looked at the floor tiles. I saw the shadow again. I tried to ignore it and opened the refrigerator. The light from inside the fridge cast another angle of light on the floor. Now I had two light sources, the ceiling bulb and the fridge light. My shadow overlapped in a strange way. One part of it looked normal, the other part looked like it was bending. I closed the fridge door. The kitchen went back to the single overhead light. The shadow snapped back into its single shape. I saw a jerk in its movement as if it was adjusting itself again. My breathing was fast. I felt my pulse in my temples. I decided to try to get rid of it by turning off every possible light in the house and blocking any outside light. I went around shutting off lamps, overhead lights, and the porch light outside. I closed the blinds completely and pulled the curtains. I made sure there was almost no light inside. The entire house was dark. I stood in the center of my living room, barely able to see my hand in front of my face. I waited. It was so dark that I could only see vague shapes. I stepped closer to a crack in the curtain, where a small amount of light from the street came through. I looked at the floor. I could see a faint outline of my shadow again. It never vanished. It was always there. I moved my arm slowly. My shadow moved too, but again with a delay. I stood still. My shadow's head moved slightly as if it was scanning the floor or looking around. My head did not move. I stared at it, and I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. I wanted to test something else. I grabbed a chair from the dining area and placed it under one of the ceiling lights. I turned that light on, stood on the chair, and positioned the light directly above me. My shadow appeared directly beneath me on the floor. It looked up at me if a shadow can look. I waved my hand over my head. The shadow waved too, but the motion was sluggish and not precise. I jumped down from the chair and landed with a dull thump. My shadow showed me landing a moment after I'd already steadied myself. I paced around the living room. My steps were uneven. My legs felt heavy. I didn't know what else to do. I tried walking into different rooms again. In every room, under every light, the shadow behaved the same way. It stayed attached to me, but it never matched me perfectly. It always lagged behind or made extra movements I didn't do. I touched my arm, my chest, my face, checking if I was somehow hurt or sick. I felt normal. I listened for any sounds. The house was quiet. I heard my breathing, my heartbeat in my ears. The floor creaked slightly under my weight. The refrigerator motor hummed softly in the kitchen. Nothing else seemed strange. I moved to the front door again. I turned the porch light back on and looked outside. The front yard was quiet. I could see the shape of my car. I could see the fence and the bush. I looked down at my shadow on the concrete. It stretched long and thin. I tested it again by raising my arm. The shadow raised its arm too, but ended up holding it higher than I did for a split second. I turned around, and the shadow twisted in a strange way before settling behind me. Every action I took, the shadow failed to match it perfectly. I began to feel lightheaded. I took slow, deep breaths to steady myself. My hands were shaking slightly. I walked back inside and locked the door. I turned off the porch light. The hallway was dim now. I left only a small lamp on in the living room. I stood under it. My shadow on the floor was clear. I tried to ignore the irregular movements and just hold still. I wanted to see if maybe it would stop. I stood still for at least 5 minutes. I didn't move a muscle. During this time, I watched my shadow carefully. Even with me standing still, it shifted its head shape twice. It moved its shoulders once. I felt something in my stomach twist. I realized it wasn't just following me poorly. It seemed to have its own impulses. It never broke free from me completely, but it never felt like a normal reflection. The fear made my arms tremble. My chest rose and fell rapidly. I tried sitting on the couch. I pulled my feet off the floor and looked at my shadow on the rug. It stretched out across the floor. With my feet off the ground, I expected it to shrink or just form a shape under me. Instead, I watched it slowly bend one of its leg shapes at a strange angle. My legs were bent normally on the couch, but my shadow's leg shape looked twisted. I felt sweat on my forehead. I rubbed it away with the back of my hand. I got up and walked to the bedroom. I turned on the bedside lamp. My shadow spread across the wooden floor. I bent down to tie my shoelace, even though it was already tied, just to do something normal. I saw my shadow bend, too, but then it seemed to lift its arm as if reaching for something invisible on the floor. I hadn't lifted my arm. I stood up straight. My breathing grew faster. I looked at the window. The blinds were closed. I went and lifted one slat slightly, letting in a thin strip of outside light. My shadow now had 2 competing sources of light. It stretched in 2 different ways. One shape came from the bedside lamp, another from the streetlight outside. Both shapes overlapped. I saw the overlapping shadow jerk and shift as I moved. I stepped back. The double shadows were even worse. They danced around each other. They didn't line up. I closed the blinds and turned off the lamp. The room went dark, except for a tiny red light from my digital clock. In that faint light, the shadow remained on the floor near my feet. I could see it outline my form. As I bent my head down close to the floor, it bent too, but not at the same speed. I pulled my head up, and it lingered down for a moment before straightening. I realized I had spent a lot of time testing it. My shoulders felt stiff. My neck ached. I walked slowly to the living room again. I turned on a single lamp and sat in an armchair. My legs bounced with nervous energy. I stared at the floor. My shadow stretched from my chair to the coffee table. I watched it closely. I didn't know what else to do. I felt too afraid to sleep. I felt tired, but I knew I couldn't relax. I didn't trust that thing under me. I didn't trust the way it moved. I rubbed my eyes. I tried to think of a way to make it stop, but I didn't do anything complicated. I just sat there, breathing, feeling my muscles tense, my heart beating, my head throbbing slightly. The shadow remained there, always attached to my position. Every time I moved an arm, it moved too, but never correctly. Every time I shifted my foot, it followed late. Every time I tried to catch it in a normal pose, it would surprise me with a slight movement of its own. I felt trapped. I leaned forward and pressed my elbows on my knees. My shadow stretched forward too, but its head jerked to the side as it did. I pulled back immediately and sat up straight. I looked at the clock on the wall. It was late at night. I decided to stay awake until morning, hoping that maybe daylight would fix it. Until then, I sat there with the lamp on, staring at my shadow, and feeling my pulse pounding in my neck. I walked into the public library at around 11 at night. The place was almost empty, with just a few quiet people sitting in the reading area near the front doors. The ceiling lights hummed. I could hear my own footsteps on the old floor. I had been there many times before, usually during the day, but this time I wanted to find a specific reference book that I could never get my hands on during normal hours. I had asked one of the librarians earlier if they kept older documents in a certain wing. She said they had some extra collections in the back, but she did not give details. She seemed distracted and tired. I saw her leave at closing time. The front area stayed lit, but everything deeper inside looked darker. The front doors remained unlocked because the place closed at midnight, and I still had about an hour. I headed down a corridor that led toward the older sections of the library. The air felt stale. The smell reminded me of dusty paper and damp cloth. The overhead lights got weaker as I moved further from the main desk. The shelves in these back aisles looked uneven and older than the ones in front. Some rows had no identifying marks. I noticed that some parts of the corridor were missing proper signage. I turned a corner and expected to see a familiar room with periodicals, but I just found a doorway leading somewhere else. I checked my phone. It showed no signal. I tried to keep track of turns. One left, then a right, then straight ahead. It felt like I was going too far into the building. I knew the main section should have ended by now. I should have come across a wall or some locked gate. Instead, I reached a wing that looked completely different. There were shelves taller than me, arranged in close rows. I saw no labels on the edges. The light overhead flickered but stayed on. The spines of the books had no titles. They were covered in worn, brownish material. Some covers looked like old cloth, others seemed like rough leather. The shelves were dusty, and the floor felt gritty under my shoes. I glanced around for any sign of a catalog, but there was nothing. I tried to pull a book off the shelf. It slid out slowly. The texture felt stiff, like old cardboard. I opened it. The pages were thick and rough, not like normal paper. They had a yellowish tint and showed no page numbers. There was text on them, written in a tight, cramped style that resembled typewriting. The letters were black and uneven. I could read them, but the language felt too direct and personal. There were simple paragraphs describing some house on a street I knew, a street I had lived on years ago. It mentioned details like the layout of a living room, the shape of a couch, and the color of a front door. It talked about a man who looked like me. It described him opening a window and feeling a cold draft. It mentioned him going outside to check a garage door at night. I recognized the scene. It was similar to a routine I used to do when I lived in that old apartment building near the library. But some details were off. I never remembered the exact pattern on the rug or a particular painting on the wall. The book described these things as if I had them, but I never did. I put the book back and grabbed another one from a lower shelf. I opened it and saw more text. This time it mentioned a bus stop near my current apartment, describing the way I stood there last week, waiting for a late bus. It talked about what I was wearing, what I had in my pocket. It got those details right. It described the way I scratched my neck. I remembered doing that, but I never told anyone. I closed the book quickly. My heart beat faster. I felt sweat on my forehead. I knelt down and pulled another book from the bottom shelf. It showed a recent scene, me stepping into a corner store that I sometimes visit late at night. It talked about me looking at the beverages in the cooler, the shape of the label on a bottle I picked up, the fact that I put it back and chose a different flavor. This was too exact. I looked around. I saw hundreds of these books. None had any title. All looked worn. I had no idea how they got here. I had no idea who wrote them. I picked a random volume from a shelf above eye level. This one described things I never did. It mentioned me traveling to a city I had never visited. It described me walking down a street there, checking my phone, and entering a building I had never even heard of. It detailed me sitting at a desk and writing notes I never wrote. I shut it. My hands shook. I wanted to get out of there. I placed the book back and turned around. The aisles looked the same. I couldn't see the entrance I came through. I tried to retrace my steps. I walked toward what I thought was the exit. I found another row of shelves. I tried another direction. I saw a small reading table with a single chair and a lamp. The lamp was off. I touched it. The surface of the lamp felt cold and smooth. I tried the lamp switch. Nothing happened. I heard a faint buzzing from above. I looked up and saw one overhead light flicker. I walked toward the flickering light, hoping it would lead me back to the corridor. I moved slowly, keeping my eyes on the ground so I wouldn't trip. I expected to see the corridor at some point. Instead, I ended up in front of more shelves filled with the same kind of books. I pulled out one more, desperate to understand something. This one described a future event. It talked about me coming to the library late at night. It mentioned the time, the day, the route I took. It said I turned left, then right, and then straight into a hidden wing. It said I found these books. It said I felt confused and uneasy. It mentioned me flipping through pages. I saw my current actions on the page I was reading. I felt my chest tighten. This was impossible. I slammed the book shut. My breathing got heavy. I placed the book back and tried to remain calm. I told myself to find the corridor and head back to the front desk. I needed to see if there was still someone there. I just wanted to leave. I walked straight ahead, ignoring the strange rows of shelves. Eventually, I found the corridor. I recognized the dim overhead light and the wooden beam on one side. I followed the corridor back the way I thought I came. After a few minutes, I saw the main area with reading tables. It was empty now. The chairs were still there, but no one sat at them. I looked at my phone again. No signal. I tried to call out. "Hello?" My voice echoed. No response. The front area still had lights on. I walked toward the entrance. I saw the big glass doors. I reached them and tried to push. They wouldn't move. I tried pulling them. Nothing. I pushed harder. The doors seemed locked. They were not the kind of doors that lock from the inside at this hour. Earlier, they were open. I turned around. The lights overhead flickered again. The front desk looked empty. I walked behind the desk to see if there was a latch or a switch. I found a set of keys, but they didn't fit any visible locks on the doors. I tried each key. None worked. I looked back at the corridor that led to that strange wing. It was darker now. I heard a faint scraping sound from inside there. It sounded like a chair being moved or a book sliding on a shelf. I stood still, holding the keys, my heart pounding. I decided to check the side exits. I remembered a door near the periodical section that led to a small courtyard. I walked quickly. My shoes squeaked on the floor. When I reached the courtyard door, I tried to open it. Locked. I checked the windows. They were old and had metal frames. They didn't budge. The place suddenly felt colder. The silence pressed down on me. I stepped back into the main area and saw the lights flicker again. I looked up. The ceiling fans were off, and there was a slight hum from the fluorescent tubes. I decided to head back to that hidden wing and see if there was any clue or any other exit. I didn't know what else to do. I walked slowly down the corridor. I touched the walls with my hands to keep track. They felt rough, not like normal painted walls. The corridor felt longer now. I took careful steps. I saw the shelves come into view. This time I grabbed one of the books and tucked it under my arm. I wanted to show it to someone if I ever found a staff member. I tried to remember if I had seen a security guard. The library usually had one guard at the front, but I saw no one now. I continued walking. I passed rows of shelves and noticed something on the ground. There were small scraps of torn paper. I picked up a piece. The letters matched the style inside the books. It mentioned an event that looked familiar. I dropped it and kept going. The area felt like a maze. I turned corners and ended up at the same shelves again and again. After a few attempts, I realized I was going in circles. I decided to mark a shelf by scratching it lightly with my keys. I did that, leaving a small scratch on the wood. I walked away, took 3 turns, and ended up at the same scratched shelf. This made my chest tighten. I felt a knot in my throat. I tried to calm down by breathing slowly. I decided to try a different tactic. I went back the way I came. After several minutes, I saw the corridor again. I rushed forward and made it back to the main area. I approached the front desk again. I noticed a small door behind the desk that I hadn't checked. It was an office door, the kind staff would use. I tried the handle. Locked. I used the keys I found. One key fit. I turned it and opened the door. Inside, I saw a dimly lit office space with a single desk, a computer, and a metal filing cabinet. I went straight to the computer and tapped the keyboard. The screen lit up. It showed a login prompt. I tried typing random words. Nothing. I checked the drawers of the desk. I found a small flashlight. I flipped it on. The beam of light was weak, but better than nothing. I checked the filing cabinet. It was unlocked. Inside were folders. They listed titles of books and sections of the library. None mentioned the hidden wing. I looked for building maps. I found a small pamphlet with an old floor plan. It showed the main areas, restrooms, and storage rooms. No mention of the strange section of shelves. I put the pamphlet back. I returned to the door and stepped out. The overhead lights flickered again. The main doors remained locked. I could see the street outside. I could see the lamppost across the road. Everything outside looked normal. I banged on the glass with my palm. I yelled, hoping someone outside might hear me. No response. I tried my phone again. No signal. I checked the time. It was well past midnight now. The library should have been closed. I felt trapped. I walked over to the reading area and sat down for a moment. The chair felt hard and uncomfortable. I tried to think of something practical. There had to be a way out. I stood up and decided to check the walls near the front entrance. Sometimes old buildings have emergency exits or panels that can be opened. I ran my hand along the wall. I found a fire alarm panel. I lifted the cover and pulled the alarm. A loud ringing filled the air. I waited. The alarm kept ringing, but nothing else happened. No one came. No sprinklers, no flashing emergency lights. Just the sound of the alarm echoing in the empty library. After a minute, the alarm cut off by itself. The silence returned. The overhead lights flickered more rapidly. I looked up at them. They flickered on and off, and then they steadied again. I felt a headache forming behind my eyes. I needed another way out. I thought about breaking a window, but the windows looked reinforced. I had nothing heavy to break them with. I checked the front desk area for tools or anything that might help. I found a heavy dictionary. I tried hitting a window with it. The sound echoed, but the glass didn't crack. I tried a few more times. Nothing. My arms got tired. I took the flashlight and decided to return to the hidden wing. I thought maybe there was another door there. Maybe I missed something. I walked quickly now, shining the flashlight ahead. The beam revealed dust in the air. It showed the edges of the shelves. I noticed a gap between two shelves. It was small, like a narrow passage. I hadn't seen it before. I squeezed through. On the other side, I saw a wooden ladder leading up to a platform. I climbed it. The ladder creaked under my weight. On the platform, I saw a single door. It was made of wood and had a small metal handle. I turned the handle. The door opened. Behind it was a dark hallway. I shined the flashlight inside. The hallway was short. It led to another door. I walked to the second door and tried it. It opened easily. I stepped through and found myself in a back room of the library, near the staff lounge. I recognized it from a visit I made once to speak with a librarian about old records. The staff lounge had a vending machine, a couch, and a side door leading to an alley. I tried the alley door. It was unlocked. I stepped outside into the cold night air. I stood there for a moment. I looked back through the door. The inside looked normal from here. I could see the vending machine and the dull overhead light. Everything seemed ordinary in this room. I closed the door behind me and walked around the building to the front entrance. It was locked from the outside now, as it should be after hours. I looked through the glass. The main area was dimly lit, empty and quiet. Nothing flickered. I could see the desk, the chairs, and the shelves in the distance. My heart still raced. I touched my jacket pocket. I still had one of those strange books tucked under my arm. I pulled it out and looked at it under the streetlight. The cover was rough and plain, no title, just like the others. I opened it. The pages were blank now. I flipped through them. No text. Nothing. I dropped it on the ground. I left it there. I walked away, trying not to think about what I had seen. I felt the tension in my shoulders and neck. My throat felt dry. I headed toward my apartment, keeping my eyes on the sidewalk. I didn't look back at the library. I just wanted to get home and lock my door. I wanted to turn on my lights and sit down in my kitchen with a glass of water. I wanted to forget the feeling of those old pages and the way the library lights flickered when I tried to leave. I kept walking until I reached a main street with traffic. I felt more at ease then. I didn't run. I just walked steadily, placing one foot in front of the other, focusing on the sound of distant cars and the hum of streetlights. I said nothing to anyone. I just kept going. I moved into this old house in the countryside 2 weeks ago. The place came cheap and looked simple enough. The roof did not leak, and the yard was large. The previous owner left in a hurry and sold it below market price. I did not ask many questions. I just wanted space and peace. The first nights were calm. The wind outside was steady, and there were no neighbors close by. I noticed the old well out back on the second day, but I did not think much about it at first. It was covered with warped wooden planks that looked older than the house. At night, the wind made the loose boards rattle and shift. Something about that sound drew my attention. It was not just wood scraping stone. There was another sound, quieter and more desperate. It reminded me of a muffled whimper. I tried to ignore it, but after 3 nights it got to me. I stood by my bedroom window around midnight and watched the shape of the old well. The boards on top were barely visible in the dark. I listened. The wind pressed against the walls of my house and against the side of the well. Under that steady creaking, I heard a low sound. It was like a voice that could not form words. I did not like that sound. It made my neck stiffen. I went back to bed and tried to sleep, but I could not. I kept picturing the well. In my mind, I saw something inside pushing at the boards, trying to escape. I decided I would check it out in the morning. The next day after breakfast, I walked to the backyard. The grass was uneven and damp. I saw the well clearly now. It was made of old stones, stacked without much mortar. Green moss grew in the cracks. The wooden planks on top looked random and not well secured. I stepped closer. I noticed a smell. It was not strong at first, but it was there. It reminded me of a damp basement or a closed-off room with water damage. I leaned over and looked between two boards. It was dark inside. I saw nothing but blackness. The smell got stronger when I got closer, thick and humid. I could not see the bottom of the well. I listened. I heard nothing. Maybe the sound last night was just the wind. I went about my day, unpacking some boxes in the living room, cleaning the kitchen and trying to arrange furniture. The house had old pipes, but the water was running fine. The sunlight through the windows was strong. I felt safe during the day. I could not shake the image of that well, though. I decided I would return to it before sunset and check if something was stuck inside. Maybe an animal. Maybe an old pipe below was causing a strange noise. I was a bit nervous, but I pushed that feeling aside. It was just an old well. In the late afternoon, I went back outside. The sun was low. The shadows were long. The air felt cooler. I stood by the well and pulled at one of the boards. It was loose and rotten. When I lifted it, a heavier smell came out. The air inside was damp and stale. It stuck to my face. I held my breath and listened. There was a sound. It was faint, a low rumble or a soft whining. It sounded like something alive, but I could not place it. I held the flashlight on my phone over the opening. I pointed the beam down. I could not see much. The light hit stones and moss. There was moisture on them. I could see the inner walls of the well. They were slick and uneven. No movement. Just darkness below. The sound continued, steady and weak. I lowered my voice and spoke. I said, "Hello?" I did not expect an answer. There was none. The sound stopped for a moment, then started again. It reminded me of an animal in distress, but not one I recognized. It did not sound like a cat, a dog, or a raccoon. It had a strange tone. I felt uneasy. My stomach tightened. The hairs on my arms stood up. I realized I was sweating, though the air was cool. The smell was making it hard to breathe. I pushed the board back into place and stepped away. I looked around the yard. Nothing else was strange, just the well. I went back inside and tried to relax. I turned on the TV and forced myself to watch something for a while. That night, the sound came back. I woke up around 2 in the morning and heard the wind outside. The boards rattled. Through the closed window, I heard that muffled noise. It rose and fell. Sometimes it was a low growl. Sometimes it sounded like someone crying softly. My heart started pounding. My mouth went dry. I knew it was coming from inside the well. I stayed in bed, silent, trying to ignore it. But I could not. Around 3, I got up and went to the kitchen. I drank water and stood by the back door, listening. The sound continued, soft but constant. I decided to do something. I grabbed a strong flashlight from my toolbox and put on my boots. I opened the door and walked into the yard. The grass was cold against my boots. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and I could barely see the well. I approached it slowly, holding the flashlight ready. The boards rattled in the breeze. I listened. The sound was definitely coming from below. I gripped one of the boards and pulled it aside. A rush of foul air hit me right in the face. It felt thick, like stepping into a humid cellar. I coughed and pointed the flashlight down again. This time I noticed something move against the stones far below. It was a shape with a dull color. I could not see eyes or limbs clearly. It shifted slowly. When the light hit it, the sound changed to a husky moan. My mouth felt bitter. My chest tightened. I felt a slight tremor in my hands. This was not normal. Something was down there. It looked alive. I could not see a clear form. The stones were wet, and the water at the bottom looked dark and still. This thing was clinging to the side, or maybe resting in a small hole in the wall. I thought maybe it was some animal stuck there. Maybe it wanted help. I felt a pulse in my ears. I asked, in a low voice, "What are you?" No answer, just that noise, part growl, part cry. I stayed there for a few minutes, struggling to breathe and think. Then I put the board back and stepped away. I hurried inside and locked the door. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the kitchen feeling restless. The next morning I felt tired and anxious. I could not ignore this. I decided I would try to lure it out or see if it needed food. I do not know why I thought that. It just seemed like something trapped might want food or water. I took a piece of raw meat from the fridge. I had bought it yesterday. It was just a small piece of stew meat. I placed it in a bucket and tied a rope to the handle. In the daylight, I felt a bit braver. The well was silent now. No sound. The air was warmer. I removed one of the boards again. The smell was still there, unpleasant and heavy. I lowered the bucket with the meat. I let it go down slowly, using the flashlight to watch. I saw the bucket approach the dark shape. It was curled against the wall, moving slightly. When the bucket got close, I saw it shift. It made a soft hissing sound and reached toward the meat. I could see something like a limb, but it was hard to make out. It did not look like a paw or a hand. It was just a rough shape pushing at the bucket. I waited. The bucket swayed. The rope felt heavier. I thought maybe it was pulling the bucket down. After a minute, I lifted the bucket up. The meat was gone. The bucket was wet and smelled horrible. The creature made a low noise again. I stood there, not sure what to do. I lowered the bucket once more, empty this time, to see what it would do. The rope jerked and I felt a sudden pull. I almost lost my grip. I pulled back, and the bucket came up with a strange wet residue inside. My heart was racing. I backed away and replaced the board. I did not know what I was dealing with. I went back inside and tried to calm down. Over the next few days, I tried a few more times to observe it. Each time the creature made those strange noises. It seemed to respond to light and food, but it never showed its shape clearly. Its movements were slow and uncoordinated. Sometimes it tapped against the stones. Sometimes it made a gurgling sound. I never smelled anything but that thick, damp odor. The smell seemed worse each time I opened the well. At night, the sounds got louder. The wind would move the boards slightly, and I would hear that moan or growl. It sounded hungry. Maybe it wanted more meat. I tried dropping more food, but it never came out. It stayed at the bottom. It never climbed the walls. I tried waiting in silence to see if it would try to escape, but it never did. It just stayed down there, making noises and shifting in the darkness. I began to feel sick. My appetite vanished. I could not sleep well. My head hurt. I avoided going into the backyard during the evening. I started to think that maybe I should seal the well. Maybe I should put heavy stones on top and forget about it. But I knew it was alive. I could not just trap it there, yet I could not help it either. I felt angry and frustrated. I tried calling a local animal control number, but I got no help. The person on the phone said they do not handle wells or unidentified creatures. They suggested I call a well repair service. That sounded useless. I considered calling the police, but what would I say? There is a strange animal in my well making weird noises. I decided to try again, more carefully. One afternoon, around 5, I put on gloves and a scarf over my nose. I brought a better flashlight, one with a stronger beam. I also brought a long metal hook I found in the shed. My plan was to lift the boards, shine the light, and see if I could identify what was down there. If it looked like a normal animal, I could tell someone exactly what it was. If it was something else, I would figure out the next step. I just wanted to understand. I removed 2 boards this time for a better view. The smell hit me hard. I gagged and had to turn my face away for a moment. My eyes watered. I forced myself to look down. The flashlight was strong. It cut through the darkness. I saw wet stones, moss, and dirty water at the bottom. Then I saw the creature more clearly. It was pressed against the stones near the water. It had a shape that reminded me of a large sack of flesh with ridges and lumps. It had no clear eyes or ears that I could see. I saw parts of it move, like small bumps pushing outward. The surface was wet and pale. When the light hit it, the creature made that noise again. It shook slightly and trembled. I saw a part of it open like a slit, and a thick liquid dripped from it. My stomach lurched. I felt a wave of nausea. I backed up, breathing hard. My hands were shaking. I had never seen anything like this. It did not fit any animal I knew. It did not look like something that should be alive in a well. I heard it scraping against the stones. I looked back down. The creature was moving in slow motions, as if trying to reach the surface, but it never rose more than a few inches. It just pressed against the wall and then sank back down. It made that whimpering sound. It sounded weak and desperate. I lowered the hook gently, trying not to startle it. The hook touched its surface. It felt spongy and soft. The creature jerked away and made a coughing sound. I pulled the hook back. My heart was pounding so hard I heard it in my ears. I realized this was not something I could deal with by myself. I stepped back and put the boards in place. I wiped sweat from my forehead. My throat was dry. I went inside and sat at the table, staring at the wall. I wanted to leave this place, but I had just moved in. I wanted to ignore the well, but the sounds would not stop. I could not destroy it. I could not kill this thing. I was not even sure how. That night I lay in bed with the lights off. The wind came and went outside. Around midnight I heard the planks shift again. The sound was louder than before. The creature moaned, a wet and strained sound. I felt chills on my neck. I pulled the blanket up and tried to block it out. It called out again and again. I felt sweat on my temples. My stomach tightened into a knot. I had trouble breathing. I imagined it waiting down there, hungry, confused, maybe hurt. I thought about feeding it again, but that only encouraged it to make more noise. I thought about pouring something down there to make it leave, but I had no idea if it could climb out. I felt trapped by this situation. The well was on my property, and now I had to deal with it. The next morning, I woke up with a headache. I drank coffee and looked out the window. The well sat there, silent in daylight. No sound, no movement. I decided I would cover it better. I found some heavy stones near the shed and brought them over. I placed them on the boards, making it harder for the wind to shake them. I pressed them down firmly. I hoped that would reduce the noise at night. The day passed quietly. No strange sounds. The smell lingered in my mind, though, and I could taste it at the back of my throat even when I was inside. I made dinner and ate slowly, forcing the food down. At night, I lay in bed and listened. The board still rattled a little, but less. I heard a distant moan from below. It sounded weaker. I tried to relax. My heart still beat fast and my muscles were tense. I shut my eyes and waited. It cried out again, a muffled whimper. I did nothing. I just stayed in bed, breathing shallowly, trying not to imagine that horrible shape in the darkness. The next few days I kept my distance. Sometimes I heard it at night, sometimes not. I never removed the boards again. I never fed it again. The smell seemed to fade if I stayed inside and kept the windows closed. I considered leaving this house, selling it, moving away. But I had nowhere else to go right now. I considered telling someone in town, but what would I say? I pictured their faces. They would not believe me. Or if they did, they might do something cruel. I did not want to see that thing harmed. I just wanted it gone. I waited, unsure of what else to do. As the weeks passed, I learned to live with it. I kept the boards in place and did not approach the well. At night, I still heard it sometimes, soft and distant. My body still reacted with tightness in my chest and sweat on my palms, but I got used to it. I slept with earplugs and tried not to think about it. During the day, I stayed indoors and did my chores. I planned to find someone who knew about old wells, maybe a contractor who could fill it in. Until then, I would let it be. I never got a good look at that creature again. I never learned what it was. It stayed down there, hungry for attention. It cried softly at night, rattling the boards with its muffled pleas. And I stayed above, trying not to breathe too deeply when I passed by the backyard, trying not to think too hard about what lived below the surface. I walked into my living room and stopped right near the door. I had just come back from a long day and I was annoyed and tired. My shoulders felt stiff, and my eyes burned a little from the dusty air. There was a dim light coming from the hallway behind me, and the living room itself was dark. I stood there holding my breath because I saw something strange. On the ceiling, right above my couch, I saw footprints. They were faint, but clear enough that I could see the shape of toes and heels. They ran along the ceiling in a sloppy line. They looked uneven, like someone had walked around upside down, or maybe crawled. I didn't move for a few seconds. My forehead got warm, and I swallowed hard. I glanced around and saw that the rest of the room looked normal. The furniture was where I had left it. The floor was fine, but those footprints were on my ceiling. I had not noticed them before. I didn't know how they got there. There was dust on my shelves and my coffee table, and I could see some of that dust disturbed near the edges of the room. It formed some kind of random shapes. They weren't letters I recognized, and they weren't drawings I understood. Just weird marks that looked smudged and uneven. I could see lighter patches and darker patches of dust. It wasn't just in one spot. It covered a wide area above me. My chest got tight. I cleared my throat and reached for the light switch. I flicked it on. The moment I turned on the light, I looked up again. The footprints were gone. The ceiling looked normal, just a flat surface with some old paint and a few chips near the corners. I blinked a few times. I stood on my toes and squinted, but I saw nothing unusual. I turned the lights off again and backed away toward the doorway. The ceiling became hard to see in the dim light. I couldn't confirm if the footprints were still there in the dark or if I had imagined them. I could feel my legs shaking a bit. I tried to steady myself by pressing my left hand against the wall. My back felt cold. A chill ran from my neck down to my waist. I took a deep breath, trying not to panic. My heart was beating faster than normal. I decided to walk further into the room. I took a few steps forward and stood under where I had seen the footprints. I looked straight up. I couldn't see anything unusual now. It was just a ceiling with some faint stains. But my stomach was tense and the air in the room felt heavy and stale. I could almost taste dust in my mouth. My eyes watered a bit. I wiped them with the back of my hand and sniffed. There was something else bothering me. The silence in the room felt off. It wasn't the usual quiet. I could hear my own breathing, and the sound seemed louder than normal. Each time I inhaled, I heard a soft crack in the walls. Each time I exhaled, it felt like the air pressure changed. I listened carefully and heard a faint creaking sound, repeating in slow intervals. It was steady. It wasn't random. It reminded me of slow, deliberate movement somewhere in the structure of the house. My ears felt sensitive. I tried to figure out if it came from the attic or the walls. I couldn't tell. It was low and soft, but it didn't stop. I looked at the dust again. I walked over to my coffee table and ran my finger across the surface. It came away gray and gritty. The dust was thick. I don't remember leaving the house that dirty. I wiped my finger on my jeans and crouched down. On the floor, there was some dust shaped in streaks. They weren't neat lines. They curved and crossed over each other. I leaned in and sniffed. It just smelled like old dust, maybe mixed with something musty. I stayed crouched for a moment, listening. The creaking continued, steady and low. I stood up and walked over to the light switch again. I wanted to test something. I flicked the light off. The room went dark, except for a bit of light coming from the hallway. I stepped toward the center of the room and looked up again. At first, I saw nothing. I waited, letting my eyes adjust. After a minute or so, I thought I saw faint shapes again. Footprints. They weren't as clear as before, but I could make out some dark patches on the ceiling. I wasn't imagining it. They were there. My throat went dry. I slowly reached out and turned the light back on. The ceiling looked normal again. My heart was pounding. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe there was some kind of residue or mold on the ceiling that only showed up in low light. I didn't want to jump to strange conclusions, but the feeling in my body wasn't normal. I was sweating under my arms and on my lower back. I wiped my palms on my pants. I had a nervous ache in my stomach. I decided to get a chair and stand on it to get a closer look at the ceiling. I wanted to touch it and see if there was anything there. I went to the kitchen and grabbed a wooden chair. I carried it back to the living room and placed it under the area where I had seen the footprints. I climbed onto it. I reached up and ran my hand over the ceiling. It felt like painted drywall, slightly dusty, but nothing unusual. I patted it lightly and pressed in a few places. No difference. I got off the chair and stared at the spot again. With the lights on, nothing changed. I turned the lights off again and climbed back up. I had my face inches from the ceiling. My eyes adjusted, and I saw faint outlines of footprints again. They seemed to shimmer in the darkness, as if something about the lack of light made them visible. I reached up and touched the spots directly. My fingertips felt nothing strange, just a slight layer of dust. But when I pulled my hand away, I noticed the dust on my fingertips glowed faintly for a second, then went dark. I gasped and almost fell off the chair. I caught my balance and got down. My chest felt tight again. I went to the kitchen and washed my hands. The water felt cold. I scrubbed the dust off and dried my hands on a towel. My throat hurt a bit and my ears still picked up that steady creak. I tried to ignore it, but it wouldn't stop. I walked back into the living room. I kept the lights on this time. I sat on the couch and tried to calm down. I wanted to understand what was happening. My body was tense and I tapped my foot on the floor repeatedly. I looked around, checking the corners of the room, looking for anything out of place. The furniture looked normal. The TV was off. The shelves were still holding books and a few souvenirs. The windows were closed. The curtains were drawn. The door to the hallway was open, and I could see the faint glow of the ceiling light in the hall. Everything seemed normal except for that strange situation on the ceiling in the dark. I decided to check the attic. Maybe there was a leak or something causing strange reflections. I went to the hallway, pulled down the attic ladder, and climbed up. The attic was small and dusty. I had a flashlight. I aimed it around slowly. I saw old boxes, some insulation material, and a few cobwebs. The wooden beams looked old, but stable. I didn't see any footprints on the beams. The air was stale, and I coughed a few times. I moved the flashlight around carefully. Nothing moved. I waited in silence, listening. The creaking sound was fainter up here, but still present. It seemed to come from the walls. I tapped on a beam. Solid. I shone the flashlight on the floorboards. Just dust and some scattered nails. I climbed back down. I closed the attic door and stood there for a moment, thinking. I felt uncomfortable. My arms were tense, my jaw was clenched. I tried to relax by rolling my shoulders. I paced around the living room, turning the lights on and off a few times, each time checking for the footprints. Each time I turned the lights off, I saw them again. Each time I turned them on, they disappeared. I tried shining my flashlight at the ceiling with the main lights off. The footprints didn't show up under the flashlight. They only showed up in near darkness. I wiped some more dust off a shelf and watched it settle in the air. The dust floated around, slowly drifting. I noticed that the pattern on the floor changed when I walked around. My footsteps disturbed the dust. I knelt down and tried to trace some of the strange marks with my finger. They smeared easily. After a few tries, I managed to erase some of them. Nothing happened immediately, but the steady creaking in the walls seemed to get slightly louder. I stood up and looked around. The air felt heavy again. My breathing got faster. The hair on my arms stood up. I could feel sweat forming on my forehead. My heart pounded against my chest. I stepped back into the hallway and turned off all the lights in the house. I wanted to see what would happen if I left the whole place dark. I stood there in complete darkness. My eyes adjusted, and the living room came into faint focus from the light outside filtering through the curtains. I saw the footprints on the ceiling again, clearer than before. They seemed to move this time. I couldn't see actual movement, but each time I looked away and then looked back, their position changed slightly. My stomach turned, and I felt like I might be sick. I leaned against the wall, breathing slowly through my nose. I turned the lights back on and stayed in the hallway for a few seconds. My heart was racing. I kept rubbing my hands together. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to leave my own home, but staying here made me feel tense and wired. I decided to open a window and get some fresh air. The night air was cool. I stuck my head out and took a few deep breaths. I smelled the familiar scent of the neighborhood outside. It was calm and quiet. I pulled my head back in and closed the window. Inside, the atmosphere felt stale again. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe I was imagining this. Maybe I was overly tired. I went to the kitchen, drank a glass of water, and returned to the living room. I turned the lights off again, and there were the footprints, faint and shifting. I leaned forward, staring up, and whispered, "What is this?" My voice sounded small in the dark. I got no answer. There was no voice, no whisper, no growl. Just that soft creaking in the walls and the faint shapes on the ceiling. I moved the couch aside and stood directly under the area where the footprints were visible. I reached up, even though I knew I wouldn't feel anything. My fingertips touched the ceiling. Just dust. No texture changes. I waited, listening. The creaking noise continued at the same steady pace. It never sped up, never slowed down. It was like a constant presence. I turned the lights back on and pulled the chair over again. I climbed up and tried wiping the ceiling with a damp rag. I wanted to remove whatever was causing the marks. I wiped back and forth, pressing firmly. Dust fell on me. I coughed and rubbed my face. When I climbed down and turned the lights off, the footprints were still there. I felt my chest tighten. My legs were weak. I sat down on the floor and pressed my hands against my face. My breathing was fast and shallow. I tried to control it by inhaling slowly through my nose and exhaling through my mouth. I stood up again and paced around. I checked the front door. It was locked. The windows were locked. Nothing was out of place. Only the ceiling changed in the dark. I tried to ignore the footprints and focus on the rest of the room. Nothing else was strange with the lights off except the dust patterns. They were random smudges. I brushed them away with my hand, and more dust drifted in the air. The smell was musty. It made the back of my throat itch. I began to wonder if the footprints would appear anywhere else. I went to my bedroom and turned off the lights there. Nothing unusual on the ceiling. No footprints. Just darkness and some faint outline of furniture. I went back to the living room. They were still there, always in the same area, but their exact pattern seemed to shift when I looked away. This made my skin crawl. My lower back tensed up. I clenched my fists. I wanted to scream, but I kept quiet. I didn't want to lose control. I could feel sweat under my shirt. Time passed slowly. I didn't look at the clock. I just kept testing the room. Lights on, lights off. Always the same thing. I tried looking at them from different angles. Tried using a camera on my phone. With the flash on, nothing showed up in the photos. With the flash off, I got useless dark images. I tapped my phone against my palm and frowned. The atmosphere felt thick. I had a slight headache. My eyes were dry from staring. I turned the lights on and decided to sit on the couch for a while. I listened to the creaking sound and tried to understand it. It was always there, always steady, always in the background. It never stopped. I couldn't find a source for it. I tapped on the walls and floor. It sounded hollow in some places, solid in others. The noise didn't change. I held my breath to see if it was my own breathing causing it. It kept going. Eventually, I gave up trying to remove the footprints or stop the noise. I just sat there, keeping the lights on, because with the lights on, I couldn't see them. This felt safer. My muscles were sore, my neck was stiff, and my mind was racing. I was angry, confused, and scared. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to call anyone. I didn't know what I would say. There were no obvious signs of break-in or damage, just those strange footprints visible only in the dark. No one would believe me. I barely believed it myself. I stayed there for hours, afraid to turn the lights off, afraid to go to bed. I listened to the slow creaking in the walls and watched the dust float in the air. I tried to breathe slowly and stay calm. At some point, I realized I would have to live with this, at least for tonight. Nothing attacked me. Nothing touched me. The footprints didn't come closer or fall off the ceiling. They just stayed up there, out of reach, only visible when the lights were off. I rubbed my eyes and sighed. My chest still felt tight and my mouth was dry, but I was too tired to keep testing things. I decided to stay awake until morning. When morning came, the sunlight would fill the room. Maybe then I could pretend everything was normal. For now, I kept the lights on, kept my eyes open, and listened to the house. I didn't move from the couch. I didn't close my eyes. I stayed there, breathing, waiting, and hoping that eventually this strange night would end.